access.
Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Open five. Myself, Darren Stevenson, here with Alex Robertson. How are you feeling about today?
I'm feeling good. The format's quite open now.
Yeah. It's gotten super diverse. So many decks we can feature today.
And there's so much we can see. There's so much passing on from the last format. There's so many new decks that have come into the format or have been reinvented, let's say. And I'm really excited to see not only what we get for round one,
For sure.
but all the way through to round 9.
And we'll get to round one in a second because we've already got like the feature lined up for you. The previous winner, of course, of UK Open 4, Gabe. So let's talk about the Forbidden Limited list and the introduction of the most recent course set, Fortnite Hypernova. The Forbidden Limited list getting rid of what was I don't think without a doubt was the best deck of the format, T Elements.
Yeah, it was dominating so much to the point, like, even myself, I had to stray away from my trusted strategies. I had to go to...
It was too good, you could not play it.
I couldn't not. And yeah, it's gone now.
It's gone, like, there's trickles of the engine left, but I think it would be a cope to assume that it can compete with the likes of Kashtira, which is like a new deck that was introduced in the format, which is already a sort of like counter to T Elements of the way it was, being that like all their engines got banished and T Element relied on its graveyard a lot. But now, like with its such a limited engine, Kashtira at full power would just be too difficult.
Agreed.
We've also had a few other losses as well, like Sprite Elf making like Sprite having to adapt to that sort of strategies.
Yeah, with the loss of Sprite Elf, it almost feels like it's hindering other strategies as well.
Yeah.
It's like there's so many other cool strategies that just randomly have the ability to put Elf in their deck, and now they just don't. But it does hinder the Sprite deck, even though I think that might be one of the best decks for this.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sprite, like as a standalone deck, is still really solid in terms of its splashability.
Yep.
Like I think with the introduction of Photon Hypernova, you could see things like Gishki that could be quite popular.
Yes.
But without Sprite Elf, that would be quite difficult. But with the T Element hit as well, the Ishizu cards also got like absolutely demolished in that list as well, which has brought back like an old favorite, I would say. From we saw a bit of it at the previous UK Open in Runick. I think we could see a lot of that because we saw a lot of that top the previous YCS.
Especially as before we mainly just saw the Runick Sprite deck, whereas now Runick can go into so many different strategies. It can go into still Sprite if you want to, but it can go into with the Naturia cards that came out. I believe that was First One Hypernova, might have been an earlier set.
Yeah.
But those cards, I really love those cards. I really love the design.
The Naturia cards came out in Dabble.
Darkness. Yeah.
Whatever, Dark Blast, that's it, so they just haven't been like relevant just because of how oppressive the Ishizu cards were with the shufflers, like making it so that you just couldn't play any sort of Yu-Gi-Oh whatsoever. And it just hard countered the Runick engine because Fountain trying to draw cards just meant that it can't put
you can't bring the cards back. How can it draw?
But now with those cards gone, it just means that like Runick is a really, really powerful option, and it's the one that sticks out for me. It's just a fairly unsolved sort of area, even with the YCSs that have happened over the weekend in Vegas and Peru with the new format. I just haven't really seen anything that convinces me.
It's the one I want to play, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I really like the dynamic though because it's quite new. It's not something you'd normally see with traditional Yu-Gi-Oh! Because where's your battle phase? You have to wait another turn to try and attack, and that's almost like a massive resource.
It forces you to play a more controlled game rather than like if you tier a lot of the time, the turns could be over like turn one if you were playing, and not if you weren't playing a game against a tier one matchup. And I think that's why it was just the best deck because like every other matchup felt like so like it was always.
It was undeniable that you're just as long as you just play your cards right, you should be winning that game.
And it's even like with the positive variance that it created as well with like Kelbeck and Aikido being able to mill like 5, sometimes 10 in cases of the Gravekeeper's Trap. But that's the old format in with the new format. And some decks that have been introduced thanks to Photon Hypernova, Kashtira, like we've mentioned, had a really good showing at Leon, even with T Elements being in there. And it's only gotten better with Vegas and Peru. It's the most represented deck in both those YCSs. Branded is also on the scene as well with the 2 new fusion monsters in Verbrum, and I really can't pronounce the other one.
I'm not going to try to right now.
Normal or something? But, we'll get to that later.
We'll get to it,
And in Plunder, and we saw a good showing of Plunder at the Peru YCS. That topping as well, being splashed with the Runick engine, which is something I really didn't expect.
I thought it was a really unique combination. I guess you get the discard, right? So you can discard Whitebeard, you can discard the other cards. Just get 3 cards. And I thought that was really cool. When I saw it, I was like, yes. I told one of my friends, like, you need to try this now. So
it's 2 engines that go second that really complement each other. Because I think Runick definitely needs something else to get it going. You can't really play Runick by itself because it doesn't really go anywhere. And you need like a win condition to end the game. And I think Plunder really helped because you just summoned a bunch of big ships. They've also recently got a new ship. And that ship also is a means of beating Kashtira because it just does something like, just gives your opponent a token. And you can make it any attribute you want, which is something that like Plunder can really struggle with. Because it used to have really difficult matchups against Earth, which is quite frustrating because at the time Ishizu was all Earth. And Wind as well, because it didn't have a ship of that attribute.
So then you have the issue with the Fluanderies deck.
Which, it just wasn't the format for Plunder.
It was not. But hopefully we see that this weekend. It'll be really cool to see it.
For sure.
Again, talk about the Fluanderies. with the loss of the barrier statue.
Well, they're gone, right? So, like, I'd be very surprised if it did do well, but I think
it's possible still.
It's a decent engine. It's fine, but the reason why it did so well is because its wing condition is very good.
But I still think the cards are generically good, right?
Yeah, they're solid. Yeah.
The cards are generically good. As long as there's ever that way to fix that consistency issue, I think that deck's got a viable chance.
It needs a good enough win condition similar to Stormwind's.
Yes,
the cope was, I guess, the water barrier statue.
I saw that was funny.
But I just don't really think that's just the way.
I saw builds trying to play Fossil Diner as well, and I thought that was quite funny.
I mean, that's an acceptable win condition.
Yeah.
If you get the water barrier statue and the Fossil Diner down, then you are probably going to win.
Yeah, exactly.
If you couple that with like M-Pen, and you've also got things like Riser, which deal with removal, and
Apex
the
Avian.
Apex Avian. They're really solid, but Stormwind's really like brought that all together.
Yeah, agreed.
And it meant that like you just couldn't play, and the only out that you had was normal attack, which was just beaten by the Floundries Trap and M-Pen.
Or even the field spell as well.
Yeah, that field spell was very irritating.
Yeah.
Every time the Floundries player had a field spell, I had to play through it. It was exceptionally difficult.
Yeah. I remember trying to play through it with Sword Soul. It's like Tire and a dream.
Like you can't special any attendees, which is the biggest reason for playing Sword Soul.
Yes, agreed.
Sword Soul did drop off a little bit with the introduction of Tier and Sprite because they were kind of better versions of Sword Soul. Sword Soul didn't really lose anything, but you just didn't really see Sword Soul anymore.
They were just that bit better, right?
Yeah.
They just did that little bit more.
But with the transition of the new format, there's arguments to play Sword Soul now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's got such a bad Kashtira matchup, especially because you're not too fussed if your Sword Soul card goes to the graveyard.
Yeah. You can adapt. Like your first turn board is still the same as what it was. It just wasn't a big problem for T-Elements, but that's just because the T-Element engine was just so mental. Like your first turn board of Xi-Xiao Baron and maybe Blackout was just a little bit underwhelming. But now the engine's on as good. Kashtira is like quite linear with what it does, quite predictable.
Got two, maybe three plays.
Yeah, so like it's got its extend, it's got its initial summon, it's got its Theosis, Birth. And if you can stop all those and it's not that many disruptions, then you're fairly comfortable.
Yeah, you're in a winning position.
It's a reason why Kashtira is still like I would say probably the concession best deck, I'd say. I wouldn't say it's like outright like you would with T-Elements, but it's definitely the concession for sure.
Yep. I think there's just... I remember we saw the resurgence of it at Vegas. I believe someone got top 8 with it, maybe? Yeah. I think it was part of the Top Cut team. And I was quite surprised. It's just... Because it's always been that deck that has... It's a solid engine, and it's just got that room for all of those Go Second cards.
Yeah, it just works,
So it was quite good to see.
And we're in a format where engines can thrive if they have, things that naturally want to go second.
Yes, yeah.
Because when you've got Kashtira's first turn board playing around things like Nibiru and on a Rise Heart Pass, and that could just be oppressive enough, like not having access to your graveyard and a Rise Heart just banishing a card face down, that can be quite difficult. But if you have means like Tenyis, which can help you just push and
extend
and just play and play, it can just like make it so that like it puts them on having to have more than just a Rise Heart Pass.
What do you think of the Kashtira variants that are just gunning for that Rise Heart Pass with maybe a Forbidden Lance, a Book of Moon, those very Zodiac era cards?
Well, the engine's quite small, so it makes sense that you're playing it like similar to how they played Zodiac back in 2017. And I think that is probably the best way to play it. Like you're respecting everything. I think outside of playing against Kashtira, a Rise Heart Pass is a completely acceptable win condition.
Yeah.
And it's not something that's personally let me down when I've been playing with Kashtira. The only time when a Rise Heart Pass can get a bit awkward is when you are playing against Kashtira, because they don't care about the lingering effect.
They just summon a guy.
Yeah, like
and it's not enough. Like.
And you can also have instances where you go in and you summon Shangira and you activate Shangira. You probably won't because you've probably known that you're playing Kashtira at this point. But if you do, and then there's instances where you can just go special any Kashtira, put a Rise Heart on top because they've activated Shangira, and you can attack and then make Zeus and it just gets rid of the whole board. You just can't interact with them at
There's
any
no way
point.
to interact. That's the one bit that hasn't completely sold me on the Kashtira deck. It's if you do end on the Rise Heart Pass, I'm not whenever I've seen it, I'm staring it down. I'm like, it's fine. In my head, it feels fine.
It looks terrible. Like
yeah.
when I first did it, I played it at a regional of Scotland, and I entered with like not much knowledge of the Kashtira deck, and I was just told, just go right hard pass and just play around. And I was just like, it's deceptively good.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look very strong. And then, like, you don't realise the amount of work it's actually putting in because you watch your opponent, like, just frundle all their cards away.
Scrambling to try and out it.
This big, massive guy, and they just can't get rid of it. And then, like, next turn, you've got, like, outrageous amount of follow-up because you can do things like your Theosis has been banished, or you can big bang or summon back a Fenrir or Unicorn. You've probably got your Birth in play as well, so then you can just keep playing after that. Yeah. And it's just, like, you're not just throwing all your resources into one thing. You've just got follow-up as well. It's solid. It's just the only thing that concerns me about that particular player is when you are playing against Kashtira, and it just doesn't.
They just go Unicorn, Fenrir, and you're just looking at it now like, what do I do here?
And both points of interaction, like especially special Fenrir, force you to banish it face down.
Yes, yeah.
Because otherwise they're just going to go battle phase attack, banish that, and then you've just lost your win condition.
Everything you've established.
And but then you have to get rid of it. But then if they have Unicorn, then they can just get Unicorn, get Theosis of Birth, and then just attack into the Arise Heart. Yep. Then they can make an Xyz and then Zeus, and then you've just lost everything.
Especially if you lose the Birth as well, right? I feel like Birth just being on the board is already enough pressure in my eyes.
Sure. Birth's also a solid counter for any spell-orientated decks, like Runick and Naturia. A deck that's like heavy on spells will find Kashtira Birth quite problematic.
Yeah, because it removes those spells.
Just has that bonus effect of being able to just banish cards face down.
So, out of everything that we could think about for the event, what do you want to see take it all?
Well, something different would be great.
Yeah.
Like I'm a very at the previous Open, I was very well, in my mind, the best deck is T-Elements, and it made sense for me. I think it was T-Element format.
It was. So it was the release weekend for Darkwind Blast. Right?
That makes it.
So I think
in my mind,
made sense.
In my mind, it made sense for the best deck to win because
it was
statistically the best deck. So I'd like to see that just to add confirmation to how I feel.
Yeah.
But I don't really have a way of feeling right now. I'm just not sure how I feel about this format in terms of what the best deck is. So I'm mostly looking for sort of clarity.
Yes,
And at the moment, I don't think Kashtira is as strong. So I'd like to see somebody solve it in a way to show
a more unique
something
way,
insane.
right?
And I think what I'm more interested in is Runick, just because I don't think somebody's figured out a way that makes Runick really shine.
Yeah,
so if somebody can just tear this whole tournament with like a Runick engine plus something else, that'd be really interesting in seeing that win.
Personally, I'm quite a similar state, although I don't have much faith in the Kashtira deck, personally. It's not for me. I understand why it would be, but it's not what I would go for. Obviously, I'm always going to say Plant, the best deck, but
Rikka's decent.
I think Rikka's got a good point in this format, and I'd like to see how it goes. But for this event, I really want to see Mathmech.
Yeah.
I think Mathmech is unironically one of the best picks right now. It's got all of this room for all these powerful Go Second cards, play these hand traps, all of these types of cards. But then you also have this really, really powerful engine that it just doesn't lose to hand traps. It doesn't lose to these traditional interrupts.
There's no way of interacting with Mathmech Circular at all.
Yeah, exactly.
That can be quite irritating. And then, there's no real way of if you go down the route of playing Kashtira with a bunch of hand traps, they're just blanks against.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mathmech can build it around the shape of the meta.
Yes.
And you can overflow with hand traps, so you can have it overflow with removal to best things like Labyrinth and stuff. So you just don't have a bunch of blanks against those.
I'd like to see how it goes, especially without the bestials in the format, which was its main hindrance and why it fell out of popularity, along with its weakness, let's say, into tier. I'd like to see how it goes.
But I am expecting to have a similar sort of showing to Wysis Prue. Wysis Prue did have an exceptional representation for Kashtira, and I am expecting that as well. The Trap Trick structure deck has been really solid as well. A lot of people play Trap Trick, which is for a structure deck,
it's really
powerful, good. I think that's the best structure deck we've had since. Well, we did have Darkwood the week before. I guess those structure decks are the best structure decks I've seen since Salamander. where they're actually like competitively viable with like
Straight
the
out the
minimum
box,
that they
yeah.
have. Yeah.
But yeah.
So this I think is going to shape really, really nicely this event for the upcoming events of the YCS 250th in London as well, and maybe also pairing with UK Nats if it's a similar format, if we don't get any sort of changes leading up to that.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a short break, and just before we get started for the round one. See you guys in a minute. Welcome back, guys. We're ready to rock. Round one is underway, and we're just getting ready for the feature match for yourselves. We've got Gabriel Nett versus Stephen Reed, and we've got some interesting decks for you. The previous winner, Gabriel Nett, the winner of UK Open 4, is rocking up with something interesting.
Yeah,
something I wouldn't expect.
He's had quite a season so far. So he won the last UK Open. He reached top 8 of YCS Pasadena, and then recently got top 32 at YCS Lima in Peru last weekend, I believe.
Playing like a variety of decks. Just to show that like he's not a one deck wonder. Played like Sprite. Was it Sprite at the previous one?
Yep, Sprite. Runick.
And he played Tira Shizu at Pasadena, and at Lima he played this cool Nichiria Runick deck. Whereas with this one, he's playing
a fan favorite. A fan favorite. Going into round one now. He's playing the ever iconic Dragon strategy.
So we're just going straight into it. So we'll talk about the deck list as we go. So to make it clear, it is Dragon Link versus Trap Tricks. So Gabe is playing the Bestial cards, which is something that you haven't really seen in a while with the drop off of T elements. Bestials haven't really been as impactful as they previously were, because like Magnum generating so much advantage while interrupting your opponent was crazy good.
Yeah, exactly.
But now that the decks that you play either just don't have a graveyard or they don't
have
any light or dark.
Yeah.
So I think he's just using them as a means to just extend his engine as opposed to just being disruptions. But they can act as disruptions against decks like Branded, so it's a bonus like that.
Yeah, exactly. I personally, I find this Trap Tricks deck a really weird dynamic on the traditional control deck.
I know exactly what you mean.
Because you'd think Trap Tricks, trap hole, trap card set, but they don't.
No, they have like have a lot of like cool monster interrupts. Well, I've played like a fair few of them at locals, as you would, because it's more or less free structure decks.
Yeah.
Which is really good for a competitive deck to
especially just to introduce someone to the game.
Yeah, exactly. And they do things like they can end on Rafflesia and Serra and things like that would beat the traditional trap deck that would remove the back row, like Lightning Storm and things like that. Aren't the end of the world, because they have things like Rafflesia or Time Thief Redoer that can still interact with your opponent, and they're really good disruptions as well. Rafflesia being able to send Floodgate Trap Hole that interrupts like the Kashtira player.
Yeah, that's really, really strong.
That can just make them just pass turn as well.
Especially with the new Trap Tricks monster from the structure deck, which it's almost just protects all of your spell and traps from the hand.
Yeah, that bonus as well. Having an in-engine way just to protect your back row as well.
From like these crazy cards like Lightning Storm, Harpy's Feather Duster, Twin Twister, that might be ruining a day, let's say.
What makes this deck extremely consistent as well, like any Trap Trick card just goes straight into Serra. And if you combo it with another Trap Trick card, for example, the Field Spell, which gives you an additional normal summon, it means you can also end on a rank 4 as well. This isn't something I do see that often. I haven't really seen somebody go into the rank 4 Trap Trick. So I'll be interested to see what.
So this one, I believe it adds a Trap Tricks monster from the hands. So here.
He could be using it as a means to protect his back row.
Exactly. I think he might be looking to grab Mantis to get the other one that protects your spell traps, and just further extending his field so he can get more interrupts that might not be these traditional spell traps.
Does it have a disruption effect like Rafflesia?
I believe so. I think it's very good into the Kashtira matchup.
Like if a monster's owned by your opponent is sent to the graveyard or banished by a card effect, you can attach one of those monsters to this material. It's a decent disruption.
Yeah.
Gabe's deck is quite orientated around the graveyard. So
it's kind of similar to a Rise Heart in that respect, right?
And it looks like he's doing it as a means to just further extend, so it's just an extra monster on board on the field. Field. I'm going to keep saying field. we are just going to keep saying field, and every time I say the wrong word, I'm going to get punched in the face.
So he's going to make his Rafflesia here.
So would you prefer Rafflesia rather than Redoer in blind?
I think I would have made Rafflesia first.
Sure.
You just don't risk losing to cards like Nibiru at that point. Which, because you're playing a small controller into this deck, it's a little bit different. You shouldn't.
Yeah. Because Rafflesia can negate Nibiru with Gravediggers.
Yes, exactly.
By sending that from deck to grave, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
So it means that the deck not only does something small but high impact, it
Exactly.
also respects the high impact defensive cards as well.
Yep.
Gabe is playing Nibiru, so that is something that would
Yep.
have punished him if he did draw it. But he is playing a 60 card deck, so I guess he might have thought, whatever.
Yeah. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how Gabriel's turn starts, because
looking at his cards, you can have a combination of anything.
Yeah, looking at his deck list here, there is a wide variety of just very, very strong spell cards in his deck. Looking down the list, there's only a couple that I would say are more meant to stay in the deck, let's say.
Well, he didn't draw any defensive cards because he didn't interact with his opponent, so you're assuming that his hand's just all gas.
Very strong start here with Small World.
Well, that's anything in his deck.
It could get literally anything. So let's see where the bridge takes him.
So how many copies of that does he play? Because I know that's quite important to his combo.
He plays 1.
Okay, so I guess it's not that important to his combo.
It's not important enough, yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
That's beautiful.
That is, what makes Small World an exceptionally interesting card is not only as an engine, it can do things like this, where you can get your means of just getting rid of your opponent's cards on the field.
And you can see Stephen there at the top. He's just like, what is this I'm going to do to me here?
Well, you would probably get rid of the. Well, he's given it a quick read over.
Yeah.
I don't think it does anything particularly
is definitely
scary.
going.
You would get rid of Sarah and Rafflesia because Sarah is a means of extending your plays and also adding disruption. They can summon that monster from deck which banishes a card in the field, which would be particularly problematic.
Yes.
So it makes sense just to get rid of all the known disruptions.
It's also good here because the trap is still underneath that Trap Tricks monster. And that's the one that in the graveyard it would remove itself from play to special summon a Trap Tricks monster back. Fenrir here.
So as quoted, Kashtira Fenrir's full combo, but without Rise Heart. I'm not sure. So that is really, really rough. I think he knew that was there because I think he searched it off Mamelio. So he would have used it as a means to bait it, because that's obvious bait, where if you special Fenrir, like the first thing you want to do is to floodgate trap hold.
And then sitting there, you can see Steven's eyes.
His confusion over the boot sector.
What is going on?
I don't think I personally would have expected that. If
no, definitely not.
But when your opponent special summons Fenrir, it could be anything, because Fenrir is a fairly splashable card.
Yes, exactly. So, especially following a Small World as well. You can say it's a bit wild.
Yeah, kitchen sink sort of deck. It could have been anything.
Could have been absolutely anything.
I think it was still right to just like shotgun floodgate trap all the
I think so,
Fenrir there. Because Fenrir is like,
he has so much value.
A lot of pressure on the board as well.
Especially as Gabe is committing more to the field now. Trying to get to that boot sector launch.
Ooh, but he's got more of the whole cards, and the whole cards, I believe, are some of the best normal traps in the game.
I agree. Yeah. If I was ever going to play more casual formats, let's say, you just want to see even Trap Hole. I'll take Trap Hole, why not?
And this new Trap Trick Xyz is doing something here which can be really frustrating. The field spell as well is quite good. It means that like it protects your monsters from being destroyed by battle.
Yep. So let's see what's the next card.
Ooh, so that's interesting. So rather than a Striker Dragon being taken by the Xyz, he's using it to extend to his Magnuma. So the Magnuma is going to offer him a way of...
What's the last card in his hand?
It has to be something exceptional, right? It has to be an extra extender. It does look like that the traps have been too much for him to handle here. And Steven has one additional disruptor as well. By the means of Gabe's body language, he doesn't look too impressed with his and he's read the field spell just to acknowledge that the Magnum can't quite attack over it. So he's went straight to the end phase, and you would assume he's probably going to get a Druid Swarm here. Or he can search any dragon, not a Bestial, so he can get another form of extension. I don't know what the best dragon is for him to get here to help him push. Without Striker Dragon as well, it'd be quite difficult.
Yeah, especially without Striker Dragon now, it feels like you just lose that extra little bit of extension.
Striker Dragon is at 1 in the Forbidden Limited list as well.
Yeah, I'd read that because he summons Recharger there, his card in hand is probably Tracer. So he's going to get the Libellion for next turn.
Libellion does do quite a lot.
It does.
3 effects.
Yeah, it does in fact do a lot. The only issue I see is that this Trap Tricks deck might just be able to...
It's got a lot of gas.
Commit a lot of resources to the field. He might just be able to win.
The trap isn't in the graveyard anymore.
No.
But he could
But
probably
when he detaches it...
Yeah. So you can use it like, so summoning that meant that you can just search a Traptrix card, so there's follow-ups there. He has several different ways of playing this out, like Mamelio could get him like, if he thinks the turn's going to go on for a bit longer, he can use Mamelio to get another resource, another defensive card.
Yep.
He can go into Dianeers, if that's how you pronounce it, to summon a monster from the graveyard as well. And so he can just do a lot here, which can, and I don't think, since Gabe didn't get a disruptor, with the Magnum, I think he's just accepting his fate, more or less. I think
he's just trying to see.
He's just Gabe has accepted his fate here, and the winner of the previous UK Open is finding it quite difficult. 3 structure decks and the squad is beating his 60-card pile.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes as we enter game number 2 shortly.
Traptrick leading 1-0. Post side though is where these decks tend to struggle.
Yes.
If we look at Gabe's side deck, he does have a decent amount of removal in 3 evenly matched and 1 Harvey Silver Duster. Only 4, not something you can search off Small World either. No. So it's something that he might not see in his 60-card deck, but he is going first, so I wouldn't expect him to put cards in like that going first.
You might want to put the Duster in depending on what type of cards you wanted to remove from your main deck.
Because you would expect them to put in a bunch of defensive cards to stop you, so you get into a more grindy scenario. So it's not unreasonable to put going second cards like Harvey Silver Duster in the main, especially if you've got cards in the main deck that you just feel don't interact with that deck whatsoever.
So
I can't think of anything in here that wouldn't though. So maybe you just won't do that. Maybe you'll take out. Does he play Infinite Impermanence? He doesn't.
He does not. No.
Imperm is probably one of the first things I normally take out against Traptrick, since it's pretty terrible for the most part. And just put in more defensive cards. I'd probably put in Nibiru I normally wouldn't put Nibiru in against Traptrick, but the way Steven played was very ignorant of Nibiru.
Yes, agreed. Yeah.
So it is something that he considered to put the 3rd copy of Nibiru in the main deck.
Yep.
Steven's plan though.
Yeah, look at
what do you think he would do?
Well, first of all, I kind of like it. He's playing Lord of the Heavenly Prison as well in the main deck.
Okay.
Which we may not normally see, but I actually quite
because you're locked
like
into
that.
Traptrick's lock you or something, right?
I don't know if that lock applies on your opponent's turn, but
for sure.
With Lord of the Heavy Prison, it just gives you that like little bit of extra oomph on your follow-up turn, just to guarantee that.
One spell though, that's
one spell. That's the field spell.
That's correct. Just the field spell.
Yeah, that's all you need. That's all you need.
You normally see this deck at its best when it's playing a Pot of Prosperity to dig into your deck like 6 copies. I've noticed a lot of the trap decks as well. I've just straight up just threw a main deck evenly matched in there.
Yeah.
To help it go in second.
Don't disagree with it.
Me neither, no.
You just need those extra cards going second. Like I think evenly matched is across the board. It's something you'll see in a lot of these main decks, just because how it clears the field against Kashtira if they're doing it for that massive combo.
Yeah. And the added variance that evenly match adds as well. Like if you do draw it and you are going second against a matchup, like that can just steal a game that you otherwise might have lost.
Yes, exactly.
If you can't beat the field with your engine.
Yeah.
So we're going to get started here. It looks like they're just finishing off, cutting up the decks, and we're about to get started. I would assume Gabe would go first since he's playing a combo oriented deck.
I believe he will be. And then on Steven's side for hand traps and disruption during his opponent's turn, there's Ash Blossom Joy Spring, Nibiru, and Infinite Impermanence, and that's all even post side. So,
but you think that this deck is quite good and resilient in those sort of defensive cards, and they're not really particularly powerful ones either. Like they're not cards like Nibiru where like if you see that you just cry. Whereas like Ash Blossom, like an Ash Blossom at this point would just feel extremely underwhelming.
Agreed.
And you would have like several different sort of means of pushing after this.
Yeah. So Fenrir in this deck, as I've discussed with Gabe, full combo. And if this does resolve, I guarantee it's going to be the funniest combo we see throughout this entire event.
This field is going to be very cool to see.
It is. It's.
I remember I didn't get to see the combo because at this point I thought you couldn't do the combo. I thought I locked you into Xyz. That was me being silly. You don't actually have to special the Rise Heart. You can normal it. And its effect, the banished from deck, doesn't lock you into XYZ monsters. So you are free to do whatever on earth you want. So let's not spoil the rest of the combo though. Let the viewers just watch this. It is
Gabe
extremely
is having
cool.
a little think there. He's trying to decide.
He wants to respect everything, which is reasonable. There is an Ash Blossom in Steven's hand as well.
There also looks like there's 2 Parallel Exceed.
Ooh.
So looks like he is respecting the combo here, or the hand traps.
Okay, so I haven't seen this iteration of the combo. I've
Neither
barely
have
seen
I.
the first one. So maybe he is just... I don't know the deck well enough to think if he's getting in his own head. I think Gabe is a good enough player to respect things like that. And that was probably part of the plan. He probably has a Bestial to help him extend. He does. He's using Sornier to banish Recharger to summon. So he can then probably just go straight into Romulus without having to do the added fluff.
It depends what he wants to do here. Does he want to go for Romulus? Or does he want to go for the ever-powerful Jurassic Seal Pass? So... he is going for Romulus. No.
He's probably... He will be scared in the Nibiru, I think.
Yes.
But I think Ash Blossom on the Romulus probably would have put him in a really awkward position. Like, he must have valued Dragon Ravine really highly.
Yeah.
Especially, but he mustn't have needed the Zephyros, which would have been summoned from the Arsenal Falcon.
Yep. So here he's going to dump the Lubellion, Ravine.
Yeah.
Let's just see where he goes from here.
He's got a lot already with the Sornier, because that adds your extra sort of like branded side of things with like Lubellion. He is playing branded beasts and what have you, so which is an extra disruption. And the Lubellion stuff is just sort of that was just a free card that was just like sent from the Sornier as well.
Yeah. So just having a look to see what he wants to do next.
I imagine this is a fairly open-ended deck. Like your end board field is probably the same.
Yeah.
But like. In between that, there's a lot of different sort of lines that you can do.
Lots of decision making, and I think that's kind of what I like about this type of deck.
Using it straight up as discard fodder. Get that fluff out the deck.
Yeah, I guess you just don't want to draw it next turn.
No. Especially if you've got like cards on the field, it's just not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's just stuck in your hand, so you might as well just get it out of there.
I guess he is going to be using that Fenrir maybe as a disrupt now.
You could just leave it there. It is probably one of the... What makes Kashtira so good is if they get stopped in their tracks with like Imperm or Ash, like Fenrir is probably one of the best defensive cards in the game right now.
It does so much right now. You see people playing cards like Book of Moon just to try and beat Rise Heart, let alone even cards like Fenrir just to try and play going second.
Sometimes you can just go wide and just like keep a bunch of Kashtira main deck monsters on the field, and that just does an awful lot if you want to just respect certain things. Like, it's something that I've done plenty of times. Like if the 5th summon was going to be overlaying or Rise Heart, sometimes I would just leave Unicorn Fenrir up there and just let that just.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide where Gabe is going here because there's so many things going on.
He has a tremendous. He's opened all his bestials.
So is he gonna go? Yeah, he looks like he's gonna go for the.
It's going to Tum. Yeah.
Again, I really love this card as well. This
Tum is a cool card.
I remember when cards like Dragoon Sea Remus were announced. I was like, oh yes, a Tum time, let's go.
I remember this card being played in Erratic. So.
Yes, that's when I started playing as well. I'm quite looking forward to seeing this. So what can he get here? There's so many cards.
I do enjoy seeing like cool combos like this, especially when like they're in like an undefined format and it's your attempt to like because. Sometimes you need the confirmation of like another good player, like to show that something's good. But he has the confidence just to go, whatever. I'm confident in my own ability.
I can do it.
I'm gonna play a big event.
I'll be the master.
Yes, I will be the king.
So,
but it is looking all right. I don't think Steven has any forms of disruption.
So in my head, at least here, he's got Fenrir and he's got Seal. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, Seal is also probably one of the best disruption cards we've ever had.
Yeah.
And it's just follow-up as well. It can sometimes summon things like Kokimiri Draco from the deck if he is doing that. Is he? I don't think he is, but it is an option that you can do to make sure your opponent can't play the game. What would be his game plan with Seal? Like, what would he summon?
I think you would either traditionally go for maybe a Bestial, just because...
He doesn't play Dragon Maid or anything.
Yeah, you can get those generic like follow-up cards, right? You can get even Magnamut for another search, you can get your Jura's Worm for an interrupt, your... Oh, I can never remember the name of the other one. Bold Drake, that's another interrupt as well. Yeah. So
he's used all those. Like,
he's already used them all.
He's like, those bestials. I don't know what this Magnamut's even going to search at this point.
Yeah.
He probably has a Jura's Worm in there tucked away somewhere, so you'll end on a Jura's Worm disruption as well.
Let's see what's next. I think...
The Jura's Worm isn't going to really interact with the trap trick engine at all, but I guess it's just another.
But the thing is, right, I think Seal does enough versus the trap tricks on its own as well.
If they don't have the field spell, then. Or you can even like let them normal summon if they activate the effect Fenrir banishes it face down.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know if the field spell is once per turn. I'm not sure, but if it is, then that's something Seal can bounce as well.
I think it's similar to Evil Sworn Caster.
Right.
So as long as it's just there, you just gain the additional summon.
I see.
So it might be a bit different to that, but I don't know.
So you probably can't go down that line.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they just summon another one and you just bounce it, right? So it's like
you're right. Yeah, they just let them normal summon and then bounce it. Then you absolutely didn't think that far.
So here we go. My favourite bit, Seal. He got there in the end.
Like back in previous formats, when Dragon Link was popular, a lot of the time it was just going Heroic Seal pass, and that was just really unreasonable. Like it was just so powerful.
A very good friend of mine, Nicholas Burgess, he won UK Nationals last year, and I played Dragon Link for maybe a year prior to that, and every single time he just goes on about it. He's like, I think when you commit all of your resources to board, I'm not that scared, but when you've got Seals tidying 6 cards in hand, that's when it's the most scary. Because you have to win that turn, otherwise the amount of resources you've accumulated, it's just over, isn't it?
It puts you on, like, you have to win in this turn.
Yes, exactly.
Because otherwise the follow-up is going to suck.
And that's what I've always liked about Dragon Link of old. It always felt like you just got all these cool cards.
It can do a lot with nothing, because they're all dragons, and it only requires a dragon to get your stuff started. Beast is a disruptor by attributing a dragon to pop a card in the field.
Yes, it's again really good into these more control-based matchups because you destroy any card on the field. That includes trap cards.
Oh, so he has went for something fairly basic, but I guess he just recognises that he doesn't have to commit a lot of resources because the trap trick engine is fairly...
I mean, it's also unfortunate here because you do see Stephen has got 2 copies of Paradox Speed in hand.
Can you trigger them both?
No, you can only trigger 1, and even worse, if he's only playing 2, no, he's playing 3 luckily, he wouldn't have a second target.
Like, he activated the card on the field, so I don't think this was correct. I think he definitely had to normal that. Yeah. And just
this copy of Pudica, it does get the field spell, so at least gives you that extension.
I suppose.
But I do think, the Fenrir removing it from play here is just an issue on its own.
Yeah, like, he considering his hand, and it's banished face down for the viewers. There we go.
There you go.
Considering, like, the game state.
Oh, he does?
Oh, he does have triple tactic talents.
Oh, that's quite
That
interesting.
is quite strong, so it means that if he goes take,
if he takes,
he forces the seal.
There he goes for a draw too.
Oh, he's going for a draw.
I think you have. I think looking at Steven's hand there, I didn't see another trap tricks monster.
Yes, fair enough.
So that's the only issue here.
That's a shame. If it was coupled with like another trap trick monster, this would have been really good. But you're just in the same situation as you were previously, but you've got more cards in your hand.
Yes, exactly.
You needed something unfair, like evenly matched or something like that, I think.
Which if he did draw it there, that would have been really, really powerful.
And I think that's the biggest problem Triple Tactics Talents has. Like it's an exceptionally good card in its own right, but it does need to be paired with other stuff to make it really good. Like you need like a lot of gas.
Yes, agreed.
Your first disruption also needs to not matter.
So is that where would you say Talents is within the format right now?
It's a very varied card, I think. Especially with the format being so diverse, it's very unpredictable how good it can be.
I think it depends on the nature of the strategy you're playing. So for example, Gabe's deck, I think Talents is a very, very good, strong card there. Because it has all of these open-ended possibilities that you can do throughout the turn, be it remove interrupts from their hand, interrupts from their field, or try to draw 2 more additional extenders.
He's allowed him to get the Serra, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think he's going to be waiting for anything here, and then that's what he's going to be using the seal there.
Because Paralexi needs to summon to a Zona Link monster points to, with the monster no longer being on the field.
So I think this is correct, you wait for the...
I think he is confirming that it doesn't summon. Yes. That's correct,
I think it's the same thing here if he activates the Trap Extender, the Trap Tricks Holutea. You wait for that to activate, you have to discard a card for cost, and then you remove the Serra from the field, then just to stop them getting that additional advantage.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, and Magnemite will also trigger here as well. Yeah. I'm not sure if there is another bestial you can actually search, but that
luckily,
is cute.
you can search any dragon in his deck.
You're right, I forgot.
So, we've got so many cards in his dragon deck.
I'm so used to just searching bestials.
Yes, exactly.
I just thought it was just bestials.
It's okay.
This is probably his last means of extending. And then after this, I'm not sure where he really goes. Like, he goes into Serra, and then he doesn't even have any traps.
Yeah, I think he's going to consider using this branded beast here.
Yeah, not unreasonable. Is the card banished?
From memory, no, I don't think so.
What is the parameters for it to be banished?
It removes itself from the grave as a graveyard effect.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, it does have a graveyard effect.
Trying to think of something to liken it to, but I cannot. So
they have decent recursion trap trick.
Yes,
I think it's just again like
it has to get going, right?
Trap trick. Yeah, trap decks just have that issue. Like when they go second, like the.
I think it's a similar sort of issue with the Labyrinth strategy as well, right?
They have traps that interact with the field though, with like things like goes and match and whatever.
Yeah.
Which I think that helps the Labyrinth deck quite a bit, which I think might make Labyrinth just a little bit better than trap trick. And then monsters are a bit more unfair as well.
Yes.
Like the big lady being free gay, massive. Ferrier can't deal with that.
I like the.
But Stephen has conceded here. It did look like an impossible feat for the trap trick engine to deal with. That sort of feels like Fenrir by itself's quite hard, and then paired with Heretic Seal is quite good. Gabe not going in enough because he knows that what he had was completely reasonable.
He did respect the interrupts there instead of trying to normal summon that Rise Heart and do the full spiel.
Heretic Seal respected Nibiru to an extent as well.
Yes,
because Nibiru would tribute the Heretic Seal, and Heretic Seal would get him what he needed.
Exactly.
Not sure what that would have been, but he knows the deck more than me. Yeah. So if he was ever in that situation, I'm sure he had a backup plan.
Yeah, one deck we didn't talk too much about is this Dragon Link deck. It is something that I do want to have a look into, have a little peek.
Oh, it looks cool.
Because maybe not as combo oriented as this strategy, but I want to play something more control. I want to summon that seal. I want to have that branded beast.
I've noticed Dragon Link is doing it best when it doesn't go for the wombo combo sort of stuff with Boral Savage and stuff.
Yeah.
Like Seal Pass is normally stressful.
As we're talking about with this Rise Heart Pass, it's a very similar take on it. It's minimal, keep everything for next turn, and you just remove them.
I think the 60 card strategy might be more for just banter.
Yes.
If I'm to be rude. Maybe if this is like solved to like maybe like a consistent 40 card variant where it's playing like just a solid engine with hand traps where you go Seal Pass with defensive cards.
Yeah.
That's probably really scary.
I think if you start with these 60 card decks, often, unless you're myself, you end up going down and down and down, and you aim for that perfect 40 that you're really happy with.
Post side as well, like since he's only playing 4 like removal cards in evenly matched and Hobby 7 it's the percentage chance of seeing those cards is just quite low, and that makes me feel uncomfortable, which is why I tend to avoid 60 card decks.
On the plus side, he is playing Gamma Seal, the Details from Kaiju.
True.
Which is an additional go second card.
He is playing more cards in the main deck that will help him in this trap trick matchup, because the Gamma Seal and Lava Golem, as terrible as they can be against trap decks, they're quite good against trap trick, because they have a blend of both traps and monster disruptions.
Yeah, it's why I'm quite interested to see how Steven takes this third game. Game 1.
You would expect him to go first.
He's definitely going to go first. If he doesn't, I believe in him. But
he does have 9 cards from what I can see that you can put in Solemn Judgment, Anti-Spell Fragrance, and Dimensional Barrier. Anti-Spell Fragrance would be quite good against Gabe's 20 cards, so a third of his deck is spells.
And then you can
Anti-Spell would be quite strong. But in saying that though, he does have a lot of monsters as well, which can help him push through that anti-spell. And the D-Barrier, historically, doesn't really do an awful lot against Dragon Link. No. But we are heading straight to Game 3. So can Gabe keep his title defense alive by beating this trap trick strategy? Or can Steven overcome this cool Dragon Link deck? And I think cards like Solemn Judgment will really help him with that, because Solemn Judgment will make it so that any unfair card that Gabe has drawn to interrupt his field.
So it looks like he's got Lord of the Heavenly Prison, Infinite Permanence, and some Trap Tricks monsters.
What more could you ask for? He's opened the card that searches a Trap Trick monster.
On the bright side for Gabe, he hasn't drawn one of those 9 formidable side deck cards.
You'll draw it for turn.
On the downside, they will. on the downside, he does have playable. On the upside for Steven even, he has playable. He's got an extra couple of interrupts. And even got the lore to play around those removal cards like Harpy's Feather Duster and Gabe's side. So we're just going to see where he goes with this combo now.
It does look like he's just going to go for something fairly standard.
Yeah.
Coupled with a Heavenly Prison, which would be quite interesting. I don't think... The only thing that would be quite irritating against is if Gabe has Harpy's Feather Duster.
Yes.
Because I think that Heavenly Prison isn't really putting much work against any other card in Gabe's deck. But I think it'll be quite irritating. It'll be quite frustrating for Gabe if he does have Harpy's Feather Duster. Because then it just won't do anything.
Oh, he has Parallel Exceed. Oh,
so we're going to see a lot more this turn. Parallel Exceed just gives you that extra rank 4 on this field as well.
So what do you think this Parallel Exceed should be aiming for here? Do you think he should try and commit with more of those Trap Tricks extension plays? Or do we think we should just go straight for that defensive Rafflesia?
In 40 cards, you could probably be a bit more conservative. But nah, he's playing 60, he won't have drawn.
He won't have it.
No. I think especially as well, like you're playing against somebody, if you acknowledge this person's like quite good, you need to do things a bit more unreasonable to make it so that their engine doesn't beat you.
Yes.
And also the 60 card like engine, a lot of the time when they're all gas, it's really difficult to deal with. So you have to put yourself on like, I'm going to just put up as many disrupting cards as possible. And if you have Nibiru's, that's fine. My field wouldn't have been good enough to beat you.
There you go. He's got to go for it.
He's just going to go extend, which is what I like to see. I want them to keep going and going and going.
I'm quite curious to see if you could do anything with that XYZ and end on something more formidable, let's say, with it. I know you can make...
This is a means of extending, so I imagine he has the field spell, unless he's just searched for Melio. Okay, that's peculiar then.
Did he search for Melio after that?
Yeah. Then Sarah would trigger... Maybe he just wanted it to trigger the Sarah, which is fine, because then if he activates that trap, Sarah will trigger again to summon from deck, which will then get him a Mellow.
There you go. There he's going to do it.
He does have a trap to discard, though, right?
Yep. So Infinite Impermanence, which is a level of interrupt.
That is a shame that he had to discard that, because Infinite Impermanence is a pretty solid interrupt.
It would be really strong if he had a Trap Tricks, or a Trap Hole, to discard.
Normally when you discard a hole, it's just free, right? Because you can just reset the hole. Which one would you get here?
I think you
probably
go for...
Mamelo, right? Oh, no,
I think you go for... Is it Pudica? The one that would add the field spell. It only adds the field spell on summon, but it has a graveyard effect. So if it summons... Oh, it has an on summon effect, sorry. If it summons during your player's turn, I believe it can banish a card.
It does,
so that's, again, it's just another interrupt he can generate.
Can it summon itself from graveyard?
No, the trap card can. So the trap cards,
I see the synergy now. Very good.
He's gone for Baguska.
Okay.
Plan B.
Is that? I can't imagine that's extremely strong against a Dragon Link deck.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I think the Rafflesia was actually more terrifying.
Yes.
Than the terribly tied
Rafflesia is it's difficult to predict because there's so many hole cards and you've got to respect them all. And he doesn't have any traps at all, so his Heavenly Prison doesn't really do anything.
Which that means his Sarah isn't really getting too much advantage either.
Yeah, I think the better play would have been to just make Baguska set the Imperm.
Yeah.
And I think that would have been extremely
reading
more valuable.
From Gabe's body language here as well, he sped up. So, traditionally that means whenever you see a player speed up, that traditionally means that they know what they're doing. They've figured out the goo.
Yes.
And he's
Gabe seeing Steven not set a single trap card only means one thing. It's time to do a wombo combo. The only thing he really, I guess, has to respect is Nibiru.
Yes.
Because he can just ignore this Baguska for the most part with his Link engine.
It depends what he reads that this Baguska is telegraphing, maybe? How do we say that? So the Baguska could telegraph maybe that he has more hand traps, more of those types of cards, or he just doesn't want to commit the Rafflesia resource. Or maybe he's just, again, he saw the Fenrir's and he just didn't want to play into that, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the Fenrir he thought was just quite scary.
A little bit spooky.
Yeah, I think a more conservative play would have just been better. Setting the Imperm and making Baguska. Doesn't even have to make Baguska, you could probably make Rafflesia. And I think that would have been significantly more scary.
Especially here, as you're just going to watch Gabe just climb and climb. Does he play Unicorn, maybe? No.
Does he even need to get rid of the Baguska? Does he
I guess not, no. I'm just thinking, how is he going to put enough attack position monsters to clear out this game? if you know what I mean.
The only card in his extra deck that he would really that he would care about is a ton. I think everything else is a link monster.
Yeah.
So I don't think he needs any of his monster effects in his main deck on the field.
Yeah.
So I think this Baguska's just gonna do nothing.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. I mean,
but that does happen though. Like Steven is probably just unaware of how this deck works, and especially if you see a Fenrir, like you just assume that okay, Baguska's good against Kashtira, so maybe it's good against this deck. And unfortunately, his read was just incorrect. But that does happen when you play in a deck that you're not sure how it works.
Gabe make Pisty here, and then I think he'll end up going for the triple burst dragon. I think the line here is make Borderland Dragon, clears it all.
Yeah.
And then
Borderland Dragon.
We'll see what else
really
comes up
card,
after that. Yeah.
Borderland Dragon will probably just sweep the board.
Yeah.
And by board, I mean field.
I think Borderland is one of my favourite cards to be incorporated into this dragon strategy.
So good.
It's just everything you kind of want from that finishing card.
Like last year UK Nats, it was quite reasonable for a Dragon Link player just to go Borderland pass, and it was quite difficult to out.
Yes, yeah. Without Rise of Aramis, it was very, very hard to out.
I wasn't sure how Desby and Sword Soul really dealt with that card.
I'd say they didn't really.
I think he just accepted it. Yeah, this is just a pain.
So where does he go from here, yet again? So he might be able to make a little bit of a further push, because he does have the Black Dragon in hand if he can get to something.
He's probably just going to... No, he's not getting rid of the Baguska. He's attacking over the Serra. I guess that makes sense. Like, it is the most... Well, post this turn, it is the most stressful card.
Yep.
He might be thinking of time as well. He's probably just attacking the Serra just for damage.
Yeah.
It's completely reasonable. It can also have multiple attacks, which is something that just dawned on me right this second.
Yeah.
And he's also put him in a position where it's just like, okay, his follow-up, he has to put that Baguska in attack mode, so that means all my stuff's just going to be online.
Yeah. And I think he's also just understanding that, how does he out it?
Yeah, true.
That's
He's probably thinking there's 4 minutes on the clock. I've done a really good amount of damage. I think Borrow ends on 3k at least. So that's at least 2-2 damage that he's just done there through the Serra. And that means a Trapchick player now has to deal more than 2-2 damage through a Borrowland. And the only way that like Trapchick can do a lot of damage at once is with Grave Diggers, which does 2k, which still isn't even enough.
It's not enough.
But you just don't activate a monster effect in hand, so you don't trigger that.
So he is going to summon this back, summon the Tracer back here. And then I think, let's see if he'll clear it or not.
Yeah. I think Gabe had talents as well, which is something that he just couldn't activate because...
He didn't need to. His opponent has no interruptions, so he has no need for it.
So now you can just play at a reasonable pace, just to run down that clock in a very legal manner, of course.
Yeah, I think
he's just playing the game.
So he's got Branded Regained in hand, which is quite cool to see as well. Discarding the talents.
It's not doing anything.
I think that makes sense. There's been no interruption as of yet, so...
I would, in the back of my mind, I probably would be a little bit scared of Nibiru, but maybe he's just thinking, it's whatever. If he Nibiru's me, like, he still then has to play and deal an amount of damage against me. So if I just play and then get Nibiru'd, it's like, alright, okay, that's still burnt some time on the clock.
Let's see what he's thinking about here. I'm not sure where he can next go, because I know he can make a Savage Dragon with the Black Dragon Clap Serpent.
With a Baguska on the field, that's probably not the...
Yeah.
It's probably not the ideal thing to do.
Yeah. Well, I think... Yeah, true, does say. I think he's going for it, though.
I swear to God, if he goes to Boral Savage and then he goes to effect, well, the Baguska...
that is actually a thing. It does permanently negate the effects, I believe. Borderlands.
Oh, you can get the effect of Baguska.
Yeah,
okay,
so
then.
I do think it permanently negates the effect.
That's me being an update. So that's fine then. So this is a completely exceptional, reasonable play.
Do you know if maintenance costs still activate for monster effects been negated?
Well, I think it would, right?
Yeah. I would say so as well.
No, I'm not a judge.
I'm not a judge either, but
I would assume that
because
the effect, it would attempt to activate regardless of it being negated.
So I think that's the thing that might give Steven this little bit light of the dark in the dark, because he gets to detach that trap in his standby phase, which gives him that little bit of extra extension.
Yeah, but with barely any time to do it, and Gabe setting up an Omni negate.
Yeah, as well as another monster. He's still got the monster negate as well through Borrel.
I just don't think it's happening, and he could also just keep playing. Which and is that bounded regained as well?
Yeah, so if one's banished, I believe it puts it at the bottom of the deck, and then you draw a card.
What needs to be banished? A brand?
No, a monster. I think it's just any monster. I might be wrong.
That's pretty good.
I know it does. It definitely does light and dark.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's actually really, really good synergy.
Yeah.
And like
drawing a free card here can't be that bad.
That's the thing. Yeah, his play was intelligent. Yeah, just dealing that damage and then playing afterwards, and then putting him on. Yeah, you got a minute. Play for this.
Yeah. Driver drawn there.
Lucky me. Well,
beautiful.
You'll go for some vanilla ice cream after this win, unless Steven can pull it out in the next minute.
Yep.
I really have no idea. No, that's the concession there. And Gabe, shaky start game one, he's brought it back with his really cool Dragonlink deck and beaten the Trap Trick strategy 2-1. He's won round one, and this puts him in a really good spot to retain his UK Open title.
And yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see his full combo.
Full combo.
But maybe we'll see it later in the day.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see how his deck performs. And yeah, I'm really interested to see it. As discussed, we do love this dragon deck and everything it can do. And
but it just goes to show that you don't have to do a wombo combo with it. Like similar with Kashtira, they have a lock 5 combo, but a Rise Hall Pass is pretty solid anyway. So if you do get disrupted, it's not like make or break whether you do the full end board or a field or not. You can just simply does it, Fenrir, Seal, Branded Beast, and that was enough.
It was enough.
That was just.
I think that's for my personally. That's my dream end board. I love that. Like,
Seal Path.
Yeah, he had enough cards in hand for next turn, enough resources scattered throughout his field, his graveyard, his hand. Still a lot of the deck and the extra deck. He just had everything he wanted, and that's my happy place.
Yeah, it's really good, and I'm really interested to have a chat with him about this deck as well, so we can talk about it a lot more. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the winner of round one, and we're going to have ourselves a little interview with him. So we'll be right back with that. Welcome back, guys. We're here with the winner of the previous UK Open and the winner of round one, Gabriel Nett. How you doing, mate?
Doing alright, having fun.
Doing great. How are you feeling about, it looked a bit of a shaky game one, it was just like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
Trap Trick's actually a hard matchup because most of the breakers aren't good into Trap Tricks, like Lava Golem, stuff like that. So the flood gets very good into the deck.
Yes. We did see that your first play was like a Lava Golem, and we're just thinking, oh, he's just drew that Lava Golem, and it looks like it's going to be smooth sailing from here. But then he started hitting you with his machine gun of holes.
Yeah, it's more like I just couldn't really like have follow-up, and because of the field spell, I didn't clock at the start of the turn that I couldn't Magnamut crash into the other girl because of the field spell. So I was like, once he has like an E and that, I can't really play through.
We saw that like your first play was a special Fenrir, probably the debate the floodgate trap.
It trades 1-for-1, it's fine.
And then after that was just the rest, just a bit too much for your engine.
Yeah, I mean Trap Tricks is very good when you get to go off and resolve its play.
I think one thing I was worried about with your 60 card deck, like not being able to see those like removal cards, but like it showed in game 3 that like engine was just enough, I guess.
Yeah. When you have good engine, it plays through. Let's talk about the good deck.
Yeah, sure.
So game 2.
Yeah.
You did my favorite play. Seals, a little bit of other bits, pass.
I could have done for the bigger one, but because of my hand, it was very weird. Like if Revolution Falcon got ashed,
you had to let no extension, right?
I had to be conservative.
Yeah.
We noticed that you were very conscious of Ash, and you tried to bait Ash before you went to the Romulus.
Yeah.
I imagine if Romulus did get ashed, your field was just going to be like much worse.
Not really. I mean, they're like the boot sides have been pretty good for me. Like, and I had like both Bestials, so I had a good hand regardless. I just couldn't like throw into the Revolution Falcon getting ashed. Because if it gets ashed there, I don't have a light or dark to banish for the Bestials in my hand.
Yeah. So the deck's really, really good. Really, really cool. Really, really interesting to see like in action. So what sort of prep did you have like leading in this? What revelation? Talk about your revelations.
So I was in Peru until Tuesday. And then I got stuck in Amsterdam for a day because my flight got cancelled coming back from Peru. So, and then it worked. So I had this in the bag for a while, and I was like, it's a UK Open, I want less time, it sounds fun, I want to play it.
So you just sat in an airport in Amsterdam, fishbowling this deck and thought, yeah,
Nah, I fishbowled it yesterday night. I just sat Marcus, I'm like, okay, alright, we're playing. Then I showed Marcus twice, I'm like, okay, that's good.
Good enough, they'll do.
So we talked about game 1 already, how it just wasn't really going for you.
Yeah.
Do you think? Are you worried that that's going to be quite typical, or do you reckon that's just sort of like an anomaly that was just unfortunately on stream?
I mean, I might just win the die roll. I think like, mainly Trap Tricks. I think that game, if it's against like Cash or Daspia, it's a game that's way more controllable. But because Trap Tricks interact so well with my monsters and they don't go to grave, I can't like do Bestials. It gets more annoying.
Because your deck seems quite versatile, like the classic like hand traps. But when you start to introduce things like cards in the field like traps.
Exactly. Book of Moons are like very annoying.
Yeah.
So,
So it can be quite difficult to play for the same cards that can be difficult for Kashtira as well.
Yeah, exactly. It is a Kashtira deck. It's Kashtira Dragon Link.
It is a Kashtira deck.
Okay. It does play similar to Kashtira, where I was saying to Alex how like you can go for the one Warlock 5 combo, or you can go for something safe like the
seals, the beast. Some other little bits here.
Why did you go for that play game 2?
It's because basically I checked for Ash and it's Trap Tricks. It's a very low, like if I end on Fenrir Seal the Lobalion, I really can't lose against that deck.
Yeah.
So I didn't need to risk going into Nib. I had a line that I went like Ravine pitch the Strudo, and then I make Ancient Fairy Dragon. Ancient Fairy Dragon pop the Ravine. And then I summon the Rise Heart and I make Revolution Falcon and I combo that way. But I thought it was unnecessary because that way I ended on 4 cards in hand and I had Seal.
Yeah, it was enough.
Exactly.
It was
so
enough.
like even if he broke, even if I was like thinking, even if he goes like Evilly Talents, I still win this game because I just have the follow-ups. There is no point throwing.
Yeah, we were playing the scenarios out in our head, like just strictly with Trap Trick Engine. We were just thinking like I just don't think there's any means.
No.
Yeah, I'm like he has 2 summons. One gets Fenrir, one gets bounced.
Yeah.
There's only so much he can do.
Exactly.
The card of the format to fear, in my opinion, I'm not sure if it's something that you particularly fear in this deck. It's Nibiru. Was that something that was in the back of your mind?
Always.
Yeah.
The deck is not particularly great in Nibiru, but it's fun, so it's fine. We'll find ways through.
Is that just something you just take on the chin if they have Nibiru now?
I mean, you generate a lot of advantage. So the situations that you get Nibiru, you already have like your Liveneers, your branded cards, and sometimes you can like Seal float into something. If you have a good hand, you can Savage early.
Yeah, like Seal naturally just helps you play with Nibiru as well.
Exactly.
So, do you regret your deck choice, or you quite
No, I'm happy. I'm enjoying myself. This is a gift to myself. I told myself if I did well in Peru, I would be able to enjoy myself and play a fun deck for the Open.
And you did do well at YCS Peru, so is that pretty much the reason why you didn't decide to play the Naturia deck? Is just to...
Yeah, I wanted to play something more fun. I really like the Naturia deck, but I've been playing it for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I like breaks, and I like playing quirky things.
We do love dragons.
It is quite an intricate control deck in the Trio deck where you will be playing the full 40 minutes. Because
Exactly. Every round is like, I go to time, and I go near, and you have like skip battle phase.
And looking towards the 250th, is this something that you consider, or would you lean more towards the Trio deck?
I think there's something in here. I don't think like this list exactly is optimized.
For sure, yeah.
This is just like
everything
my fever dream.
Yeah.
This is like the, all good stuff just thrown together. But I think dragon cards are pretty good, so maybe there's something there for me.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely like a blend of stuff in there which can be optimized leading into the 250th. So one last question then. Are you going to win?
Yes, always.
Yes.
You asked me last time.
Yeah.
So
foreshadowing.
I'm going to run it back to back.
Thanks, Anakia. Thanks again. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, and we'll see you for the round 2.
Bye. Cheers.
Cool. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, and we're back. Hello.
Round 2.
Round 2 is ready to go. So we've got two quite good players here in Owen King and Connor Zhao. At the previous UK Open, we did feature Owen King, who played a Sword Soul strategy very, very well. This time, he's playing a branded strategy.
Branded's one of those weird decks right now. It's, I would say personally, I think it's the most powerful deck in the format. By just raw power, everything you can do, all of these really cool cards.
Yeah.
Branded Fusion, I can't think of words right now. It's that crazy as a card.
Resolving that card is an extreme serotonin rush that no card has ever replicated.
And we're going into round 2 where we're going to see it resolve, I hope. But
the problem with branded is when it doesn't resolve, you just think, oh.
Yeah, if
like
the branded fusion doesn't resolve, it feels very like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Where is my game plan?
Last year at UK Nats, the strategy was this card has to resolve, and if I do, I win the game. So you played cards like Cross-Eyed Designator, Call by the Grave, but this format, there hasn't been an awful lot of that. It's just been sort of acceptance. Because the deck's bigger now. There's new cards in Cartesia and the Bestials, so you just don't have room for that sort of fluff anymore. So you just sort of just take it on the chin and accept it.
Exactly.
There are backup plans. There's certain combinations of hands where Cartesia can get you there amongst other cards, but it's not ideal at all. So and you've got cards that do help you through.
You've like
resolving Branded Fusion, Infusion Deployment, which can summon the Aquas Dolphin, which I'm not sure if he is.
But you can also summon Cartesia. Cartesia,
which does
more
help.
Extenders, better ways to play.
Branded is starting, which is pretty much game plan number 1. Because post side they have a very extreme win condition in Branded Expulsion. Summoning the Gimme Puppet so your opponent can't play.
Exactly.
So winning game 1 is just really, really important. Winning the roll game 1 is really important because game 1, your engine is and your defensive cards on the field are just really, really powerful.
This is a really, really good start for Owen. Playing around a lot of these different interrupts.
He's opened Branded Lost, which means that his... Oh, that's Branded Opening, sorry. So he's opened Branded Opening to ditch.
Yeah, and he's already got that Cartesia on field as well, so he plays around cards maybe.
Yeah,
like
so he's playing around Infinite Impermanence. So if he can catch out somebody who doesn't know quite what Cartesia does. So Cartesia in the main phase, Confusion Summon.
Branded Lost as well.
So does Connor Zhao have the Ash? And
He does not, it's resolving already.
Does he even play Ash Blossom?
He does.
You would assume most Kashtira decks would main deck
He's also
Ash
playing
Blossom.
Dimension Shifter, which...
In the main deck? I'm not quite sure about that.
I know it's a bit of a weird choice at the moment because, well, Kashtira is the number 1 deck to beat, let's say.
It made sense to be in the main deck at YCS Leon when you were counteracting the tier matchup, and it just meant that it was more ignorant and they couldn't use their graveyard. But now being in the main deck, I'm not sure what super counters that you particularly worry about. It's quite solid against the Runick stuff.
I think it's still a good pick.
It's
I think
fine.
for this event, I think it's a lot better than maybe
It could
perhaps
be
at
fine,
YCS. Because at YCS you're predicting you're going to be playing against a lot more of these Kashtira mirror matches.
You would assume Kashtira is going to be the most represented deck. So
whereas
maybe he expected a lot more rogue at this event.
Exactly.
So he's building his deck differently, which is completely reasonable.
Yeah. So you can see here he's...
Owen is doing full whack from what I've seen.
He's going for everything and anything. So
the mistake I was making when I first was playing Branded, I was just doing this Bear Brum stuff where you were like summoning Bear Brum and like doing a combo like that. But that was just it was a lie. It was all like, you don't do any of that. You do what you previously did in UK Nats format where you were just going Mirror Jade Branded and Red Pass. Because that's still crazy.
It's still really good.
It's still really, really good.
I think it's just ignorant almost if you try and force yourself into those bigger, better plays, let's say.
Yeah, because then you're more susceptible to things like the Burrow, which Branded previously otherwise played around in the last format. So people argued that the deck got worse, but I would disagree. You could definitely do an awful lot more, and Lebellion just adding more and Cartesia adding more to this deck just makes it so that it's a little bit more versatile than what it once was.
The way I see it is you're still setting up all of these different levels of interrupts. And as long as you've got that Branded and Red access at the end of your turn, if you get the Buried, it's okay. Because you still have all of these interrupts that are just spawning from this one Branded and Red. That's because that's the
You can also respect it to some extent as well with Macoria.
Yes, as well. You can see Owen is playing...
He's playing one. So he wouldn't have been able to respect it this way because he went Gold Sock, banish Macoria to get Cartesia. Was that the play?
I think so, yes, yeah. So what is he going for here? So he's just resolved the Albion, and I think he's trying to decide if he wants to use Cartesia effects on his turn.
To go into, we've got it right here. We could try and read it. Gran Gorgnol.
The Dusk Dragon.
Let's call it Dusk Dragon.
Dusk Dragon.
Yeah,
might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, let's call it Granny Dusk Dragon.
So no, it looks like he is just going to pass with this.
And this is completely reasonable.
Yeah.
Like Cartesia being a quick fusion in his turn is like pretty good for dealing with any interrupts that would interact with his field. He drew Ash Blossom return, which is probably one of the most cringe things that can happen when you are playing against Branded Despia, because you would want that in your own hand.
Exactly. Yeah.
This would not be there if he ashed Branded Fusion.
Who knows what else would have happened this turn if Branded Fusion got ashed.
And I think that's why a lot of players get put off playing Branded Despia, just because something as ridiculous as Ash Blossom on Branded Fusion does just turn your turn into mush.
That's why I think it's very in a weird space at the moment. I believe one topped YCS Lima.
It had a poor representation at YCS Lima, which is quite peculiar to see, because I think it's got one of the most strongest win conditions going first with the Gimmick Puppet.
Yeah.
So I thought I would have saw a lot of it. And that being a thing in the format makes the format really weird, because it is something that you have to
respect some amount.
You 100% have to respect that, because you will lose if you don't.
Yeah. It depends on the argument, really, because he's going to book the Cartesia.
Yes, so you would have done that in draw phase or standby phase.
Just to play around it, right?
Because Book of Moon on the Mirror Jade, I'm not sure is doing an awful lot.
I love the confidence there. You just see him slap that field spell down.
He's ready to go. The Ash probably won't have any sort of interaction on playing into his field.
The only interaction it might have is, it's just going to be helpful for next turn, right? Stop that Branded Fusion.
Yeah. What makes this deck better now is Branded Lost was just sort of something that you just sort of had to hard draw previously. Whereas now it just becomes natural as your engine, because Lebellion can just fetch it.
Yes, yeah.
And being able to summon a Chimera that can't be responded to, absurd. It is so dumb.
I'm lost for words there. Yeah, I don't have anything to say about it. It's just absurd, as you said.
Very good though. So this Fenrir is already being awkward.
Dealt with,
Yeah, so I think that's just what you have to do against Kashtira, which is why Kashtira is so good. As soon as they slap a monster down, it just puts you on. Yeah, I've got to deal with that. That's really irritating, because you have to do it before they go battle phase, because they can just add a card in an open game state.
So he's got his own Ash Blossom. Okay, that makes sense.
So this has put Connor in a really, really awkward spot. He doesn't really have any more pushes, and what he could do is scoop. So it looks like Owen with the branded Edborn is exceptional, and it takes a lot to be able to out that when they get going, and Connor just did not have that.
In all honesty, I think out of every single deck in the format, Branded is the only one. If they actually reach their end board, that's when I'm scared.
Yes.
Every other deck, you're like, I can figure it out, But they just have to do so many different layers that I just don't think you can get there.
Owen winning is, I guess, game one, you would expect Branded to take game one.
Yeah, run away with it.
Because their end board is quite good.
Fusion resolved, he ran away with it.
What really got me, though, is I remember playing against Leon, Branded players with Shizu tier.
Yep.
And I thought Branded was one of the most underwhelming things I've ever seen.
Yes.
But I think that was because Shizu tier was just so powerful.
Yeah.
But then when you took that away, you look at it now and you think,
where do I interrupt? What do I do?
Well, how did this end board get so good?
Yeah.
I think it's just because your engines don't do a lot anymore. Whereas, let's say the Brandon and Red Mirror Jade sort of end board is just more than enough.
Yeah, well, we've got to think back at it. It's almost not been in the format for the best part of a year now as well.
Since Power of the Elements, Power of the Elements dropped, it's just been lingering.
Yeah.
It still has everything.
Every now and again you'll see it pop up. Someone will do good with it.
Formats like this always happen though, when you've got a core set that introduces one of the best decks, and then that best deck is too good, so then it gets adjusted on the Forbidden Limited list. And then you suddenly end up back at a format that you previously played.
Yes, exactly. And it's both one of the few things I do like about the beginning of a new format, as well as one of the things I dislike. Because it feels like I want the creativity. I want to see something new, something fresh, and everyone just gravitates back to these more traditional decks they're used to, right?
Well, branded is a bit different, and it does like cooler things. So like you can argue that that's the sort of variety of it.
Yeah.
And you've got Kashtira, that wasn't in the format last year, and you've got Runick as well, which also wasn't around last year.
Yeah.
So I was about to ask you, so what do you do here? Do you respect Nibiru? And
I think
it looks like he is.
Because I also personally think that the Rise Heart, or Rise Heart even, does enough.
It's enough against branded.
I think it's so much more than enough against this deck, because as long as he doesn't have the out.
He's only banished in 3 as well, which...
That's
peculiar.
That's peculiar as well.
I don't think there's any harm in... Oh, well, there's the win condition. He's like, kind of a little nod, like knowing that Ash Blossom and Joy Springs is probably the best one to pick. Yeah, he's going to grab that. And with that card in hand, like even ignoring the Arise Heart, does he play the Goliath? I hope he does. That's cool. Oh, what is that?
That's a new one. I believe I saw Jesse Cosson playing it for the YCS as well.
Is it Borrowed Furious Dragon? Or no, I'm looking at Brandon. I was looking at the wrong thing, okay.
I think it's the Wagon.
The Wagon. What does the Wagon do?
Let's bring it up and find out, but we're going to see...
Immediately the imperm on the Arise Heart, which is how you want to start your play. Oh, but he has Forbidden Lance, a card that we haven't seen since 2014.
This is quite
coming back into the format
spot, because now the Rise Heart triggers, right?
Yes. So the Rise Heart would trigger to attach. Yes. So that. Oh, yes. So Arise Heart would activate its mandatory effect, which is quite important here. So I hope that is something that is happening. Yes. I think he's debating whether he would activate Gamma on it. I don't see why you wouldn't. But maybe he just really wants to Gamma the Ash. Yeah, he wants to Gamma the Ash Blossom, I think. But he's thinking about Gammering this now.
Yeah.
Just to get it off the field, which is completely reasonable. That is an interesting play. I'm not sure if I kind of wanted to hold it for the branded fusion.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's one of those ones where you want to hold it for the branded fusion, but
you want your branded fusion to resolve.
Yeah.
But he also might just think, if I take all his cards away here, maybe that's just good enough.
The issue is he still does have that Kashtira buff.
He could have Call by the Grave in hand, you know. Yeah, does he play it? I don't think he does. Yeah, I personally, if I was playing branded, I'm 100% playing Call by the Grave.
So the Wagon is you can banish this card from your graveyard, target spell trap on the field, destroy it.
No. So it's just an
very
extra
similar.
defensive card.
Yeah, so it's very similar to the other one.
I think when I was looking at OCG lists, I just saw that randomly in there.
Yeah.
And I was just really confused as to why the Wagon was being played. But now
the Wagon destroys spell traps, the Knight destroys monsters, right?
Reading is powerful.
So, yeah.
This is quite interesting. Oh, so he wants to use the effect of Arise Heart, the banish it face down, to put the Wagon in the graveyard. That's a completely understandable play. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is it? What can you elaborate on that for me?
Because he wanted his Kashtira's banished, I guess, and he thought that was just more like utility to have them banished rather than in the graveyard. I suppose.
Yep.
I can see scenarios where that makes sense, especially with like the Kashtira trap. If he is playing it, and I know it won't be that, or he's not playing it. Okay. Yeah. There's no immediate advantage that I can see right now, but I think it is a bit more advantageous just to have the Kashtira in the banished zone rather than in the graveyard.
Connor does have to be a little bit careful just because
there's a lot of attack points on board.
That's a lot of attack points already. That's
on the field, of course. The field, there's a lot of attack points on the field.
Yeah, so that's already what, 3,500?
Well, it's 35 from the
plus,
side frames plus 18, which is 1 million.
Yeah,
so you're getting closer to 8,000.
It's more than 4,000.
I
believe
right,
he has Solemn Judgment set, so now he cannot activate that Solemn
Oh
Judgment.
yeah, you know. There's just no universe where.
However, he does have that Birth for the follow-up. He has another copy of Birth in hand, which he says just in case the Birth on field
does
gets removed.
Owen play Cypher and Omega, so you can do things that are
well, you can't make it, right? Because if Brand of Fusion...
No, that's only if he activates Brand of Fusion, right? He might just
maybe.
But he doesn't. So he doesn't play anything like that. So he's just using they're big meat sticks. He's probably thinking, is there a world where?
Well, he knows he's got that Ash, so he's trying to.
Yeah, he
respects it, right?
Yeah, like he wants to put him in a position where he says, look, you need to Ash this Brand of Fusion, and if you do, I don't care because I'm gonna attack. And I think Connor's follow-up might just be non-existent. Yeah, so he has the Ash Blossom there. He has a Judgment, which is at the moment quite useless. Yeah, so he's just going straight for the damage.
Thumbs up all around.
But then I'm not sure what one really does from here. So he has Tragedy in hand, and he has Regain. Regain can just put back any banished monster, right, to help him draw a card to get him out of this situation.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's just.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, I see. So I see. So you can put back Gamma or Driver. You put back Driver. That makes sense. And
Draws
then he's just
additional
gonna
cards.
hope that he can draw a defensive
Yeah.
card. Because otherwise, I think Burst's just gonna keep Connor in the game here.
Yeah. Is that
a Nibiru?
He's got a Nibiru, and I think he might have drawn Bell for turn, actually.
He plays Bell as well.
Let's have a look.
Or
maybe I mistook that.
Yeah, there isn't a Bell in the main deck here.
Don't know what I just
but
saw
there is.
then.
I'm fairly confident I saw a Nibiru there.
Yeah.
However,
there is a Nibiru there, yeah.
if Connor just respects that he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to like go for the game this turn.
Yeah.
He can just do as little as possible. Go Rise Heart Pass again and just.
So there's a Tragedy, there's a Nibiru.
The only thing that you're scared of is just the top deck Branded Fusion.
Exactly, which he does have the out for now, and he's not too scared.
Branded Birth also just interacts with the Branded Fusion as well.
Yes.
So if he just keeps it, if he just summons 4 times, 4 big monsters is just enough. Like that plus Rise Heart and then a special from the Banished Zone is quite a lot, because Fenrir is going to banish the Luba face down.
Yep.
I'm fairly sure that's enough damage on the field. Like 2-4, 2-5, 15, and then another 2-5. That's already 5. Yeah, it's just more than enough. Yeah.
Or if he just takes another name.
I'm assuming he's just searching this just because it's free.
Yeah.
But did he have to get the unicorn off the Fenrir?
Yeah, he got unicorn off the Fenrir. Yeah. So can you?
Oh, he gets the Scareclaw Kashtira.
Yeah, and then he can just attack, right?
So it doesn't matter that it goes in defense mode because you can just attack with that, and then he would just.
I really love that mechanic for this.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about this line. Unless he thinks of a more safer player, but I think there's nothing safer than just attacking for game.
Yeah.
We'll see where he goes with this. Oh, okay. I wonder what he could have been scared of there.
Maybe he just didn't see the line.
Did he birth back the Fenrir?
He did, yeah.
Oh, then my play is just stupid because he can't do that.
Oh, can he not?
Well, no, because he's already used birth to
okay,
right?
yeah.
I thought he specialed the Fenrir. Then he normal unicorn and then special Rise Heart and then, yeah.
Get rid of the Guardian Chimeras as well. That's a really important piece of.
Yeah. Just don't have to worry about that when it comes to Brandon and Red.
And then he's just gonna make another one. 4 summons.
And I think that's an argument for why you would potentially play free Rise Heart, which does kind of
he does.
Because free Rise Heart, because when you get in the grindy game states like this, you do need to have like as much utility in the extra deck as possible and as much grind potential as possible. I'm definitely a free Rise Heart.
Yeah, I agree. Again, as we're always referring back to the Zodiac deck.
Yeah.
You want your free Trident, you want your free Broadball.
I play free of every Zoo monster.
And here you are, free Rise Heart.
Yeah.
So.
Free Trident, free Broadball, free of everything. I see. Yeah. No matter what, like I think Connor could have just passed and and he still would have won. He didn't need to put a single monster on board.
Just need to make sure he doesn't lose her life points difference.
And then Connor has brought it back. He's won game two. He's equalised. So we'll see now what Owen's strategy is going to be now, leading into game 3 to see if he can take it. I imagine he will be going first. He does play the Gimmick Puppet, I think. Wrong deck. He does play the Gimmick Puppet, so that's the obvious win condition there, where he would try and go for the Gimmick Puppet.
He's playing Artifact Lancier as well, which can you summon that? Can you summon both off of it? Or does one have to be a...
I think that'd be quite an exceptional combo to do both.
I believe.
And I think the Gimmick Puppet, it's kind of extra as well, right? I think the Gimmick Puppet's probably just better. But
what do you think you'd be signing the Lancier in for then? I guess just Runick as a deck, right?
You could hard draw it in general,
I guess, yeah.
So what does Connor have to combat this Gimmick Puppet though? Like he has Cypherium Gamma to
I think that will definitely be coming in.
And in the side deck, that's pretty much it, really.
I think I agree. Maybe
the difficulty is discussed previously. It's like you just can't respect Branded too much because those cards don't really splash well or anything else.
Like again, he does also have the Dimensional Shifter in the main deck.
Yes.
Which very, very good into this Branded regain.
Yeah, he has several means of disruption here. He's got Ash, D-Shifter, Imperm, and Cypherium Gamma. There have been arguments that I've discussed in my social circle where you do Gamma, because you can arguably just hold the Gamma for the Albion.
Yep.
But then their field just might be a bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, and you never know, they might be able to get to it another way, right? They might not use Tragedy, they might send it off something like Soronir.
Would you Cypher Gamma the Aluba? Because you would imperm the Aluba. So.
I would imperm the Aluba. I think I would also Cypher in Gamma.
You would, yeah.
I think so.
And just hope that just makes...
But I'm just very much of the type that if they get lost on field, I don't think I'm ever winning that game.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think you just have to stop them getting to lost, and in the process, you're also cutting off any way they might have extension with Infusion.
You just have to throw disruption at them in the hope that they don't get anywhere. But here we are. we are in game 3. So question 1 is, have you opened Brand Infusion, Owen? And question 2 is, has Connor got Ash Blossom?
So this start, he has to obviously commit more cards to graveyards before he can use that Soronir. Prosperity.
Prosperity. So this is something that we don't see as quite common in the branded deck.
I quite like it though.
I do like it as well, yeah. Like you need to resolve Branded Fusion to win, so why wouldn't you play a card
He's going for 6 as well.
Is that a reasonable thing to do?
So I think you can get 1 Dust...
Well, you can bin Quiritus, you can bin Dragastapelia, you can bin Furious Dragon. You can probably arguably take out one of the Mirrorjades and one of the Albions, one of the Lebellions. Maybe you can take out a Windrow. Brygrat. There are actually quite a lot of things.
Quite a lot of things.
It makes you grind.
6, that's pretty impressive.
It makes you grind very bad. But I suppose if you're just going for Gimmick Puppet, you're not really trying to grind with them, right? Well, he's not taking Branded Fusion, so I would assume he's already got it. You got Call by the Grave. Is that there? Call by the Grave?
Yeah.
It's on the side there. Yeah. Exodia, please. So I would assume he already has a means of Branded Fusion. I didn't see Branded Fusion specifically in his hand though. It's probably... Oh, but that's a normal summon of Cartesia, so he's going to fuse that and Soronir. So Soronir is potentially going to get him access to Branded Fusion.
From the top of my head, this is a combo.
I
don't know what the combo is.
Combination, yeah. He can send it is, yeah, this is Branded Fusion because Soronir can send Retribution, Granny can send Albion then sends Retribution, or the other way around, and then he just adds Branded Fusion to his hand. The only thing that this doesn't respect is DD Crow, but he wanted to respect Ash Blossom, which is probably the most common thing to respect, which is why he took Call by the Grave, because he saw a line to get Branded Fusion this way. He also draws a free card. Oh no, he doesn't draw a free card when the Albion's in the graveyard, so...
and he also opens the Retribution. Is the Retribution right? Yes, it is.
Oh, is he summoning the Albion?
Yeah, so he summons it by if you send one from hand instead.
Oh!
So it's a free body.
Oh, that's nice. So even if you do draw it, there's like...
There's a little way of counterplay,
The biggest issue here now is, now that he hasn't needed to use Call by the Grave, it's kind of a blank against Kashtira. But I suppose if he's going to go for the Gimmick Puppet play, then I don't think he cares if he has a blank, right?
Yeah, as long as
he
he's
is.
got it.
There he is. Gimmick Puppet, a card which just makes it so that it's a lingering effect, so it doesn't activate. So as soon as it's summoned on your opponent's side of the field, your opponent can special summon.
Yes, you cannot special summon except for Gimmick Puppet monsters. So let's see what Connor's got. He drew Lightning Storm.
Not really something you can activate when you got a Gimmick Puppet on the field. You can put everything in defense mode as well. So even without that lingering effect of the Gimmick Puppet, you can't summon any Kashtiras without Birth. You can Birth normal summon. But
that's literally the end of it.
That's literally it. And you can try and chip away at the resources by attacking over stuff with the Fenrir, but you have to specifically have Birth Fenrir.
Yeah, so...
Which is a bit unrealistic.
It's a bit, and even then, I still feel like this branded strategy is still just going to run away with it. You normal summon your Fenrir, Marincess just going to remove it.
Since he hard drew the Lebellion as well, he doesn't even have to use Mirrorjade. So he has best case scenario here where he can just tribute off the Albion for the Lebellion because he didn't need to send it off Branded Fusion, which is what you typically do. So he's just got he's got everything you could ask for without the sacrifice of a Mirrorjade.
I also like that he hasn't gone for the extra bit of greed trying to play like the Branded Beast as well.
Oh, he hasn't bothered with that?
No.
Yeah, maybe it's just extra. And he feels like his end field of Brandon in red is enough. And I don't think he has Brandon in red here, but not that he needs it.
He doesn't need it.
For people that don't know, Branded Retribution summons 2 cards from your grave or banished. Expulsion, from your grave or banished. And if you have to tribute a card on the field, and if it's a Branded Fusion monster, you can summon them to both your field. But you don't want to do that, as you can see here. you want to give them the Gimmick Puppet, so then they can't summon.
What's he gonna go for here? Can Fall of Albaz fuse with your monsters as well? It can't, I believe, right? It has to be your opponent's.
Yeah, I think it's your opponent's. Yeah. He's probably just summoning this as a means to just have a body on the
Yeah.
So here it's just like typical responses to this would have been things like Chalice and stuff like that, but it doesn't work. It's just, if you remember like Out Entity Azathoth, it was just like that. Like when it hit the field, it just happened.
It happens.
And what's happened here is it's just happened.
Yeah.
He's been gimmick puppeted, so his win condition here is awkward because he can't put it into attack mode to get rid of it.
Yeah, so there's two ways you could go about trying to beat this gimmick puppet, right? You could either play cards to stop him getting to it, or play cards that are counterintuitive to the branded deck that you can use to stop them playing next turn, like Grave of the Super Ancient Organism. I believe that's the card. Maybe a card like Rivalry.
Because then
like
they can't attack
cool
you.
Cards,
And I think Grave of the Super Ancient Organism is probably one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Because it means that if they try to go for game or activate any of their effects, you can flip that, and then it means that you just don't lose.
Yeah. And then they have to do the expulsion again.
And they don't have any back row removal either.
No.
So like they just can't interact with Grave of the Super Ancient Organism either.
So yeah, the only way they can, the only counterplay they really have to it, Tribute Summon Bestials. So there's not really much there.
Yeah, it isn't something that Connor's playing either, Grave of the Super. So I'm not sure what he's going to be digging for here. Probably just a way to just not lose.
But those don't look
none
like
of those
the
cards
outside
scream to
it.
me, yeah, I'm not going to lose next turn. He could get Ash Blossom, but he already has everything on his field.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's having a think.
Especially with that branded, the Bestial Rebellion also getting you branded lost next turn. It's just more and more just board development or field development.
It's an extreme amount of card advantage which you can generate whilst also making it so your opponent can't play. So he's getting the Ash as more of a cope, I think. And then I'm not sure. Like he needs more defensive cards in his hand to not lose this game.
Yeah, the issue is Mirror Jade is 3,000s. So
he does have the
he's got step one.
Okay, so
step two.
Okay, I see. Right, but immediately since he has the Mirror Jade, he is getting rid of that. He is like, nope, that is not staying on the field at all. That can go away. And that was the only, like in a typical gimmick puppet play, that would have been quite good. But since he hard drew Retribution and Rebellion, it meant that his Mirror Jade was live, because normally in the combo you have to use Mirror Jade to get the Albion in the grave, so your Albion can trigger the set expulsion. But you didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
He just raw made Albion, then treated with Rebellion. So
I think it's looking quite.
He's in a tough spot here. He has a Lightning Storm that doesn't even interact with his board at all. Can't even activate it because the gimmick puppet on board.
Yeah.
On the field.
Yes. I think there's not very much for Connor to do here, unfortunately. As we said when this match started, the branded deck just goes first. What can you do? Yeah. So you've got to try and interact with it the best you can. And if you don't draw those key pieces of interaction, which Connor unfortunately didn't get games 1 and 3, you just get into this scenario. It's just very unfortunate. It
was the prediction from the start, as you said there. Like, step 1 is branded winning the dice roll and getting a tremendous advantage because its win condition post side is very good. And its win condition, even pre-side, is also really good against most things.
So we're just going to see...
we're just going to see the inevitable here.
As we said.
Just basically putting the final nails in the coffin, putting everything into attack mode. I'm not sure if this is enough. I don't know what the Gimmick Puppet's defense is. It was big, though. It's a big boy, if I remember correctly. Oh, he plays the branded in white card as well.
So it's almost like a Miracle Fusion.
So
it's, I believe there's a combo line for it. I'm not well versed enough in these, let's say. But he cannot use the birth to banish stuff, but he gets a lot of cards here.
He is getting an exceptional amount of cards here. He just has to win without needing Branded Fusion or get Macoria. So,
but he's still got the Cool Banner Grave in the hand, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. Yeah, and he didn't set it as well, which is like quite intelligent. So he recognised that Cold by the Grave does absolutely nothing against Kashtira. So he figured, well, I might as well hold it in my hand. So if I do get to my next turn,
I think the best we had, right? Connor had to top deck Dimensional Shifter. It doesn't get Called by the Grave because it's still in hand. And then he had to do Birth, Fenrir. The Mirror Jade cannot banish it because it has to send to graveyard for cost.
Yep.
And that's about as far as I could get with that line.
Yeah, and then from there
just
it's just like, but he played that very well, very intelligently, holding his resources in hand and just setting up in a way where he didn't use all his resources into the traditional Gimmick Puppet combo. He put himself in a position to win next turn as well, which is very good. Excellent work. Owen King has won round 2 with this branded deck, beating the scary Kashtira deck, which we assume would be the most represented deck in the room, but it's just showing that maybe it's not that scary.
No, I've said this for the entire time we've been in this stream so far. I'm not sold on it yet. I think maybe there's even a better way to try going about this Kashtira Enfield.
It's a splashable engine too, so maybe it's something that you can
as we saw.
You could potentially have it as a means of not just a pure Kashtira deck. I just recall back to previous formats where you tried to splash Zoo in things, but pure Zoo was just generally just better. And there's other formats with Sky Striker as well, where Sky Striker was really good, but it was predictable. It was just one of those decks that you'd rather bully than play.
Yes,
and you just play decks that could play like Kaijus, that could disrupt.
Yes, exactly.
And Kashtira feels more like that, as opposed to like Zoo.
What do you think about Kaijus in the format at the moment?
It's just difficult to predict what people are going to do.
Exactly, because
if people do the lock 5, then it's a blank. If people don't, then it's a really, really good card.
It's so open-ended. You
can play Lava Golems, but then they can end up as a blank as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's difficult. It's
so difficult to predict, and that's where we're at in this game of Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's just, it's really, really hard to predict, but you don't need to predict anything if you just make it so they can't play. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and grab the winner of round 2, Owen King, for a quick interview and talk through his branded strategy. We'll be right back in a sec. Hello duelists, welcome back. We're here with the winner of round 2, Owen King. How are you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling pretty good, thank you.
Good stuff. So let's talk about the prep that you had for the event. You played the branded deck, not something that had a really great showing in the YCS, so tell us what your thoughts was for that.
I played branded because I found it to be the most fun and enjoyable deck for me that was also viable in the format. I've had my doubts with the deck. Like, the deck can get blown out by lots of power cards, like in game 2 where I got destroyed by the barrier and Ash. But I think the way I've built my deck, I've minimized that kind of variance.
Yes. It's something I did really like about your deck. I know we spoke prior to the tournament starting, but the Pod of Prosperity, I was a little bit apprehensive, let's say. And then just after seeing you activate it...
You banished 6, you
banished 6, And for us, it was almost like an awakening. We realised, maybe that's not actually that bad choice.
Yeah, I was going through all the cards in the extra deck that you could banish. It was just like, a lot of them, like, once you just get to branded fusion or a means of stopping them ashing branded fusions, doesn't matter. Right?
As long as you have enough to resolve your branded fusion.
Yeah, I played Prosperity because I felt like, because I'm already playing so many 2-ofs because of the Kashtira deck, Prosperity does its job really, really well going first. You can manage 3 really easily, you can manage 6 really easily. I found myself going for 6 a lot of the time to search for a out to ash or a way into playable. And going second, not having damage it's fine. You can just clear their board and then set up your own follow-up because Branded excels at doing that.
I saw that you play Fusion Deployment, but you don't play the Aqua Dolphin. What is your reason for that?
I don't think the Aqua Dolphin's worth it. I think the side deck slots aren't worth it, and I think playing the card in the extra deck,
You found Fusion Deployment, summoning Kashtira as Cartesia, just more than enough?
Yeah, you can summon Cartesia, you can summon Fallen of Albaz if you really need to summon Fallen of Albaz, but Cartesia, summoning it most of the time is fine. I played 2 Cartesia and 2 Fusion Deployment because I didn't want to get Cartesia banished off of cards like Rise Heart. And then Fusion Deployment, I didn't want to draw too many copies of Cartesia and Fusion Deployment at the same time.
That makes sense, yeah. Let's talk about game 1 then. So you did the typical, you didn't fall for those YouTube videos where people are doing those Bryn Brum combos, which I think strictly are quite not very good. You did a very typical combo which people did back in UK Nats time, and you think, is that quite typical to your style of play?
I think, yeah. Sometimes I go for the Brandon White combo with Rind Brum by bouncing and negating things if I'm really confident that it will resolve. Like if I've seen in game 1 where they're playing board breakers instead of hand traps, I'll go for it in game 2. But I went for the standard combo. I just feel like that's what generates the most advantage, gets you the most like power when you're going blind into it game 1, because I didn't know what I was playing against.
Is that just the sort of stuff that you generally do when you are blind in game 1? Yeah, I agree.
I respect it.
I think Mirror Jade, Brandon in red, Brandon lost is good enough against most things. So game 2, it didn't go as the plan then. As you mentioned, the things that when they have the blowouts, they can get quite hard. And do you find that like when they do take a card like Ash Blossom of Prosperity, you start panicking a little bit? I
don't necessarily panic because I play cards like Brandon White to play around Ash, so I can fusion someone without going through Brandon Fusion. I just felt like the board he had already put up on top of the Ash Blossom was just too much. I couldn't go for a Branded White play in that game 2 because I didn't draw a Dragon Monster to fuse with.
Oh, okay,
which is why I didn't do that. And that, I couldn't really play.
We saw you did an interesting play where you Cypher Gamut the mandatory effect of a Rise Heart. You thought you might have been tempted to hold it to resolve your Branded Fusion. So what was you thinking?
I was thinking about that, but then I had to also think about whether or not I could out the Arise Heart after doing that. And I found that like going first activate Branded Fusion when I've seen he's playing Judgment wasn't a great idea because he could just Judgment.
So that makes complete sense. It's well thought out there. And I suppose you just hope that I can deal a lot of damage and just hope he just can't play. Yeah, that makes sense. Then game 3 then, like it went more than according to plan there. You didn't have to do the typical play which like wasted all your resources on Gimme Puppet because you just hard drew Rebellion. So your board was really, really good.
Prosp really helped. It made me reassured by getting called by. I felt the play I had, I could not get to Branded Fusion through Shifter, but with the hand I had, I felt like called by was still correct because the chances of him drawing Shifter and Ash at the same time are really minimal.
No, we really liked the play, especially when you didn't set the Call by the Grave as well. Just holding it for next turn. If he does draw one of those cards, it seems a lot more valuable.
You recognise that card just doesn't interact with the engine whatsoever. As far as a defensive card goes, it just doesn't do anything. It's more of just a extender, I guess. So you touched upon it briefly at the start about your deck choice. So why did you choose Branded over this quite diverse format?
I felt like Kashtira was being prepped for, like, really hard. And I didn't think the engine was consistent and powerful enough to keep up with how much people are prepping for it. I've played Branded in previous formats, so I felt like I was quite experienced with the deck already, so I felt comfortable playing it. And I think the interactions Branded has is just stronger than most other decks. Like the Expulsion thing, for example, no other deck this format can do something as oppressive as that.
It's very unfair, And I think what can make Branded go over the edges. Yeah, sometimes it can just lose of itself with the branded fusion stuff, but it's extremely difficult to side for because you have to side really specific stuff for those cards, and then really limiting the rest of your side for other things like Labyrinth and stuff. So we'll just leave you on one last question, Noah. Are you going to win?
Maybe.
Yes,
Maybe.
you will.
Maybe.
I believe.
Well, cheers to that, Owen. Well done again. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah,
We'll see you
thank
guys
you.
later for round 3. Hi guys, welcome back for round 3. We've got 2 really good players here on feature, both for X1, but we couldn't afford not to showcase this matchup. So we've got Ping Zhao, a YCS champion, YCS Brighton, a previous winner, and Cormac Adams, who has been the Irish national champion. So even though these players are both X1, they're still looking to do well to finish deep in the tournament, and because topping the UK Open, considering its size, is still a feat of itself. So we've got Ping Zhao playing the Phantom Knight strategy, versus Cormac, who, no surprise, is playing the Naturia Runick strategy, which he topped YCS Peru with.
Yeah.
So we're going to get stuck in here, we're going to go straight into it. So it'll be interesting to see how this control deck of Naturia Runick interacts with the Phantom Knight matchup.
I'm really curious to see what Ping does with this deck. Because
they can have varied end boards.
Yeah, it's been a little while. I think the last time I saw the Phantom Knight strategy was actually in my top 4 match at the UK Nationals last year.
It's been a bit, yeah.
So we're just waiting to see kind of where he takes it, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those versatile engines that are just, it's just so good at what it does, it just pops up out of nowhere a lot of the time. Because a lot of the stuff just does the same thing, and Cherubini just gets you where you need to go.
Exactly.
And the Adventurer engine is something we haven't seen in a while either, because post Nats format, it just fell off because I get Tier Element made a lot of changes, and with that being gone, like mentioned before, it's reverting back to previous engines. And Adventurer is one of those engines that we have seen do well, as it won YCS Peru as well. Like it was in the Sprite engine.
Yeah, because he's playing quite a large Sprite deck as well. I think it's around 50 cards, right?
That was the guy that got second.
Okay.
So they were playing fairly similar builds. But so this is the combo. Combination here.
Yes.
Hugin Ditch Sacred Tree.
I have a love-hate relationship with this deck because I think this deck's really cool. I like what it does. I like how it just gets these little bits of advantage and it kind of gets there. At the same time, if you don't hit these Naturia cards in your opening hand, it feels like you're just playing Runick, which without that additional engine, it feels like you're not doing as much as you need to be.
Yes, and as we previously discussed, Runick by itself just doesn't really do an awful lot. In terms of utility, it's quite solid, but then like its end game is just not there. So just to add context as to what on earth's going on, so any of the Runick spell cards can summon a Hugin, and then Hugin can ditch a card in your hand, which has good utility with the Naturias. Because Naturia's Sacred Tree is if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one Naturia card from your deck to your hand.
Yep.
And what's great about that is it's not once per turn.
Yep.
So none of the Naturia cards, from I recall, are once per turn.
None of the older ones, let's say.
And even the newer ones, like Naturia Blessing, I don't even think that's once per turn either. It's like
that card's really, really strong as well.
It can do a combination of things. It can special summon one Naturia monster from your hand or graveyard. Immediately after its effect resolves, synchro summon one synchro monster using the monsters you control as material. So you can summon the Sunflower, which is a disruptor, and then it can synchro summon into either Naturia Beast or Barkion, depending on the situation.
Exactly.
And then I'm not sure if you do this an awful lot. Probably not.
Probably not.
Fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, which, it'd be cool to see exterior, but I don't think that's very unrealistic. You're probably in a win more situation if you summon exterior.
So he's going to summon the Mole Cricket there.
So he's summoning Camellia and the Cricket, which are both quite good utility cards. Cricket contribute itself to summon 2 Naturias from the deck.
So yes, it's 1 Naturia, then if your opponent controls a monster with the highest original attack, it summons a second from the deck. That's quite an unfortunate mill there. Obviously, I think he was, Cormac was there, was looking to
hit a Naturia or Sacred Tree.
The Sacred Tree maybe, or even just Runick spells, right?
Yeah,
just to get those additional draws.
To fuel up the draws of Fountain. So he's main in the Biru, which is not completely unorthodox. But what I would say is quite interesting is main decking Troll and Lockbird.
I think they're definitely taking more of a... I'm trying to think of the word. But
they've probably had some, their testing circle have had some revelations post Peru. And there's probably a reason why he's thinking that you need to main deck Draw and Lockbird.
I think it's very good looking, especially into maybe this Naturia Runick mirror match maybe, but then also against decks like Sprite. I'd say Draw and Lockbird's pretty strong against Sprite.
Yeah, there's scenarios where Draw can catch your opponent out and put them in really awkward situations. I've played hands out with Kashtira where you can respect Drawn Lockbird, but since Drawn Lockbird is not really something in the format, like it isn't something you directly think about, and that in itself can cause like a lot of drama for your hand and just put you in awkward spots where you can't do anything. Like our habit, like so you can activate Terraform just to get the field spell, even though you've already got the field spell, and then you're in a position where it's just like, oh, I've been drawled, I can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe he's thinking more along those lines where you can just like play into the positive variance of it.
He just keeps on drawing cards. I think he's at 5 cards in hand now. It's just...
And this is just what...
Don't stop!
This is what the Runick and Naturia engine does. Like the Naturia engine offers the win condition in terms of you put a big synchro monsters on the field, but Baron de Fleur protects you from being Nibiru'd or Evenly Matched. It's probably the two most scariest cards, which Naturia Beast doesn't interact with. And then Naturia Beast just, spells are probably pretty good.
Weirdly, some of the best parts of this game.
Yeah, so and like stopping those whilst also you mill your deck with this as well. That's not even a hindrance. That just fuels Fountain. If you hit Sacred Tree, you just get it just complements the deck so well.
There's just lots of bonuses to it, especially as in Ping's opening hand. I believe I saw one of the Cosmic Cyclones in his main deck, which normally be pretty good versus this Runick deck, but right now with the Naturia Beast
thanks to Beastie Weastie,
it's not
every
quite
spell
enough.
becomes a blank.
Yes, exactly.
And then one card extra in your hand becomes a blank because of Baron de Fleur, and then the Cricket being able to summon a Sunflower.
Exactly.
Which then, when your opponent's monster effect is activated, quick effect, you contribute one Naturia monster, and this card negate the activation if you do destroy that. So that takes another card out of their hand. Oh, and it's just. Ping is just not even bothered. He has just accepted that end field was ridiculous. So he just thought, well, let's not let Cormac know what I'm playing.
Exactly.
And let's just go to the next game, and hopefully that's a good enough advantage to see you through the match.
I think it's quite a heads-up play on Ping's behalf, especially because it's not like he's playing one of the main 5 or 6 decks you'd expect to see in the room.
Yeah,
he's playing Phantom Knights. It's
a curveball, right? So Cormac, if he knows what he's playing, then fair enough, he can side accordingly for it. But now he's thinking, oh dear, what's the game plan here when you side blind? A lot of the time you would assume it's Kashtira. You can try and predict what the deck is, because if they didn't try anything, you would think, okay, what deck would not play well into Beast Baron? So you assume it's not any of the trap decks, because he would have set his traps. So you wouldn't put in any of the removal for spell and traps. He would probably assume it's maybe something like Kashtira or Sprite.
Yeah, that's what I'd assume. I think this is a really important skill to have as well as a player, just deciding when it's the correct time to scoop and go for the next game.
Especially when you play a deck like Cormac's, where a lot of people will just concede before even playing a card, and you would have to just get used to siding like this and adapt.
I think it's also just a matter of other skills that you pick up when playing card games, especially. I think you just read the body language, you read how they're thinking about the cards, how they're reacting to when you activate certain cards on the field as well.
Agreed.
It's just all of those things together, you kind of just pick up as you naturally play and play the game.
Body language is a skill that you do.
It is.
You do just pick up. Yeah, people just can't help but have negative reaction to certain cards.
A little smirk, a sigh, anything cheeky little like that.
Baron de Fleur, huh? Okay. You have that too, huh?
Yeah.
But the game plan for Ping going first though is side deck is just looking like Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that interacts really well. I know they synchro summon the Naturia deck, but it's not the be all end all. You have your Runick spells that can interact with the field and just go for sort of defensive plays.
Maybe I'm a little ignorant. I don't think, if I was in Ping's situation, I don't think I'd side anything here. I'd make it look like I'm siding something.
Yeah, but you have to. Yeah.
I think his main deck's pretty well built for this matchup, especially given what it's deciding. There's nothing really
Cosmic in the main that stops the Fountain, which just turns off the Runick engine completely. He plays Infinite Impermanence, and Infinite Impermanence on Hugin, especially when they have to discard, is
same for Ash Blossom,
pretty good. Ash Blossom with the coverage. So he's got a lot of ways to deal with the Runick engine.
He's just going to do his combo as well.
Can the Naturia engine survive by itself? Is that something that...
I'm unsure, because the Naturia engine, it seems like it's very much more advantage-based.
Yes.
You need that other aspects of it to give it that push,
so
which the Runick does it.
Runick can give you that time to get the Naturia engine, but the Naturia engine by itself doesn't really
I think you get some draws along the way while you climb up into secrets like Baron de Fleur, you get the Coral Dragon, the Stardust Charge Warrior.
But the Runick engine is the most important. So I'm assuming Pink's going to start here, as he has a solid win condition going first. With he plays Evil Swarm Ophion.
Yeah.
Which should be quite cool. So it means that would.
Oh, there's Ophion.
Yeah, he's got Ophion in the extra deck. Yeah.
How did I miss Ophion? Oh my god. Yeah.
That'll be quite good in the Kashtira match. I'm not massively sure how good it is here. If he plays Evil Swarm Pandemic, that'll be hilarious.
That would be amazing.
He does not.
That would be beautiful.
Because Ophion against this deck, if you get Pandemic, that would be pretty sick.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. So I'd be very surprised if he does do this. So he's respecting everything here because he's going straight for the Adventurer package. Yeah. Which, if you recall from the format,
there you go, callback reaction to a Phantom Knight of Torn Scales.
Yeah, now he's just like, okay. So he's playing Phantom Knights.
Yeah.
And he didn't summon the Griffin first. Why do you think he did that? You think?
Well, he wants to get the faithful the Draco back, right? So I'm assuming that he's going to try and keep the token on board, on field even.
Oh no! And, on the field.
I know. And he's gonna try and keep it on the field instead of maybe using it to link climb into something greater.
Yeah, maybe Taunt Scale resolving wasn't like the be all end all, so he didn't feel it important.
There you go.
He's a level 3 wielder, extender. A generic level 3 extender to get him into probably, arguably, I'd say one of the best cards ever printed, Cherubini.
Yes.
Sending a level 3 for cost.
Yeah.
It's pretty mental.
I think I have nightmares about this card resolving sometimes.
You can do. Oh, he also plays the Burning Abyss engine as well.
Yeah. I think.
Is that still common? And not the Phantom Knight's common. But
I was going to say. I guess so. It just gets you to that body, right? And then that body sets up everything else anyway. So I think that's where we're going to see him go. Again, we haven't seen these Phantom Knight cards for a long, long time, so we're unsure where he's quite going to go.
So far, it is very typical. I recall this from when Phantom Knight was first good, when the Adventurer engine did drop, and we had like Prankids, and pretty much it was pretty much what was the best engine with Adventurer when this deck first got. Grand Kratos was very like the Adventurer engine seemed so good, and if you didn't play a deck with the Adventurer package, it
felt like you were missing out. I know
like Prankids, Phantom Knight, that was the meta at the time.
I had a struggle of a regional where I was not fully aware of the capabilities of the adventure cards. And I was playing Sword Soul, and I hadn't got the new level 10 yet. So I went...
Kicksing?
Yeah.
Oh, so you got bullied.
So I got bullied. I summoned Baron de Fleur, was like, negate right. I had to face another one, and I was like,
Right of Amateur, just like checks the Sword Soul board. That's like, I remember it forced you to have to go Kicksing blind and just accept it if they had Nibiru, because you just couldn't cope with the Adventurer package otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see if he's playing the F0 package here, but it does not look like he is.
Just double checking Griffin for something. Just like, yes, it does negate any
card. I don't think,
so I have to keep the token on the field.
I don't think Ping has played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh for a while. That's why he was.
I guess would explain the deck that's a couple of years old.
Yeah, I did check with him because the last time I spoke to him, he was playing Ancient Warriors. So I was like, maybe we get Ancient Warriors here.
That deck was cool. You could play that with because Double Dragon Lords was quite good, similar to like Heretic Seal.
I want to see what's happening here now. He's gonna. I think he's making Appaloosa above the Goddess.
Yeah, which that's interesting.
It's not the greatest, I would say.
Oh no, he's going for Griffin. So he's going for something more interesting. So what is he setting though?
I didn't even see Griffin in his extra deck. Oh, it is there. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is there. I guess it isn't something that you actively think about because Curious is no longer in the
format.
format.
Exactly. Oh, I do miss that.
But what is he going to set?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to keep going. Just what for now?
I'm just interested to see if you can get a column in his graveyard which you can set off Griffin. But it's Griffin's on summon, right? So maybe he's just using Griffin as a means of disruption rather than the actual set effect. Because Griffin is kind of like Baguska in a way, right?
Yeah, exactly. So unless the monster's linked. No effects. So that's going to...
So that means that Hugin just doesn't work.
Exactly.
So now he needs his Runick cards to interact with that Griffin. But then any time he tries to interact with that Griffin, he has another Griffin to negate that one.
Yeah. So we can see in Cormac's side, he's got Dark Rulers, Kurikara.
That would check the board. Yeah.
Evenly matched.
Field. It would check the field.
He's also he also is playing Grave of the Super Ancient Organism.
And is that something that would...
No, not in this matchup.
No. Well, this is blind after all.
Exactly.
So he would have probably put in Ash Blossom's Blank. That's probably the most generic thing.
He may have put Dark Rulers in, or maybe maybe evenly matched more so.
Yeah, those are the things that I would respect that he put in the side that he was siding, because they are fairly generic.
Yep.
I don't think he would have put in things like Duster or Kurikara in there, because they're not as generic as the others. But then he also doesn't want to side out cards that are already good in his main deck. Right?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Cormac's going to look at dismantling this field. Because we know there's at least one Fogblade set. There is
that also
Griffin.
just stops Hugin, and this deck's very like, I really need Hugin to resolve, or I just can't really do an awful lot. So he's negated the first point of disruption against the Griffin.
Do we think this is going to lead to a potential evenly matched here? Then again, we can see in the battle phase.
We are just not sure, simply because... Oh, but he skipped his next battle phase, right? So he can't actually...
Yeah, unless he entered the battle phase first. Which I think he might have.
Yeah, yes, and here we go. Yes, and he did. His blind pick was evenly matched, but does he have a means of disrupting this? Because he has a lot of cards on the field.
That's the one unknown, and he will be keeping the token if it does resolve.
Oh, of course, yes. So it does effectively get rid of everything, because that adventurer token is effectively useless. So he's going to use... So what would you do here? What's the game? Would you say fusion? So
I think you have to say fusion.
You have to say fusion.
Yeah,
you just can't let Hugin get going.
Yeah, because if Hugin gets established, you get that field spell. I think it might just be game over for Ping at that point.
So putting an evenly matched blind it turns out
a good choice. I think
a very good choice, yeah. And I think that's quite reasonable as well.
We have
it has an insane amount of coverage this format, where a lot of people are committing cards on the field.
You also have to remember that Ping does have an awful lot of fancy white cards in his graveyard. So
there is still ways of interaction for Ping.
Yeah.
It's just whether Cormac cares.
Exactly.
Because the wing it can summon a card from grave, but what?
At what cost?
What is he summoning that is at all problematic? You know, because the typical thing that can be problematic is summoning Break Sword into a zone. Rusty points to, so Rusty pops a card. But we're just not in this sort of situation. And since he has a monster on the field, that means Mole Cricket is just going to...
Cricket will get summoned too. It's quite important, especially, I'd assume you'd leave the Sunflower in going seconds. That might be...
that's how this deck works.
Yeah, I think you need it, right? Yeah.
You're playing a grindy deck that doesn't end the game turn one. So it makes sense to keep those like engine requirements in.
There we go.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then you get is it Camellia?
This is assuming he's called Fusion.
I would assume he's called Fusion. I think again, Ping realizes that once the Runick cards get established, it's probably not a good position.
Oh, and he has Sacred Tree in his hand, so he's getting even more card advantage.
So Camellia sending the Sacred Tree there. We're getting that. I reckon you'll add Spell. Yep. So I think he'll end up making a Charge Warrior here to get another draw. Blessing back the Camellia, make the Baron.
So the plan is just to draw as many cards as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it looks like Ping only has one card in hand, and by the looks of his body language, he's already accepted under defeat here. Oh, the tip. Oh, that's the ad. Okay, so he isn't summoning Hugin. So
yeah, there you go. So he's going to get his fountain there.
Oh my goodness! Even though he. Oh,
that's a really good one as well.
That would have been something quite decent to get rid of. You can see Ping seeing the irony of what just happened there. Good to see he's not getting totally frustrated in the situation. He is just enjoying the game for as it is.
If I've learned anything, that is Ping in a nutshell.
Yeah, sometimes it's just one of those games, you know.
Exactly.
That's just Yu-Gi-Oh. Can't take it too seriously all the time, no matter how competitive you are.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think he goes for the Charge Warrior here.
Yeah, again, so that's confirmation that Fusion was declared on
the
with he is just looking to go as far in as possible. He has he would respect Nibiru, I assume, right?
This is the 4th summon, so the Blessing will be the 5th summon here.
Right. Was this necessary, would you say?
Well, he's going to make a Baron here, so...
the Blessing immediately synchro summons after?
No. That's a good question. I don't think so, though.
Let's get the text of Blessing. 'Cause I'm sure there was a point where it just immediately synchro summons after you summon the card. So let's just get this up. So So activate one of these effects.
That's really good. That's really cool.
I think it's one of these effects. So, it would only do one of the other.
Okay.
So, you would use that. He would do this as like a formula synchron effect, as opposed to summon then synchro.
Yeah.
But
that makes sense.
it doesn't look like he has Nibiru, and by the looks of Ping's body language, you could probably just gather that he doesn't have Nibiru. Otherwise, he'd probably look a bit more optimistic.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you summon Baron de Fleur. I think you just pop this token.
Yeah,
because if he activates right, if he just specials another Griffin Rider that you can cop deck, that can get really awkward. Yeah, just get rid of that. And then he's going to draw 2 cards, I think, in there. Or does it? Oh no,
you draw 3.
He's getting more. And which one's that one?
So it's protect from card destruction and battle.
So
and then banishes the top 3 cards of the deck.
So he's just valuing the extra draw over that card. He didn't want to use it.
The second Cosmic, which is important as well. Again, you can see the 2 of them realizing these. The irony of some of these actions.
He's only going for the 2.
Only going for 2.
Maybe he just wanted to keep it in grey for whatever reason.
May have also just forgot because it's right at the bottom. Who knows?
Let's assume not.
Horn it for later. Setting a card, maybe to play around the Cosmic.
Can Baron be a follow-up play? Like
you can attack Baron for the Camellia, and that gives you that extra Sacred Tree trigger.
So he does have engine going. So this was the threat of the wings to put 2 monsters on the field. Not sure what these monsters can do. It can go straight into a break sword to bait the Baron. But it just completely depends on what Cormac's other defensive cards are.
Yeah, so he's gonna. In my head, he makes break sword, right?
Yeah.
Activates break sword, tries to put the Baron or the field spell.
Yeah, that's the obvious.
And then
if Breaksword, does it have an effect when it's destroyed?
Yeah, so if it's destroyed, it will summon back the 2 Phantom Knights. So either way, he's just getting advantage.
Yeah. So it's as far as like pushes go, they're pretty good. So he's activating Cricket to bring that card back. And more Cricket can just apply a lot more.
Yeah, exactly.
As well. Just as long as the monster stays on the field, like that's just gonna summon the Sunflower and something else. Even with the Sunflower Engrave, it doesn't matter, right?
So I think it has to summon the Sunflower from the deck here. So it makes it a little bit more awkward, let's say.
Right.
But we'll see.
But if he has Blessing, then he can...
Yeah, exactly. So if Blessing is the set card, or...
then he can perform a Synchro Summon.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good as well.
Sending his 3rd copy of Sacred Tree, I believe.
So he's only summoning the 1?
Yes, because Baron is the highest attack monster on the field.
I see.
That's the only issue with it.
That makes sense. Was there a reason why he did this right now?
So in my head, that set card could also be another copy of Blessing. And he could negate the what's it called? The Breaksword with the Baron, and then maybe chain the Blessing to summon back the Sunflower, and then he can negate with Sunflower.
I see. Yeah. That would be
good.
A reasonable good.
Yeah.
Blessing bringing back the Sunflower, so then Sunflower is set up to negate the Breaksword effect in grave. Yeah. And it would leave Ping on a card that he previously didn't use in his last turn, which would assume is
additional card in hand, and he still does have the 2 Phantom Knight cards in the graveyard though, which is quite a benefit.
He still has Ancient Cloak, which can get him a Phantom Knight card. Taunt Scales as well, so there is stuff he can do. It's just a little bit more advanced for me since I haven't played a lot of Phantom Knight. So he's just going straight to the battle phase, which
is scary as well because Zeus can be threatened.
Zeus can indeed be threatened.
Yeah.
Maybe he did this a bit too early, and he just didn't, or maybe he just wanted him to just force the battle phase. But now he has access to Zeus, which is something that he. Is completely possible, but I think if Breaksword uses its effect to bring back 2 level 4s, he's locked in the dogs.
I think it's as ironic as
there's an argument to just let the Baron.
I think I would let the Baron just end.
I guess it depends on how scary you think the rank 4 utility is.
Yeah, it depends also if he wants that additional follow up for next turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, he might already have it if if there's a Blessing set. Oh, okay.
Oh, this is a cool play.
Oh, you can activate
This is
the
a
Runick
really
from
cool,
hand.
Yeah, so he can summon Hugin now, and then Hugin can protect from being destroyed.
Oh, that's anything? I thought it was just back row.
No, so it can protect.
So does Break Sword just resolve without effect, or
Let's find
does it have to destroy both cards?
They're asking.
I am quite interested with that, so I'm gonna. I respect the judge's decision there, of course, but for my own
Is he going to
sanity,
check the rest of his graveyard? Because there should be.
I
one
kind
at
of
the
want to read
bottom.
Break Sword myself.
And he has got 2 there. I think being dark locked is kind of okay for Cormac as well, in all honesty.
It does say destroy them, so it would attempt to destroy both monsters, regardless of whether the other monster can be destroyed or not.
Yeah.
So this ruling is correct. So now dark locked, no Zeus.
No Zeus, which is pretty good.
2 level 4 monsters.
And
the Baron is still
live,
just chilling. Yeah.
Chilling out there.
I completely went over my head. So it's been a while since I've seen Runics in action. So being able to activate Runic cards from your hand
it's really.
is
They've just got these such unique effects that even though it adds the field spell, it does everything you could want from that little fusion monster.
Fountains
it also just randomly protects.
Yeah.
Oh, it has draw Lockbird, which is really good just because it stops.
This is quite decent here. He's getting hit by the random blend of cards that you might not always side in against Phantom Knights, just because he wasn't sure how to side deck.
I think even if I was playing against the knowledge of Phantom Knights, I think
Evenly is fine blind. I'm not sure if I would have kept the draw in blind though.
I don't think so.
I think I would have took that out. Or maybe you
That
went
could
for
be
a
an
mix.
argument, yeah.
You could have went for a nice little varied mix and just kept 2 of things, which is a bit wild. But
it's a bit wild.
It's not unreasonable.
No. Especially with all of the draws you're going to be getting from this Runic deck.
Yeah, you can just be like, I'll just get lucky and just draw when I need, and whenever I draw that I don't need.
You just get right off the right situation. It'll be fine.
Sometimes.
There you go.
Is the back row anything super spooky?
I don't know what the back row could be, in all honesty.
It's Blessing.
Oh, it was
as predicted.
Oh, I love that. I'm right. That's what it has to
be. He's going to summon back the flower.
Yeah.
I can't remember its actual name.
Camellia. So I believe Camellia also has a bonus text. Where if
bonus effect.
where I think if a monster is summoned from the extra deck, it also summons a Naturia back from the graveyard.
Ooh, so what you're saying is he's already used his battle phase.
Yeah.
He has to deal with that with his current monsters on the field. But he special summoned Boots. So maybe it's just when any monster special summon. So here comes the flower.
Yeah.
So now he's got flower and Baron de Fleur.
Yeah.
And locked in the darks.
The plus side with the flower as well, it can negate twice. Because Camellia will, instead of doing the tribute function, the top 2 cards of the deck instead, not only setting up more Runic spells.
This is getting quite oppressive. Yeah.
And he still has the Baron as well, I believe.
Yeah, he does.
So that's still
Baron's just been chilling.
I'm not sure if Arc Rebellion has, again, bonus text. I think it does do some negates. I might be wrong. But
then when you're facing down like 3 negates in Sunflower. So he's summoned Rider's Knight, which is something I've just never seen summoned before. So I'm going to check what that does. I've seen it in like...
What, Raider's Knight?
More fun Phantom Knight decks.
Yeah, so I think it basically almost cheats out a monster of the above or below rank.
Yeah, so you can attach one material from this card, special summon from your extra deck 1 Phantom Knight, Raid Raptor or XYZ Dragon, XYZ monster that is 1 rank higher or lower than this card. By using this face-up card, you control as a material, but destroy it during your opponent's next end phase.
Yep.
So it's just effectively like a rank up XYZ.
Exactly, yeah. So it's really...
I don't think it would have been unreasonable to just negate it just because you can't be bothered to see where he's going.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's one of those things
I think that's what he did. I think that's why he's no longer on the field,
I think it's one of those times where I'm quite anxious.
He's just conceded, so... Woo! I wasn't really sure how that was going to go with the Baron pass, but then like Blessing not being once per turn is a blessing in itself.
Exactly, yes.
So being able to just constantly summon your Churia engine to just check every single Phantom Knight play that he did. Fair play to Ping though, with the 1 card in his hand, like Phantom Knight is a resilient engine, and it means that you can just keep pushing. But it was just too much in the end. That evenly matched was well played, activating a Runick spell in the battle phase.
Exactly.
He could have maybe saw his draw for turn because Cormac had to miss his battle phase.
Yeah.
But you're at a point where like the grind's not going to be good enough, so for the sake of just saving everybody's time,
and you just
it
know,
made sense.
You just know that Cormac's going to keep generating that advantage to the
and
point where
it is
he might
the
not be
lunch
able to
break
come back.
next, so maybe just value that extra 10 minutes to scran.
You know what?
And
if
I
was
appreciate
a player,
him for that too.
If I was a player, that's the
yeah, just like, I'm going to lose anyway. I'm going for food.
Yeah.
Makes complete sense. But yeah, I'm really, really interested to have a conversation with Cormac about his Nishiryu Runick engine. So we're going to grab him for that. So we'll be right back with Cormac, the winner of round 3. So welcome back. We have the winner of round 3, the former Irish national champion, Cormac Adams. So how are you feeling so far about the event?
I'm feeling pretty good so far. It was unfortunate I took a loss in round 2, but you know, that we saw in that game that my deck was able to perform the way that I wanted it to. So hoping that can carry me through for the rest of the day. So going good.
Yeah, game 1 it seemed like it was fairly straightforward. Like you did your thing. Peng was just like, no, I don't want to deal with that thing. And just good. So how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, it's always nice to have a clean 2-0. It can be
2-minute game 1's very nice.
It's not bad. It's not bad. And when he scooped without revealing any cards game 1, I didn't actually know what he was playing. So I was kind of taking a bit of a shot in the dark with my side decking. But I think cards I sided in, I think like Ash Blossom and Evenly, and those are cards that are generically pretty good.
We were looking at your side deck and we were thinking like, okay, like surely you'd probably go for things that are more generic. I'm guessing that was your like thinking as well, just thinking I'll put Ash and Evenly in, they'll probably do something against anything.
Yeah, exactly. We have a bunch of sort of generic side deck templates like myself and a few of my mates who we work on this deck together with. So we knew things for particular matchups and we knew what are just the worst cards going second in general. So we need to take those out and just put in the good generic cards.
What did you think he was playing?
I wasn't entirely certain because I know Ping and Ping can play very off the wall things. Yeah, absolutely. So I was just I didn't really want to take any chances. I was thinking I could side in like a bunch of like hand traps or board breaker type cards, and then you could just be playing a control deck.
Because we saw you kept drawing as well. That was like a bit of a mix with Evenly as well. So I guess you just thought.
Pretty much, yeah. I was considering keeping in Nibiru. I sided out Nibiru, which is the one like hand trap. I considered siding out Droll or Nibiru, and I figured that just generically, like there's more a higher chance of Droll having some sort of impact. As opposed to Nibiru. So,
that is true.
Yeah.
And so game 2, it was you 2-0'd him. So once the evenly match resolved, that must have felt incredible.
Yeah. I saw my opening hand and I was like, okay, right, I have Evenly, I don't have any hand traps. We'll see how this goes. And then his first action was to activate Enchantress to get right. And I saw Curses plus Evenly in my hand, and I was like, okay,
it'll do.
We're doing well right now. So yeah, I was pretty happy.
And at first glance, I was worried that you have to skip the battle phase, but he keenly pointed out that it was a quick play spell, so you can just play that in the battle phase.
Yeah, exactly.
And then activate, forcing the Griffin Rider out, which meant that you evenly matched would resolve. And I think at that point you felt super confident just to take the win from there. Right?
Yeah. At that point, once he lost all of his board. PK is known for having a bit of follow-up in Grave, but he only had the one trap. So I knew that once I was able to establish the Barone and then get my Naturia engine rolling, I was pretty confident there. Like you saw at the end that I had the Sunflower, and the fact that Sunflower isn't once per turn is pretty good. So, I was...
We were pointing out that all the Naturia cards were just not once per turn. And we noticed that he was quite resilient with his graveyard, as you mentioned, and you made a play which summoned the Naturia is its name, Camellia, and then he went straight to battle phase and attacked with Breaksword. Were you a little bit concerned after that because it could have opened up a Zeus line?
I was thinking about Zeus the entire time that he was doing that. The way that I viewed it was that I had Droll and Lockbird in my hand, so when I summoned the Mole Cricket out from Graveyard, which triggers when he summons a monster from the extra deck, I figured at that point that he's able to run over the Mole Cricket anyway if he went straight to battle phase. So I wanted to be able to get my Camellia search for the Blessing for the follow-up out of the way beforehand, so I get all of my searches done. Same thing with using the Runick, the fountain draw before he was able to do any searches. So I was cognizant of Zeus the entire time, but I was also recognizing that I was going to have like 3 Omni negates essentially for his monster.
So it worked out in your favor, in my opinion, that he actually did go battle phase. At first glance, I thought, was this like a mistake here that you just allowed him to attack over one of your defensive cards? But then you being able to just use the Runic spells in hand, which are completely went over my head that you could do with the board, and then just keeping the Baron alive, and it meant that he then was locked at the dark, so it meant that he just couldn't Zeus anymore.
Yeah.
So in terms of your deck choice, you played this deck for the YCS, and congrats on topping Lima as well. Did you think what I saw the changes that you might have made was Drawn Lockbird? Do you mind talking us through like what sort of changes you made for this event in particular?
So after myself and Gabriel Netsu, so I'll play round 1, came back from Lima, we were discussing about some changes that we would consider with the deck. There were a few things that we noticed when we were playing last weekend that were performing, they were okay, but there were things we wanted to try out. Like obviously YCS London is in 2 weeks for a lot of us, so we wanted to try out a couple of different tech cards and see like how well they would be performing right now.
That makes sense.
And Droll and Lockbird was one that we were considering playing. It was one that when we initially brought it up, we weren't sure. We were considering playing it in the side deck, but we weren't sure about how effective it would be in the side deck. But I think in game 1 in particular, I think it has a lot of value because it's not highly expected. And it with Naturia, you are okay if they make a sort of like half board or they make something sort of mediocre. The issue is like sometimes when they make a really wide or really big board that you're not able to deal with because not having a battle phase is a bit of an issue. So if you just get to draw them and then you just are able to just clear away their half board, they're on low resources, fountains giving you cards every single turn. So it's kind of the theory.
And we were saying as well, I wasn't massively sure on maining Drawn Lockbird because in my head I just immediately just go with the Dark World, which isn't fairly represented. But then I thought there could be scenarios where you can catch them out where they do some optimal lines where they are searching their deck, and Drawn Lockbird isn't something that's like fairly respected right now, so you can get that positive variance where you can like just beat them.
Of course, there's lots of things like a lot of people will use their pot cards like Desires and Prosperity as first action, and then you're able to draw them afterwards, and then they can kind of be stuck. And
that's a really good point. That's really solid as well. That went over my head as well. And in terms of like heading towards the 250th, which you've mentioned as well, do you think this is like something that like in your mind is just a big favourite for you to take into the 250th? Yeah,
this is definitely a deck that I'm considering heavily for the 250th. This format is extremely wide, so it's kind of difficult to be able to have a deck that's able to have a good matchup into like most of the decks in the format. But Runic cards in general are just like really, really strong and are really reliable. And against most decks, if you're just kind of playing a bit of a fair game and you're able to establish a fountain, it's just kind of a bit blowout because you just draw cards every single turn. And then all your 1-for-1s just become like pluses for you. It's something that appeals to me a lot. It was the reason we played it last week. There's a few other decks that I'm looking to consider between now and London as well. But I was a little bit short on time for this week, so I figured I'm just going to run it back with the same deck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like Lima was what, like last weekend? So it makes complete sense just to stick to what you know for an event like the UK Open, and just if it went well for a previous YCS, then why wouldn't it go well now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like it did go really well. And so, in terms of the deck, then, how are you feeling? Are you feeling confident for the remainder of the tournament?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. I know, like, you know, what I'm doing for the most part anyway, at least. You know, after playing it last weekend and this weekend, and you know, I'm just hoping the deck is kind to me. I've drawn Sunflower a couple times already. I'm hoping that dies down. Yeah, I'm hoping that one calms down a little bit. But yeah, other than that, I'm feeling pretty good.
Sounds good stuff. Cheers, Cormac. Well done for your round, free win, and good luck for the rest of the round. We're going to get scran now. I'm starving. We're going to take a half an hour lunch break, then we'll be back for round 4. See you in a bit. Get yourself a sandwich. Hello guys, welcome back. We're getting ready for round 4. I hope you enjoyed that sandwich. I enjoyed a delicious Korean bao bun, to be fair. It was so nice. I went for the beef brisket and some chicken one. I actually can't remember because I was just such
It was good. It was good.
Did you have the same ones?
I've got one for later.
Oh,
so
yes.
I'll tell you about it in a bit.
I should have went for the fried chicken personally.
But
Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, no more Scran.
We have Jawad Chowdhury, the first winner of the first ever UK Open.
Yeah, he was the winner of UK Open 1, Jawad Chowdhury. He's topped several white sisters as well, a very known UK player. He's playing the Kashtira strategy, with something interesting which can help combat his opponent who is playing Labyrinth. He is main decking 2 Cosmic Cyclones, so if he sees those Cosmic Cyclones, that will help him defeat the Labyrinth matchup, who, from the looks of things, isn't playing a Floodgate which Cosmic would help against because he is playing lingering effects like Eradicator, Epidemic Virus, and Dimensional Barrier. Yep. So Cosmic may just not be as good as we think here. But he's won the dice roll, which is quite preferable when you play against a heavy trap deck.
So do you think that Jawad will do the standard Rise Heart pass? Or do you think he knows? They sort of gets a more control-based player.
So assuming in a universe where he doesn't know, if I have the combo where you lock 5, I just go for it. Because it's so good and it's so impressive and like you just do it if you have it, right? And if they have Nibiru, so be it. Because I think respecting like a card that it's just a free of that they have to draw, agreed. And not everybody is playing it game 1 in the main. If you have the full 5-lock combo, which I'm not sure if he did, it looks like he might because he has Planet Unicorn and oh no, so he's activated Theosis earlier here, and for the lock 5 combo, you need to activate Theosis once you've already summoned a Rise Heart.
Okay.
So it does look like he's just going to go for the Rise Heart pass combo. He's activated Birth, which he might not use Birth's effect. Oh no, so he is using Birth's effect to normal Ogre, so Ogre can give him an additional trap. Yeah, so you'll be getting preparations, which will give him an additional disruption.
Yep.
So a Rise Heart pass with preparation is probably the most logical play here. It's also dependent on what other defensive cards you have in your hand as well. Like, even if you have the Lock 5 combo, if you have Forbidden Lance, you might be tempted just to chill on a Rise Heart, because a Rise Heart Lance is really, really good, because not a lot of cards can actually remove that from the field.
There you go, he goes for it.
Yeah, it was all...
Is that a
Master of Blades? Yes, so Master of Blades is something we've been like messing about with, because it is really solid against Labyrinth, because all of Labyrinth's cards target, so you can summon a Master of Blades and it can just like do really well against it.
That's so funny. I always remember Master of Blades was almost like the joke card.
Yeah, when you couldn't get a trigger slap, you couldn't get a trigger slap, so you just summon Master of Blades.
Yeah, that's so funny to see after so many years as well.
Lewis has some good going second cards, so he is maining evenly matched, which is quite common for trap decks these days, just to help them going second.
Yep.
I see a lot of monsters in his hand, which is not something I would typically see from a Labyrinth deck. They try to like play as little Labyrinth monsters as possible. They probably summon one Lovely, maybe 2 Ariana, and then 3 of the main girl, Lovely Labyrinth.
Yep.
But he's playing things like Cuckoo Clock and Chandraglia and Stovey Toby.
Stovey Toby.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll read those as he activates them, just so we'll get a better idea as to what's going on in the game state. But he's activating a Rise Heart early here.
I think
he must have went to the battle phase. Yeah, so that makes sense. I don't know why he didn't just wait for him to activate the evenly matched. Oh, he maybe just wanted to have an attach to protect the card, and so it went to grave.
Yeah. How what?
Okay, but so this probably respects something, but I'm not sure what it respects.
I'm not sure
right this second. I would assume he banishes everything face down and except preparation. Oh no, okay. He's valuing how oppressive a Rise Heart is over. I think
if you're Lewis, you're pretty happy with the current situation, right?
I'm really confused why he activated a Rise Heart here then, because he.
You just lose your Rise Heart as an interrupt,
you've lost your Rise Heart effect, and
I want to see if he's playing Link Reaver. He is playing Link Reaver.
Because if he just held it here, he would have been able to get like a free card to banish face down, one of his free cards that he just set.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand why he went for this line, and Unless he was just going to keep the preparation.
I swear I saw a backjack in Lewis's hand.
A backjack?
A backjack.
Does he? Oh, he does play Absolute King
does.
backjack, yeah. Okay.
Maybe I just missed something. That's also entirely possible, let's be real.
So Lady Labyrinth can't be target right now because Lewis controls set cards?
Yep. I really, really like Lady Labyrinth as a card.
Yeah, she's stupid.
I think even if you're not playing Labyrinth cards, I think that's might even be something for you because they're just playing all trap decks going forward.
It gives you an ideal win condition, right? Because she's just really, really big and she can't be targeted while you have traps.
Yep.
And it's just really, really awkward to deal with. And what is that? Is that the...
I think that's Arcfiend's Ghastly Glitch, which from memory I
that's
believe...
one of the cards from Tactical Masters which I haven't actually seen activated. So let's get the text up for that.
Yeah.
It's if you control a fiend monster, target one card on the field, destroy it, then you can send one fiend monster from your deck to the graveyard. Mm-hmm. What is the utility that you could have? It could be with one of the cuckoo clocks or anything like that.
It can also send Backjack.
Oh, so Absolute King Backjack's a fiend.
Game. Yeah.
So this is a disruptor whilst also setting up an additional trap.
You know what? As a unique trap card, I don't actually hate that.
No, me neither. That is quite cute. Yeah.
This is pretty cute, especially when he is playing more of these. I don't want to say gimmicky cards, but it's like.
I think the only disadvantage this might have is King Backjack in your opening hand doesn't really do anything. So maybe you can get away with just playing like one copy as opposed to the three that Lewis is playing.
Like the idea of it though because it also helps beat the evenly matched as well, right? Because
true. It just gives you an extra disruption. But you do have to control a fiend to activate that to send a card to the graveyard. Lady Labyrinth can just special whenever it wants, right?
Yes.
So if you can just flip any
as long as the trap has been activated.
Yeah, so you can hold the Labyrinth in your hand, which he didn't do because he's going second, but maybe going first he could have just held it. So he gets to arrange the cards in any order he wants, and then if he hit a trap, he just puts it on the top of the deck and then uses Backjack to just set it, which he's going to do immediately.
Wait, what was he doing?
Spanish and Backjack to set a card, right?
Yeah, it just sets the...
Oh dear. You can. I'm assuming you can activate at the turn. He's just going straight for Smelly. So that gets rid of the Theosis, and any player that Jawad has next is probably just in a spot of bother. Yeah.
He's now locked onto that Rise Heart on field, which just isn't doing enough, really, is it?
No, and any spells which are the most powerful top decks in his deck that he draws are just they're not going to do an awful lot because they're going to just go straight to the graveyard.
Like you can banish a Theosis here, correct? And then you can get.
Then you can add back, but then he's still sort of stuck underneath the Rise Heart.
It depends. I'm assuming that Lewis would have set maybe a Welcome Labyrinth or a big Welcome Labyrinth off.
Yeah, just to get his engine going again. Because he wouldn't have tributed that lady if
without
he didn't
another one.
Because then he wouldn't have been able to, kill the game.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yes, they're just resolving Rise Heart just to banish those cards.
Then I guess he just adds back. I mean, he could have been a little bit greedy here, right? He could have banished the Birth this turn, and if the Rise Heart doesn't get cleared, then he can banish Theosis to add Birth back. I think that's something maybe I would have considered, even though there is a very high chance your Rise Heart does get cleared, but if he doesn't want to clear away because he knows there's a Fenrir in hand now, that's something you can consider, right?
It is looking bleak if he does have a Welcome Labyrinth, but I would assume he would have flipped it then and then, but he hasn't, unless he's waiting for some reason. Maybe he just doesn't, and he just valued the time that Eradicator can just give him. He just normals a Backjack, okay, and so he does have I can't tell if that's Welcome or Big Welcome.
It's
Big Welcome, okay.
So he's going to summon and then return one to the hand. So he's going for Ariana.
That makes sense, yeah.
Gets another Big Welcome, I'd guess. Or no, sorry, just probably a Welcome at that point, right?
So when does this card let you draw a card?
I think if a monster leaves the field.
By the effect of a normal trap?
Yes. But I'm not sure if you can use.
So he's adding one of the more obscure Labyrinth cards. Can't make out which one, so try and figure it out together.
I think. I think that's Chandriglia. So you can send it from the hand or field to the graveyard. Discard 1 card, so that's the Blackjack. Set a Labyrinth spell or trap from your hand or deck. If it wants to leave the field by a normal trap effects while it's in the graveyard, add it back to hand. It's not.
That's cute. It has some decent synergy with Backjack. I'm still not massively convinced if I would play this variant, but if I'm prepared to be amazed.
Yes,
is what I'm saying. I'm prepared to be.
So he's going to clear it there.
I'm not sure if I agree with attacking over the Rise Heart.
I'm not sure either,
because he knows he has Unicorn Fenrir.
Yeah.
Which can be really problematic because he can just go, oh, goodbye, Peckham.
Gone.
Unfortunately, he can't even activate it because it's just destroyed as it checks the draw.
Yeah, exactly.
So he can. The most obvious play is Unicorn, get Birth, normal Fenrir, and that gets him out of this pickle, assuming those cards resolve. But they probably won't because he's got 4-step back row, about to be a 5th.
And pretty strong there.
Yes. So you're in a position now where
you're just getting to this point where I think
he's got too many cards.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's just
even if Jawed can establish a big monster and just keep swinging, the second he gets a big lady on the field, he just can't do anything. It's just too much.
I just think it's just the eternal issue with the Labyrinth deck, or even against it. It's the second they get started on the field. You're not winning. I think you just get to the point where they start outgrinding you every single turn again. More and more of these trap cards that are just going to remove your options, and they're just 3,000. It's massive.
And to respect as well how long it can take to actually play against these decks.
Yes.
As soon as you notice that it's just eventually just going straight to the Shadow Realm. It's just you just have to go to the next game with good time, because beating these decks does take a while, and you can get to a point where you can get to time, and these already have a draw as well, so they'll be mindful of that, because another draw will not be good for them.
No.
It'll be the equivalent of a loss when you rack up as many draws, so not ideal for either party. So I think Jawed has just accepted that the card advantage is too high. Lewis has taken game 1 here, despite going second, so I guess it goes to showing that maining evenly matched in these trap decks is proving to be extremely effective, and it's starting to make a lot more sense. When you actually see it in action.
Yes, I agreed. I think if I was going for this, I may have taken a slightly different approach. But I think you just want to see trap cards, and you want to see engine. Yeah, that's what you really want.
He's still playing the powerful cards that are played in Labyrinth. Even though he's added the other Labyrinth engine fluff, which I'm not 100% sure is.
But there might be some cool plays that come up.
There can be some cute things with Absolute King Backjack that you can do. And Absolute King Backjack has been putting in work there. He gets to effectively choose which trap he wants to set from the 3 at the top of the deck. So as far as Backjack's concerned, it's good.
Yeah,
I like it.
The way I view the Labyrinth deck is you want these utility traps in your deck, because you just want to be able to choose them out with Big Lady, and you just want the ability to remove any card at any point, because that's where your deck really thrives.
The normal traps are more skill intensive as well, because the continuous traps can just be very
game over,
no thinking, and just. But what makes the Labyrinth deck really cool is you have to use your normal traps in the right way to interact with your opponent, which makes the deck quite cool.
So post side, do you think Jawed's going to go first or second?
So I was about to ask you that. I think it's a really interesting thing to consider, because you have cards that are a higher impact when you go second. What I've been experimenting with Kashtira has been going second, is just putting in things like Evenly Matched, Hobby Turtles, or Lightning Storm Cosmic, because I just feel like if you just let them just do their thing and just set 5 pass, and you just get rid of all that with 1 card, it's just smooth sailing, and you're eventually just going to win.
Especially because there's cards like Sphere Mode in the side, potentially Lava Golem. All of these cards that add up to a point where
you also counter the random garbage that they can play, and also simultaneously, if you make them start and they put in something like Gamma Seal in their in their main deck, that means it's just one less card. So there's less to deal with. So even if you don't draw any of the blowout cards, you're effectively playing through less of the trap cards.
I personally, I'd agree with this majority of the time. Because if you're playing a more powerful deck, it doesn't really matter if you go first or second. If you've got one of these blowout cards, then.
But Kashtira's not the most reliable thing, right?
Exactly. In my opinion, Kashtira, you've got a couple of pushes per turn. I'm not convinced, even if you have one of these powerful cards, that 1, maybe 2 interrupts they have at the ends of the game, it might still be enough, right?
So let's see what he's chosen for
Exactly.
game 2 to see whether he agrees with the going second philosophy, or he just likes to go keep it safe and cozy and go first. By the look of the body language, I think he has opted to go first.
Yeah. I will also appreciate that Forbidden Lance isn't that bad as these trap decks either.
Good, yeah. Arise Heart Set Lance is pretty strong against most things. To be honest, it just means that oh no, he has made him start.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's the Cuckoo Clock, I believe.
Let's have a little peek at what the Cuckoo Clock does. It's a quick effect, so not sure if Jowd is going first or not yet, because it's a quick effect. You can discard this card. This turn, you can activate 1 normal trap card that was set this turn. If you control a Labyrinth monster, if you control Labyrinth monster, if a card is sent from your hand to the graveyard to activate your normal trap card, or your Labyrinth card or effect, except Labyrinth Cuckoo Clock, while this card is in your graveyard, you can add this card to your hand or special summon it. So I'll be interested to see what it actually does, but so far I'm not sure.
In all honesty, do we think this is Jowd's turn? Or do we think this is Lewis's turn?
I don't know, because you activate it so you can activate a set trap.
Yeah.
So
And
why
now
would you activate it now?
And now he's activating Labyrinth
Chandraglia.
Chandraglia. Which I believe that's the one that then sets as well.
Right,
Set a Labyrinth spell trap.
So he can activate this turn if he really wanted to, but now he's only got like two cards in hand. So, that's the problem with these cards. They just he just doesn't have as many cards left anymore. And in a deck like this, card advantage is just really, really important. But if you can generate a lot of card advantage from this one trap, then fool on me, I guess. So we'll see if this actually does anything.
So I think he's going to add back the original Cuckoo Clock.
Yeah. It kind of makes it more combo orientated, and I just feel like a lot of the time with trap decks,
it's what we're talking about the Trap Tricks deck,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Where we're saying that this Trap Tricks deck, it's no longer the control deck where the control deck thrives. It's trying to do a bit of both, and I don't know if that's where it should be sitting. And I think that's kind of the same thing here.
I think Trap Trick just does it naturally though, without hindering the other element of it, right? And again, maybe this opens up some extra deck utility here, and.
This might actually be. I think Jowd's gone first.
Has he?
I think so. Because the way he's holding his hand right now, it looks like he's gone first.
Oh, okay. That's really peculiar then. So I guess when you draw a combination of the clock and the chandelier, the chandelier or however you pronounce it, and then you can do things.
This is really.
So he can activate that trap in Jowd's turn. So he has a means of interacting with him.
Yeah.
I don't know what that trap was that he set. I don't know if he.
It's either big welcome or welcome, one or the other.
Right. And is that? It's a bounce, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a bounce in the graveyard, but on the field they both just summon from deck. So it's a bit odd.
They also need the field spell as well, because that lets them pop a card on the field as well. So I'm not seeing the threat immediately here. And did he discard that evenly matched? Because I would have valued that evenly matched significantly higher. I mean, let's see if this goes anywhere. Oh, okay, nice. I guess it summons from the graveyard, so you can go spell it as well.
Yes, yeah.
Go spell is an interesting card as well. You don't really see that creeping up in this format right now, but it does interact with the Branded Expulsion combo.
It does interact with Branded Expulsion.
So it makes sense
with
why you
Big
would
Welcome.
see it. Yeah.
And then also Kashtira Birth and some of the other cards, right?
And a lot of the time with Labyrinth, if you just stop them from resolving one of the welcomes, it makes it really hard for them to do anything threatening.
Yeah, personally, I really like these control trap decks when they're correctly positioned in the format. But I think the issue I have with this as a trap deck is you need your trap card that initial one trap card to resolve, and either being big welcome or welcome. And if it doesn't, then you're just never getting to engine. Yeah. And it's a bit of a unique one.
And he's lost a lot of cards here as well, whereas Jowd hasn't really had to.
He hasn't done anything
yet. And he can just generate a lot of card advantage.
The only plus side is that if he's got the big lady on board, or on field, sorry.
We're not having a cheese board here.
No.
We're having a cheese field.
Cheese field. When it comes back to Lewis's turn, you can use that to return the Rise Heart to hand.
Mm-hmm.
But then again,
It's only
does
one
have
effect.
Forbidden Lance.
It's just one effect
So,
per turn, right?
Yeah.
Other one, yeah. He does have Forbidden Lance, does he?
He does have Forbidden Lance.
I don't think that's like super important right now because he just has 2 monsters that like he doesn't really care about because Lady Labyrinth at the moment is not at its full power because there is no set trap, so it can be targeted and it's effectively just a big vanilla right now. And you can use the field spell to pop it as well, which I think what he's going for. He's probably thinking there's just no way. There's just no way he's got a Nibiru in his hand because he wouldn't have done all this if he had a Nibiru. Like he just would have just held it. So he's just gonna activate Shingira to block one of the zones. Doesn't really matter at this point. He's just generating card advantage. Then he's gonna use Planet just to get rid of that lady and just put it in the graveyard. And then, like, I don't think he needs to do an awful lot to be honest. Just get rid of her. Like she's just massive. She's just tell her to go away. Yeah. And from here, I don't know what else is in his hand, but there's a universe where he can just go a right.
It's the first time today we've seen a zone.
We've seen a zone blocked. There we go. That one. He doesn't like that one. Just in case he's got
no
pendulums. No pendulums. No.
Do you reckon he'll go for the other zone next?
Logically speaking,
I think he has to.
He could go for a Diabolosis play just to get rid of more resources in his extra deck. If he has an extra extender. He also has Cosmic, so that's just another means of just...
There's just no way now, is there? He's just committed too many cards, and I think...
Oh, no. So he can go for like a Diabolosis, a Rise Heart play, which I guess kind of makes sense. Just block as many zones as possible just to make it really awkward for him. Even though he doesn't have that many cards, I don't think it's a massive big deal.
So...
Like, assuming that card on the field on the field doesn't do anything on his opponent's side of the field, he can set a maximum of 2 cards. So I don't see why he's really worried. Because he's got Cosmic too. If you go set 2, your Rise Heart banish 1 and Cosmic the other. Okay. I mean, if he can get enough cards underneath that Rise Heart, I guess it doesn't matter.
Right? Or would have.
Shengira would trigger, yes, but he didn't activate it. It's not
he wanted to let him be able to pendulum summon, or at least try a little bit.
Because Cosmic can get at least 1 material underneath it, and then I think here you would probably get Unicorn. I'd say.
What is he? Why is he in his deck?
I would say it gets Unicorn because it means that any monster effect he activates, he can just banish the extra deck. And that means it just gets another material underneath the Rise Heart, and then the Cosmic will get another material.
Oh, it's a Shanghai in the Stammer phase. I was confused then why he
was
I was like, what? Why is he in the deck?
Yeah, he's getting Fenrir. I personally think Unicorn would have been better.
Yeah. I think, again, it's just like if he normal summons to add one of the traps, it's just another card to field, right?
I think this game is more or less checkmate because the Fenrir is just going to banish the Ariane normal summons. Yeah, so I think the Fenrir can interact with this.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of just getting rid of the last resources in his hands.
Is that a reason for him to set the card first? I guess just so he can't get zones, but I don't know.
Does it protect that lady?
Maybe.
Oh, I guess so he could special the Lady Lab.
Yeah.
Maybe. But I don't think he can special that. Oh, he can. So he would then probably... I guess he doesn't have the Cosmic immediately. I don't think he has the Cosmic immediately. He would wait to Cosmic once the Rise Heart is attached to its second material. And then on Resolution, he can then Cosmic Cyclone the remaining back row. So then he has 3 materials. So unfortunately, he didn't see that line because the Lady Labyrinth is still going to summon. I don't think it's...
Well,
it's not a massive big deal.
Removed. Rise Heart will be Chain Link 1. Fenrir then can be Chain Link 2, right? Oh, no, he's already activated it, okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So in this scenario, it only has 2 materials. So like he could have just removed the Lady Labyrinth in this same turn. Oh, all that, yes.
That makes so much sense.
All Planet can just pop a card in the field as well. He's bouncing the
It's going to
Arise
chain
Heart.
Lance. Oh my god, I knew this.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so Forbidden Lance there was relevant. I wasn't massively sure if it was going to do an awful lot, but it did. It stopped the grave effect of Welcome to bounce it to the extra deck. So that was good. Again, it's those cards that we weren't massively sure on that I probably would have been better if they were just traps that interacted with Jawad's field.
Especially if he wasn't getting up with that lock for 5. That evenly match would have been enough, I think.
Yes, the evenly match that was discarded to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Probably would have just been really solid, especially if Jawad did go for that semi-lock-free play.
Yeah.
I think he only did it because of the play Lewis made.
Yeah.
But assuming in a scenario where he would have made that play anyway, that evenly match would have been significantly more valuable.
Exactly. Yeah,
I
agree.
And even if he went Arise Heart past, that evenly match is still taking cards away from Jawad.
I'm quite curious to see how Lewis now builds his main deck to go into game 3.
Well, let's have a look at his side deck. So he's got things like Super Poly, which can interact decently against Kashtira if they go for the Mind Hacker play.
Yeah.
I don't think I would rely on Super Poly for that instance. So he's got a Pointer of the Red Lotus, D-Barrier, and another Virus and Judgment. So I think the side pattern is quite clear. He just puts in those 6 copies of the cards and then just hope he gets his unfair win conditions.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he takes out the Labyrinth. Well, the non-traditional Labyrinth names, maybe.
I think, I think for me, I would definitely take out Evenly and the
evening for definitely,
the non-traditional Labyrinth names, because that means your prosperities are just going to be
very powerful.
It's just going to be very ridiculous because he's already got he's going to have 2 copies of Eradicator in the main, he's going to have 3 copies of Barrier in the main, and 3 Judgment. So if he can get a combination of Judgment,
you just want to see any one of those cards really, or any combination of them.
Barrier isn't absolutely unreal against Kashtira, but it does stop them from.
I think it's
going
most powerful once they commit to an XYZ instead of once they have the monsters on board, because they're 2,500, they're massive.
Huge, if they overlay into a Shangira and then but I kind of feel like I just don't want to get them on that bit, because if you leave a Shangira on their field, they are going to summon in the next standby phase.
I agree.
Barrier is just kind of weirdly placed against Kashtira just because their monsters are just oppressive enough.
I think you just need it for everything else though, right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, against Branded, it's it's a win condition.
It is.
Branded can't really function without being able to fusion summon.
Game 3.
So we're getting stuck into game 3 here. I think it's safe to assume the Labyrinth player will start because of the vast amount of win conditions that it has.
Oh, did he start game 1? No.
He did? No, Jawad started game 1, yeah.
Prosperity for 6. Do you think he ashes it? I think you have to actually game 3.
You can't let him dig for his
the side cards, right?
unfair win conditions.
Do you think game 1, if you know it's Labyrinth?
I think you would, yeah.
You still ash it?
I think in general, because Prosperity's played in a lot of decks that can just brick if they don't see their win conditions. So if you ash Prosperity when they're playing Kashtira, a lot of the time they just can't do anything because they need that to resolve. So I think it's
a little weird now because he's got a D barrier, a Lancia, and a backjack.
So that set card could be really powerful. We're not sure yet because we didn't see what it was. It could be D barrier, but which wouldn't be that good in this situation. Eradicator would be mental, but
Eradicator, if he had to,
if he had a means of tributing, would be crazy because the amount of spells that he has in his hand. It does look like that. Jawad's in a strong position here, just suffocating the Labyrinth player with his defensive cards.
So do you think he should have activated the Lancia in the standby phase just to play around cards like Prosperity? Or maybe even Desires if he plays it?
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason why you would hold the Lancia, because you're not really letting them commit into a play that would otherwise ruin them.
Exactly.
Because they're already naturally making that play anyway. And also, once they put a monster on the field, i.e. Unicorn or Fenrir, and you activate Lancia, you're just giving them something extra.
Yeah, that bonus text, right?
Yeah. So, right now, as soon as he drops this Lancia, he's just going to rip a card from the extra deck for no reason. Not that it really matters too much against Labyrinth, but it's still just one extra thing that you just don't want them to have.
Something for punishment, maybe. Something like that can be a big factor.
Maybe he's just worried that he's in such a bad position that he needs to force him to make a mistake and drop the Labyrinth
that makes
down,
sense, that makes sense.
which is also quite reasonable. But now I think he was definitely forced to drop the Lancia here because now this Fenrir is just going to get rid of that Lady Labyrinth. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. Everything I just said there was wrong because once he Lancias, he can't activate Unicorn or Fenrir. So
that's true.
I'm dumb. So I guess the only thing that you would want to respect is triple tactic talents.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's something that you would keep in against Labyrinth.
Yeah, I think it gets a little bit weird now because if he adds Scareclaw Kashtira,
yeah, it's quick effect.
it just nullifies it, right? But,
yeah. On the Fenrir effect, it was probably the best time to drop it.
Yeah, it's agreed.
Yeah, but then again, you can also argue you want to try and force them into a Rise Heart play.
Yeah.
Which is what is the current plan here.
I think that's where it's going to go, personally.
But it's Lewis. Even when the Lancia gets dropped, like Jawed is still like generating a lot of card advantage, and he can do things like if he gets Lancia'd once he attacks over the field, he can just overlay into Shangira. Then that Labyrinth is gonna pop the last card in his field as well.
So I think. What do you think is going to happen here? So he's going to attack. Do you think he's just going to go for that Rise Heart pass?
I'm surprised he didn't activate the effective Unicorn there.
Yeah, so am I.
Unless he was trying to play around something like Solemn Strike.
No, I think you just forgot.
Well, let's assume you want to play around Solemn Strike.
Yeah, he's playing Solemn Strike, of course. So he's probably going to summon a Rise Heart and maybe look to make a. No, by that hand motion. Ooh.
It's not the end of the world.
I might be a little bit ignorant here. I think I'd have held it.
Held the Lancia?
Held the Lancia. Because I don't know. Because I feel, in my opinion, the way Jawed went to make a play there, it felt like he was going to make a Shangira first.
And you think he might? You think he won't make Shangira now?
Yeah, I think he might. I don't know what he was going to do now, but I guess he will just make Shangira.
I think he still do it.
That's what you do now.
Because Planet's going to hit his last back row, which forces it anyway. And okay. I guess it just gets him a follow up for next turn. I guess he was just respecting draws, so he didn't want to activate that immediately.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, not completely unreasonable.
No, I respect it.
Yeah, I think the obvious thing to do here is just like Shangira and just pass, because then the Shangira can special you a Fenrir Unicorn, and then the Planet will just hit the last card.
Oh, he's got
Birth too, so like I guess any power spells it just deals with that as well. You can arguably, very arguably. Now I know Jawed went second, but you can very arguably not pop this back row with Planet, and sort of use it as a means of like
guarantee there's no evenly matched to like
just play around your opponent potentially just siding.
I think I would ignore that just because it's obviously game 3. Going like, first for the Labyrinth player.
Yeah, I feel like you just wouldn't expect it. Even if you got even lead in this position, I don't think it would be the end of the world anyway.
No, I still think if he just keeps the Shangira, right?
Yeah, you just get rid of his cards for sure.
And he's got another field spell next turn just to like get even more.
Yeah, like even if he worst case scenario destroyed that back row and then got even lead, I don't think you'd care.
I think.
And if he activates Prosperity as well, the Birth deals with that as well by just banishing any resources he has in his grip.
So he drew a pointer.
Not ideal.
Not the most ideal.
Yeah, it's not in a pretty rough spot for Lewis, like topping a trap, which past turn 1 is effectively useless.
I was curious if he played Relinquished Anima in his extra deck. Because I do see the backjack there.
He just bounced that Rise Heart. Take that.
My Rise Heart.
Does he play any sort of like Link 1 utility?
He does play a Link Karibo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I think this is probably, he just makes Link Karibo.
Anima would have made more sense probably, right?
Yeah,
it would have actually done something.
Done a little bit, yeah. Cheeky little bit.
Well, that Link Karibo is going to get banished face down, and then Shangira is going to trigger, and then the field spell is going to pop.
Can Fenrir hit back where it can, right?
No.
So only face ups?
Just face ups, yeah.
I'll just face ups. Okay.
So here, like, he can just banish that Link Karibo face down, and then the field spell can just pop something. He held the field spell and didn't pop the back row immediately. I guess in his mind he just thought, well, it's not something that I need to get rid of right this second because he can just activate it whenever he wants, so there's no value in that.
I think this is a viewpoint of the deck Lewis has as well. It's just He just hasn't seen a normal trap here again. It's just like, there's not much you can really get value from, unfortunately.
So the trap that I see in that,
I think it looks like
Sprite there. Yeah. Does it have to be a normal trap?
It has to be a normal trap for backjack, yeah.
Right, I see.
From memory, you cannot set Solemn Strike from it, so that's all I'm going to go off.
Yeah, makes sense.
But, yeah, I think
he was wondering if he wanted to activate Fenrir.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, yes, it was.
He didn't activate Fenrir, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Because now he can just Changira effect and just. He's saving the backjack for Jawad's turn, which is intelligent.
Yes,
because then he doesn't it doesn't just get removed from the field
exactly,
on planet. So he's going to try and interact with Jawad's turn in an attempt to stop him. I think it was probably right to use Fenrir to banish the Linkreeble face down, though.
Is there no Changira effects on the standby face?
I think that's what he's doing right now. Oh, wait, no, he's just activating Rise Heart.
Rise Heart, yeah.
Okay. I don't know why he didn't do that, because then he could just summon a card.
Free level 7.
Yeah, he could just summon a free card, and
yeah.
then Planet would have destroyed a card on the field.
Big Bang. So Big Bang will trigger. Changira will trigger.
I suppose you can just trigger Planet now.
Yep.
But I just felt like a free monster to me.
On the plus side for Lewis, he's now not going to be milling that Solemn Judgment. There is a chance he hits something cool.
It could just be complete. And maybe that's why he went straight to Rise Heart, because he wanted to take away the card that he got off Backjack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But little does he know, I think the free cards that he looked at from Backjack were just not good.
They just weren't what you want to be seeing of Backjack.
So now
the next top card will be.
Yeah, we could see a little bit of variance here. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what sort of trap he can get. I'm not sure which one he could get. He could get a Welcome Labyrinth. That'll spice things up a bit. That'll make things a little bit more difficult for Jawed.
Let's see how he gets here.
So he's thinking, let's play into the variance. Let's get a Welcome Labyrinth.
I'm so curious to see what he hits off the top now. Will it be a normal trap card that does just enough? We'll see. Does he play Terror of the Overroots?
The suspense is killing me. He does play Terror of the Overroots.
It was the Arcfiend.
Okay, so does I know you need a fiend. I know you need a fiend on the field
to send from deck, right?
Yes, but I'm not sure if you need it to activate the card. So let's have a look.
Let's see. He's probably going to summon the Fenrir out, right? No, sorry, Unicorn. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So he's got D-Barrier. I believe it was D-Barrier. Might have been. I mistook it on turn 1.
Yeah, so you have to control a fiend monster, the target one card in the field, and destroy it.
So it needs a fiend monster.
So it's effectively a blank as of right now. Yeah, so that trap unfortunately did not achieve anything. So it's just a matter of Jawed just taking away all his resources and just forcing out these cards with his engine. So Fenrir is now banishing the Linkreeble face down now. So I guess there wasn't any urgency to banish it because he could just do it in his turn.
Yeah.
So now that he's got rid of the appointer, which wasn't doing anything, but I think it was correct to hit the freshest set just because the previous set didn't do anything. Yeah, so you would assume the set still won't do anything.
Yeah. I think that's a correct assumption, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. And if he can get to a Rise Heart, that also just deals with the final set of back row.
You can just throw it on top of any of his Kashtira monsters now.
Yeah,
right?
he's activated Changira, so he can slap it on anything.
Damn.
And if he just slaps it on top of Shangiri, that's enough damage on the field.
I really wish these trap decks were playing like Torrential Tribute and those types of cards, because I just feel like those would be so punishing, I guess, now.
It just feels weird with Forbidden Lance being about. But I suppose like if they do go wide,
4 monsters, they can't lance all 4.
But I think he's just going to normal the Ogre just to control his top deck, right? And if for whatever reason this doesn't work, is this just enough?
It might be. How big is Rise Heart?
I'm pretty sure this isn't 6/8. I don't know why he just went straight to the battlefield.
Well, it is 4 different attributes, right? Because of with the field spell.
Oh, so it's like an extra 1200.
Yeah.
So it's 4, 9, 15, 6. Oh, maybe it is enough.
Yeah. So and he's on 68, so maybe it is just about enough.
4, 9. Yeah. And there we go. And Jawed has defeated the Labyrinth strategy after a shaky start. Dimensional Barrier was the set card, which as mentioned, just doesn't do an awful lot a lot of the time, and it can feel like a co.
Yeah. So I'm just happy that my eagle eyes were correct. That's all that really matters to me in that situation.
The backjack could have provided an extra bit of variance, but it just didn't this time around.
I like some of the ideas that were introduced with Lewis's deck. I really did like the backjack, actually. I like
the backjack was really cool. It provided like an extra defensive card going first. Like going first, it was sorry, not going first, but game one, it was really cool because it gave him like an extra defense, and it complemented these other Labyrinth cards that he was playing quite well. But then like we saw game 2 and 3 that those Labyrinth cards just weren't the best. Yeah. No, they weren't at all. It was a cool idea though. It is cool to like try and like make the deck more like give it like a higher ceiling if you will, and
I like that.
Make it a bit more like combo intensive. But like I just feel like with a deck, like I just remember it back to decks like Aldergeist, where like, you're not playing like a combo deck though. You want to bring them down to your level. Because at the level with a low ceiling, you just play better in simplified game states, and it's more difficult to play in simplified game states with a card like this.
I very much liken this to the Altergeist of the format, right? Altergeist turn 1, somewhat slow. Turn 2, turn 3, the second multi-faker resolves. The second big Welcome Labyrinth resolves. You just started spewing all over the field.
There's key cards in this deck that once they resolve, they just it just explodes the entire engine, and you don't need this sort of stuff. Like once you've got set back row and you summon like Lady, it's just extremely difficult to deal with then. Yeah,
there's not much your opponent can do. You've just taken control.
I know it's big. Like I've stared down a big Lady before, and I just thought, I have no idea how to get rid of this. Thanks for that, guys. We're going to be back with the winner of round 4. That was 4. Round 4. Oof, it's flying by. Round 4 in just a second. Be right back. Hi guys, welcome back. We're here with the winner of round 4, Jared. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, it was good. I don't know how I would finish in that game after I think I played a really bad game one and then, but I was lucky to get the next two.
Yeah, for sure. And then what you did was you even though game one didn't go your way, you picked yourself up and you played it quite well in game 2 and 3. We noticed a peculiar play game 1 where he went battle phase and you activated a Rise Heart effect.
Yeah, exactly. That was.
We weren't sure what the game plan was there. We thought you were going to just keep preparation or something. And did you second guess the play once you made it?
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking like two different things.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking also like the preparation or activate that, then I pop a card in his hand, or then the Rise to Banner. So I don't know why I then just use a Rise Heart. It was just like it was the most random thing, right? I think if I kept Arise or Preparation, that was the two, and then maybe something would have happened.
Because we're thinking if you kept the Arise Heart, you could have hit one of his back row. But I think maybe it's a case of you think too far ahead and you get ahead of yourself and you end up making like an incorrect play. But that's fine. Like game 2 and 3 went significantly better.
Yeah, so I think game 2, I think it was relatively comfortable.
We thought he went first. We weren't
sure.
really sure what was going on.
Yeah, so like I don't know if he was doing it just for the stream or something, but like he basically played his hand. He discarded evenly and stuff. And I was going to try and play around evenly anyway, but he did all that. I was like, okay, so you have one card left. And like he had like one back row and I had like Cosmic and stuff. So it was like I wasn't really in a bad position.
Like
we were thinking you just didn't have to be conservative from that point on because you pretty much know all the cards he's got and you're just like, oh, well, I guess I'll just not Arise Heart.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then like if I can, like with the field spell and stuff, I can just get rid of the stuff easily. So, yeah.
We also noticed that you're playing like Ghost Spell as well, which is something that it comes in and out of formats. How's that been for you?
This has been alright. It was more like I thought there might be a lot of different decks. Like, like I didn't want to get hit by like Branded Fusion, the Brand Expulsion stuff, or Runick have Fountain. So I think like obviously in a regional level, there's different. It does work on Birth as well sometimes as well. So it does hit a few different things. So far it's been alright when I've had it. So obviously it hits Big Welcome but not Welcome, but because he had Big Welcome, it kind of worked that time. So. It has this. I just thought it's something to try because obviously with the YCS coming, so
give it a try.
Give things a try.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right,
We were noticing as well, like in the Kashtira deck, it sort of can half build itself because it's things like Forbidden Lance and Book of Moon, Prosperity, that are starting to become like the staples, things that you have to play. And things like Bell that I mentioned as well is probably the flex spots. And you also main deck in Cosmic Cyclone as well. What was your thought process on that?
It was similar, like, there's probably going to be a lot of rogue and stuff. Go in first, it's alright in the mirror if you hit Birth and stuff, so it's pretty good there. And also, like, the reason I played Bell as well, it was like, I'm playing Baron, so maybe there's a few more level 3 tuners as well.
Makes sense.
But yeah, Cosmic I think generally is pretty good. Like obviously like it's like Labyrinth, Runicks and all these other things, so I think it is not a bad card.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just got like, I can't think of a thing that it doesn't cover. In terms of like,
exactly. Yeah.
And then I finally on to like game 3.
You just had Impa Mash.
You
just didn't really have anything off.
Exactly, like so you played the Prosperity. I was thinking, do I hold the Ash for like Welcome or something? But I'm like, I can't let him see 6 cards, so I just ashed it there, and then obviously summoned that one to try and search trap. I impermed it there, so I was like, as long as he doesn't have anything, then it should be fine. And then I think, based on his expression, when he backjacked, he must have seen like 3 spells or something.
He hit nothing. So when you Arise Heart him, it was like we were just like, ooh, there could be some variance.
I was thinking that. I was like, oh crap, like he might get something, but otherwise it was.
In his list, we weren't sure what he could have really hit that would have been particularly troublesome. I think he hit like a pointer. I think that's what he hit.
Yeah, and then like he hit the trap, but he needs a fiend for it to pop up or something. So it was like, okay, that doesn't do anything.
Do you feel like this is something that you can see yourself playing for the 250th?
Potentially. I think it's, all the decks have kind of their flaws, especially this. I think like even in the mirror match, like very few cards can get your opponent back in the game. Like if they can resolve a Birth, bring a guy back, and blah blah blah. You kind of like. So that's my main issue with the deck, where like you can't maintain your advantage that easily. So it just depends how you want to play it. So like obviously if people like I'm not playing Nibiru right now. So but like if people stop playing Nibiru, maybe they'll go for the bigger plays and stuff like that. And, so I think it just depends on how the formats.
You just have to anticipate how the format will shift.
Exactly.
The actual event, right?
It's one of the things that you have to predict going into the next event. So you had a bit of a setback round 3. It's a draw though, but that doesn't mean that you still can't win the event. As I think XO ones can win. So are you going to win?
We'll see.
Be more positive. Thanks for that, Jared. Well done. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, and we'll see you for the next round.
Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome back for round
5?
5. Yes, 5. We're making it.
We did it right.
We've reached, I guess, the halfway point would be round 5. 4 more rounds to go after this. Exactly the halfway point.
We're working on it.
So we're hitting the point where players might start to get a little bit tired, and then this is where the players with the best stamina, the ones that are played the most,
veterans, let's say.
yes, understand what is required of them for a tournament.
Round 5, we have multiple YCS and national champion Thomas Rose versus Jovan de Rosario.
Repping some interesting decks. Tom Rose is playing the Rikka deck. Which I still don't know what it does.
And I'm beyond happy to see that he's playing.
Every time I get paired against Ricky, I don't learn my lesson. I lose. Yes, I went to a regional in Paisley, and do you know what my one loss was to?
Was it Rikka?
Rikka, yeah. I was like, no, but it's very, very good against Kashtira just because it has cards that just tribute your field, and if you just go on a Rise Heart Pass. It's only one thing to tribute, and that's
and it's just gone. It's off.
Yeah, it's just gone. And everything is really, really scary. You have to get rid of the field spell. You have to. There's just plenty of
different
bits of Rikka interaction that stress you out.
Meanwhile, Jovan is playing Runick Sprite.
This is the deck. Sprite won the tournament in YCS Lima, Peru. Not this particular variant, but the Sprite engine itself did win. So we're not seeing Adventurous Sprite this time, we're seeing Sprite Runick. So a different take on the Runick deck, whereas previously we had Nuturia.
The Runick cards help a lot because, again, they just give you that level 3 to start with, and then also just help you go second, right?
The thing is, as well, what might make this deck just better is because Runick and Nuturia kind of need each other to make each other work, and Nuturia by itself doesn't really do an awful lot. Whereas Sprite by itself can just facilitate advantage really well, and it doesn't need the Runick cards. So in this instance here, where Rugen just got infinite impermanence, which normally is quite a rough spot for them, it doesn't matter because he just has blue just to generate card advantage because Hugen just so conveniently just is a level 2.
So he's not playing cards, the Nimble package, for example.
Okay.
Swap Frogs.
That is
so what do you think he's going to go for? Because it's quite open-ended right now.
Yeah, maybe he just values the fact that all his Runick cards are just disruption. So he doesn't really need to go for something like totally unrealistic. And maybe he just wants to respect cards like Nibiru as well, so he can go for Gigantic Sprite early like he is doing here. And he just wants to draw as many cards as possible so he can have as many defensive cards as possible. And cards like the Nimbles aren't very good draws.
Agreed.
And is he even playing Sprint? Okay, he is playing Sprint. That would be quite absurd if he wasn't playing Sprint.
I'm quite curious as well because he is also playing a copy of Tillerman's Merly. Which I think...
What synergy do you think that would have?
I think in my head it's there to mill additional cards. To then just give more Runick cards in the graveyard for Phantom.
Okay. So maybe he can maybe he thinks of it as like if I'm in a situation where I really need more cards off my Runick fountain. And he does play an exceptional amount of Runicks.
I'm actually quite curious now, actually. I've just noticed he's playing a copy of Predaplan Dragostapelia in the extra deck as well.
What?
So he might be using...
Is he playing Super Poly?
No, so he might be using the Sprint to dump the Merly to then make Dragostapelia.
That's really cool.
He
won't do it here though because he's used Gigantic Sprite. But that is an interesting line that he could do by using Sprint to summon Dragostapelia. That is cool. I like that option. And Merly as a card isn't really that bad to hard draw because you can just normal it and mill free if you really want to. You just put more Runick cards in your graveyard and then just special some frees. And you're not playing all the normal summons in your deck and the Nimbles as well. So he probably just values his additional defensive card draws, so that's why he doesn't play any of the normal summons.
Actually. I can't lie, I really, really like that.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. It's well thought out. It's interesting. It just means that every draw that you get off Fountain isn't going to be rubbish. Whereas if you're playing a 5-card Nimble package, the cards that you can draw are potentially just anglers.
I'm sorry, I'm blown away by that actually. I really like this deck.
Yeah, it's
cool. He's also playing Akashic Magician.
Why not?
Which might be someone off IP maybe.
Your opponent could just put silly things in the wrong column.
Or it might be part of a combo. Who knows?
Who knows? He's done a fairly basic safe combo here. Red and IP with some back row set. Oh, he's just giving.
So I'm guessing
Rikka ain't feeling IP red. Maybe he just values keeping it a secret. Game 2, which is completely respectable. He did throw an infinite impermanence at him, so he had one less engine card.
Yes,
and he
he
might
did.
have just doubted Rikka's ability of
And
dealing with the field.
He did see this Colosseum there, so it might also throw him off to think he's playing something more like the Punk Furion deck, maybe, or something along those lines.
I see. Oh, so he activated this Colosseum and then just decided...
this Colosseum got removed from play by the tip.
Ah, I see, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so maybe he's thinking, okay, maybe you'll think I'm on some sort of Furion variant. But what other deck that you would consider that's real would even play this Colosseum? Because like, if I saw this Colosseum, I'm not going to lie, I think I would immediately go to Rikka.
Would you really?
Yeah.
Okay, then maybe, yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think I would immediately go to Rikka, personally.
Oh, really?
Then again, as the plant enthusiast, maybe I'm a little bit off there.
Maybe a year ago I would have
yeah.
went to Punk Furion, but
Yeah.
with Chaos Ruler being on the Forbidden list, I wouldn't now.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I probably would have definitely
Food
had
for
a
thought
good.
there.
I would have had a good crack at his field,
Yeah.
I think, with
So-
the 5 engine cards, because I don't think it was like it didn't look particularly threatening.
No. Well, he had red,
and you would have
an
learned
IP
what he
into a play.
You would have learned what he goes to
Yeah,
with
yeah,
IP
yeah.
as well, and I think that's quite valuable
I think that
information.
is as well, yeah. And there's also a chance they might have played close to each other. He might already know he's on the plant deck.
Yeah.
So
Maybe he is like just valuing the mystery more. But in my eyes, I don't think it's much of a mystery. I think it's somewhat obvious it's Rikka.
yeah. So I think.
But I could be wrong.
I think Tom will put the Rose Whip in and the Ashes, maybe the Cosmics as well. Remove some of these Go Second cards.
Then again, it just dawned on me that like it probably is correct that he scoops early game on, because like I had a similar conversation with someone from my locals that like when you play against a Runick deck and it doesn't look like that you are going to win,
Yeah.
you have to concede
I
early
agree.
because you're not going to beat them in time because of Red Resonator and stuff.
agree with
And
that.
I think they have Runick just has a card that gains life anyway.
He's playing. Is he playing? Let's find out. Not that I can see. It's the level 3 Runick Runick deck.
Well, they have an engine way of interacting with life points.
Yes.
So it's probably something that you have to respect, and you need as much time as possible to do out your plays.
So let's see how Tom's combo goes.
So this is the mistake I made, which I was told annoyingly afterwards. I had Ash Blossom and I naturally just ashed the Link
Yep.
one. You don't do that, right? This is where you ash.
You ash the sowing,
You ash
100%,
you ash the sowing, yes. Which is something I was told afterwards when I'd already lost.
A bit of a humble brag here. I don't know how many games I've played with Plant anymore. But I've got to the point where I think I've only been correctly hand-trapped with an infinite impermanence once.
And where would you say is the correct time to infinite impermanence?
I don't know if I want to share that information just yet.
I'd be telling.
But it did happen in a feature match. So there you go.
Oh, let's
Viewers
go
at
back.
home, that little bit of information for you.
Is it not Jasmine?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's Mudan. Because Mudan cuts off access to the field spell, and the field spell is the deck.
Right,
It's
I see.
everything you want.
And if Rikka doesn't have access to its field spell, then
Exactly.
it just doesn't work.
It works, but it's not. You just don't.
Not as impactful.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Your interrupts. You're not removing costs from your opponent. You're not getting your extra sets. There's a lot of value you lose there. So we're seeing Tom here.
So has the point even happened? Like Mudan hasn't been summoned yet.
So
right?
the thing is, how we're now comboing. So I've spent a lot of time talking to Tom about this deck. How we're now comboing that. You shouldn't be getting imperm at that point, essentially. Ash on sowing is forever the correct point. I think if you do open the imperm, you do have to imperm Jasmine, at least with how this combo is.
Right.
I think Jovan does not have a hand trap.
Oh, so is he doing a line where you can put up an Omni Negate, so even if he has
yeah.
impermanence for the
Mudan, yeah.
I see.
So this is, I think we might for the first time on stream see the Wombo combo here today.
Ooh, is that Lone Fire Blossom?
That is Lone Fire Blossom. So
Should be in Lily, so that makes the regular slide. That's
Yep.
sick.
So now you summon Pestle from deck, and now because he discarded Princess as well for the 1/1, it's even better because now he has the monster negate already, and now he's going to summon a Regulus and then gives a second layer of protection, let's say.
That's sick.
So
Would you say what makes this deck different from any of the other combo decks, though?
so the Rikka cards are also generally just really good cards go second. Like the field spell lets you just start tributing your opponent's cards, and then they just naturally keep on going and going. I think a lot of people, when you're playing against this deck, they're like, okay, I need to hold it for this certain spot. The mistake is that I think you just make sure you remove the bodies early game, because if you hold the bodies until too late in the combo, or hold removing bodies until too late in the combo, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't impact them, because they've already got all of these.
It does feel like it does get to a point where they've just got too much, and it looks like if Joven had like any form of interaction at all, it's just not going to matter. Like ignoring the regulars, of course. There's just like a lot of like cards.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Tom performs the rest of this play.
Well, he has the Rugen in his hand, right?
Yeah, so I'm just curious to see if he goes for the field spell to set Sheet or the field spell to set Glamour here.
What would you normally go for?
I personally always prefer setting Sheet, just because even if you do get stopped, Sheep and the field spell are still 2 pieces of interruption, essentially, because you're tributing a monster to then take control of another monster. So it doesn't matter if they have like Nibiru, let's say, or other types of ways of clearing your field. You still have this ability to just keep on going. So I think here he's going to do a little bit of a different play, and basically I wasn't confirmed to be playing a plant yet again until I got a cheeky video from Tom on how this combo is, and that's what convinced me this is the deck I want to play for YCS London, I think.
Or you feel like you're pretty set
I'm
in what you want to play for the 250?
Unless there's a really cool deck that pops out of the woodworks, then I think I'm sold on this. So Tom, to note, also
just seems like it's doing well so far.
I think
everything's going according to plan.
Outside of Lava Golem Sphere modes, this board it just can't be broken. Oh, and I guess Dark Ruler no more. But that's not really seeing too much play.
So when your field does get hit by Dark Ruler no more, what's your backup plan?
You have the trap, right?
But it's
not
for the trap.
too bad.
Oh, he's going for double.
Yeah.
This girly. So what's that about?
So you're sending an attribute 1 for Lone Fire to summon the Rosewhip from deck.
I know when that card's attributed because I've buried that before. It does something annoying.
It summons a XYZ from the extra deck. So he's going to summon...
oh, that's the Omni Negate as well, right?
Then he's going to activate the field spell. That's going to get a spell underneath it. And now he's going to set Rikka Sheet. So this board, on the surface, what do you think of it?
Looks pretty scary.
Because... yeah, the opponent can now not activate a spell or trap unless it's Dark Ruler. Otherwise, it gets negated with Regulus. Then they have no more for the turn.
So what does Rosewhip do again?
Rosewhip is your opponent can only activate 1 spell or trap card per turn.
I see. So that's why. So Dark Ruler is your only copia.
Yeah.
And he is playing it. Oh wait, no, that's the Rikka deck. He is not playing it.
He is not playing it. He is playing Vanity's Fiend. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't think he has a way to beat this unless he does have multiple Lava Golems.
I think that's like, okay, so looking at Runick Sprite, Rikka has one means of like dealing with the field, and you're just not sure with one spell what you're going to really do.
Yeah, exactly.
Your card needs to be to immediately remove the Rosewhip, but the Regulus will just like negate that. So is the wording on Rosewhip that they can only activate?
Yes.
What if they negate the activation?
If you negate the activation, then you can activate another one.
Right, I see.
But Regulus negates the effect.
Oh.
So yeah, this is why.
So Regulus doesn't negate the activation. Oh,
exactly.
I see. So this is a soft lock.
I know we didn't get that far in our match at Nationals, but this is the board I was trying to aim for.
I see.
So it was Regulus, Bengalancer, Rosewhip, and then the Sanavalon Link 4, which searches the trap, which is essentially skill drain, let's say.
Right. So other than Dark Ruler no more, that's effectively
or like
nothing.
Sphere mode and Lava Golem.
But strictly speaking, whatever's in
he has got
in
Lava
this guy's
Golem.
deck, he does have Lava
Golem.
Golem. Yeah,
a little bit of a chance.
Okay, so Lava Golem is he has Dark Hole, but again, like
crouching here to try and see his hand.
Peek, is there a Lava Golem in there? Has Marek blessed his hand?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Oh no, he's just accepted. Yeah, both games where these players' first turn fields have just been like
so
too much. Yeah, just not even worth the attempt.
Exactly.
Especially Tom's field in particular, where it's just like, it's wide.
You cannot play.
Yeah, like your only means of playing there was definitely just the Lava Golem. And
Yes, yeah.
I couldn't see anything else in his deck that would even remotely help him. And his monsters aren't the sort of Sprite doesn't really have an engine that deals with a game state.
Yeah.
No, it's just they're more just to generate card advantage. And what helps Sprite deal with
little
like fields is
right? They can pick away the odd bit, little bit.
Yeah, they can do something. Like they have smashes, and but Runick is the main point of removal, and Runick was eventually shut off there with that soft lock.
We're looking at the side decks. So for Jovan, he's got 3 Vanseas Fiend.
That'd be quite difficult.
A little bit difficult. Tom is playing Raigeki in the main deck.
I mean,
and Infinite Impermanences to deal with that.
He plays Raigeki, Impermanence, Dark
and then,
normal.
Jovan's also playing Eradicator, which is pretty powerful. Again, removing the spell cards.
And Eradicator, you would think is pretty ridiculous
powerful,
against pretty powerful against Rikka, yeah.
Although you do not, I think if you are playing Eradicator, I don't think you activate it straight away.
Right.
I think you hold it. Once they've resolved.
You would hold it when they add the Sunbind.
Yeah, exactly. Just because the seed alone, if they've already resolved Eradicator, you're just gonna win the game on the spot, aren't you?
Yeah, you would just add the Sunbind and just go from there, which is the most powerful point in the combo.
Which is, again, I think that's how I reached top cut at YCS Utrecht. Someone resolved an Eradicator, and I just normal some of my seeds, and it wasn't great. Yeah.
But I think that's what's the advantage for decks like this, because it's not something that people directly prepare for.
Exactly.
Even if it is something that's like in the back of their mind, their side patterns cannot be like fit for it, and like they're likely to make like the odd misplay just because that they haven't tested against it.
I'd always also argue that because it's not at the forefront of the meta, you only see the very fringe players playing it every now and then.
Yeah.
You don't really get the full experience where you see those who have just picked up the deck compared to those that really know every little bit of detail. And I think that's where people get caught off guard when you make these stranger plays with this deck because they don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
so,
I agree. Like sometimes a dark horse deck can just be enough to. We've seen it. We've seen decks, obscure decks, win YCSs before, and it's not completely unheard of.
Agreed. And I think there's still a lot of room for innovation in this game. And I think there are some decks that I have in the back of my mind waiting for the perfect event.
Just waiting to be solved.
Yeah. But we're going to see Jovan. I assume he's going first.
Yeah, I mean, with a deck like Sprite and Runick, those engines just crave going first.
Exactly.
And you just want to generate all that card advantage just to create that first turn field again.
Yes, exactly.
Which won him game 1.
So we can see a Raigeki, a Cosmic, and an evenly matched in Tom's hand, I believe.
Right.
So
that'll be
pretty powerful.
Good.
Let's say. Yeah.
Evenly is pretty good against the Runick and Sprite matchup. I'm not sure if they can put any sort of Omni Negate up because he's not playing Totally Awesome. It is difficult to play Totally Awesome in Sprite now without Sprite
He
Elf.
was playing he's playing red, so it's at least a little bit.
He can summon Carrot if he is scared of evenly matched.
That's the card I was thinking
But generally,
of,
people just auto go to red because they're scared of Nibiru.
If you're playing against Plant, would you think they're playing Nibiru?
I'm not sure. I think any deck could just play Nibiru.
Yeah.
He does seem more scared of Infinite Impermanence here, so he's went straight for Carrot.
Yeah, I think I'm very much the type that if I see my opponent playing Plant, I don't think I'm not expecting Nibiru personally because if Nibiru's if you got your Nibiru token on field, you can't summon back your Pestle in the end phase.
I see.
So I think it's a little bit of a catch-22 about.
Is Tom playing Nibiru?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Or if he is, brave man.
Don't see it.
But it feels like a lot of go second strong cards.
Yeah, just like spells like Talon's Frost, Dark Rule no more.
Again, we're seeing
evenly.
these Eradicators this tournament that they might just be putting in a lot of work because people are building their decks to have all of these powerful spell cards.
Yeah, because you need them because they're the best disruptors for and have the best coverage. Whereas like the monster removal cards can be countered by different ways that people play, like the Gamma Seals and the Lava Golems. So the spells make more sense. But then those can get countered by, like you say, Eradicator.
Yep. But I do like Eradicator as well, just because it doesn't just give you that coverage for the spells. Or power spells that might be breaking your boards or your field even. But they're just very strong against the trap decks, right?
Yeah.
Opponent has 5 traps in hand. Not anymore. They're gone.
Yeah. Like it's almost terrifying playing a deck like Labyrinth because if your opponent can naturally side Eradicate a Pandemic, and they call Trap, there's just
You can't get back.
How do you win? Like you can't draw a Trap for turn.
You can't do what your deck's meant
Like
to
it's
do.
just at that point, it's just like there's instances where you can maybe play, but you're so far behind and you just can't do anything, and it's just a matter of just like delaying the inevitable. To be honest.
So there's 20 minutes left on the round.
So I'd be very surprised if this goes to time now. Because like Tom's scooping game one quite early, so it doesn't get to that. Joven, I'm surprised he did, but because his deck's quite strong in time. Oh, so he has just Tribute Summon Vanity's Fiend.
That's pretty strong.
So it makes a lot of sense now why he went for the carrot. Because it means he can just tribute you can use carrot effect to tribute Gigantic Sprite to negate the infinite impermanence. So this also just indirectly respects the evenly match too. But even if he lets the evenly match resolve, it doesn't deal with the Vanity's Fiend. So how would Rikka deal with this?
So it's a bit unique because I think this would be very strong into the rest of the meta, let's say. But there is also the chance that the Rikka, if he does resolve evenly match, it does resolve. He can just go field spell tribute. And then it's just like
I see
that very.
So the engine can't deal with that.
Yeah, there's just that chance it does just deal with it.
But the issue is he has to deal with that carrot.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one way of getting rid of the carrot. So I think he's going imperm to negate the carrot. So I think you just let that happen. Right? Like, why would you tribute your Gigantic Sprite for no reason?
Then that was the declaration of end of main phase, I believe.
He also has a Cosmic Cyclone as well.
So
if he leaves a set back row, which I don't think he would definitely just leave the Vanity's Fiend. Does he play something like Solemn Judgment? I don't think he does.
No, there's Eradicator, so Vanity's is 2400, right?
Evenly matched here is going to suck, especially if he has a way of
dealing with it. The Vanity's Fiend.
If I suck, I mean like it's going to be very good.
Oh, he is. Oh.
He is leaving that, which is I think that's the standard reaction. You would definitely just leave the Vanity's Fiend there. In terms of a grind though, even if Tom can't immediately, I see, nice. He just had Exodia then.
And then I think he's going to normal summon the Seed.
I see. Okay. Is he going to make him play it out? I think at this point, even if it does look like rough, you do just let them play out. That was an Exodia hand. Like, what more could you ask for there?
There's nothing
really?
to ask for there.
Imperm, evenly, Regeki, Seed. I don't think he could have made a better hand if he picked it.
He had the Cosmic.
He Cosmic too. In case he decided to leave a floodgate. Like that was literally like.
Yeah, that's so beautiful to
That
watch.
was magician's touch. That.
So he's going to summon back there. He's got a combo. I'm curious to see how he combos here. I'm curious as well if he left the fear on.
He's only got one card in hand now, so he doesn't even have to go for like full wombo combo. He just has to have two means of interruptions, which and just not commit too many cards to the field.
Yeah. Well, he shouldn't. It's not like there's an evenly matched in his deck or anything. In
True.
Deck, there shouldn't be.
Even if your opponent starts, if you can just respect it, you might as well.
I guess you do just respect Nibiru here as well, if you can.
That's not unreasonable. Yeah, I think if there is a way you can respect Nibiru, you should.
Yeah, agreed.
Because it is something that you can just keep in your deck going first.
I think you add the Princess here just to respect it a little bit.
He doesn't know the card in his hand, right? I'm assuming he doesn't.
No, he shouldn't do. I think it's a Sprite blue, but I don't think he should know what it is.
If it is a Sprite blue, like I'm not sure, because he doesn't have any powerful normal summons in this deck, which is the disadvantage to it, right? Like, there's no one-card top deck rather than starter, which will get him out of this predicament. And even if he activates starter and he stops it, definitely just doesn't resolve it, and then it's just gone. He also has a Cosmic if, like, I don't know, there's for Fountain. If he tops Fountain to draw more cards.
So he's going to go for that.
I think Joven's win condition is Tom has to spontaneously combust. Honestly, like
something has to go very, very wrong. Imminently.
Yeah.
And okay. He's doing this. Okay.
Is this a safe line?
Weird to say. I think it's a bit safe, but I think it's also a little bit. He's at the point where he's still playing into that Nibiru. Although I guess at this point you would also just your opponent just doesn't have the mirror really.
You could just know it's a blue and
Yeah.
just missed it.
Yeah, that's also true. That is
Yeah.
also true. So I think he's just going to go for that to add back, then make another one, then tribute it to summon the Mudan, and then use it to summon not Bangalotsa. What's it called? Hyperitron.
The big bird.
The big bird, and then he's going to use the field spell to set Hyperitron
And that's
to attach a
that's
spell.
in a negate, right?
Yeah, so then you have a monster negate, a spell negate. Oh, he's already used that, so yeah, he's just got a monster negate now actually. Malaya summoning back for the vanilla. Born every 1,000 years. Oh, sorry, 3,000 years. Oh,
So now he has a bounce and a negate.
Yes, he's got, he's got a bounce on the gate, a monster on the gate in the graveyard by tributing a monster. So he's got quite a lot left.
Alrighty, so what can you get in the clap back?
I think he drew a spell for turn, which is not terrible.
Any powerful spells in there? There's Dark Hole.
There's Dark Hole.
If you kept Dark Hole in, it would be very funny.
Dark Hole could resolve here as well.
Yeah, but even if there is a Dark Hole, like, what's he going to do? Normal? Is that
It was
Merly?
Merly.
Oh,
It
it's
was
Merly.
Merly.
Okay.
It was Merly, not blue.
I
think you do it. I think you have to do it.
I don't see any variants in Merly though.
No, I think it'd just be funny to
Okay,
normal
it would be. It would be memes.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just going to do it. Just normal Merly effect. You wanted to get it. Oh, okay, so he's going to straighten the hue again.
I might be just trying to destroy a monster. And then, well, the important thing is, in the end phase, Petal summons. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
If everything else goes, it's okay. You still got Petal. It's probably just going to be enough. There he goes. He's going to summon, maybe going for Jerry.
He's letting that happen. That's
Yeah.
fine. Well, he just got the last card in his hand, right? And then he just negates
Yeah.
that. It's like, okay.
Oh, that's pretty funny, actually. So it's got for a cost, right?
Cost, yeah. Merly's the trick.
Damn, that'd be
If it was for effect, that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be beautiful to watch.
Unfortunately, it is for cost, so Merly does not trigger.
Look at his field. Surely he sees the writing on the walls here.
Yeah, so now it's just inevitable.
Yeah.
I think now he just wants to watch what
And
Rikka
my
does.
favourite bit, Petal F. Here we are. It's the end game. Yeah.
Again, he's waiting for that spontaneously combust win condition.
I respect it. He's gonna get there. Atachi Rageki, I love that. That's on 26. The Bengalots was 25. The Strenner is 2000. So that's already 71. So he just needs to summon Mudan and attack for game. No, Tom, just do the thing.
Just attack.
Just attack. Just do the thing.
End this boy's misery.
Oh, he's flexing on him. Okay.
Rude. Yeah, right.
He's like, oh, I need my effects. I need everything.
He wants to summon all his girls.
And what I learned after Euros.
There we go.
Anyway.
And Tom Rose takes round 5 with a 2-1 defeat against the Runick Sprite strategy. Looked a bit weird, but I guess game 3 when you've got a hand like that, like I guess it could just be your day, right?
I don't think that he was losing in that situation.
No.
Honestly. Yeah.
No, like every card he played at game 3 was just like, oh, okay, oh, okay, oh.
And it just slaps down the vanilla monster and it's just game.
Yeah, it was just like more or less everything.
Yeah.
Like in that specific scenario, he had everything he needed. But I guess if you just build your deck like that, it'll just happen, yeah.
What do you think of the Merly in this Sprite deck? I thought that was really cool.
It's cute. It adds.
I don't know if it's good.
It adds
but
something
it's cool.
It adds something to Sprint, which can let you make triggers to Pelia.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things where it's just like
It's a bit
like with Labyrinth, it's just like, do you want it to do more, or do you
that's
just
true.
want it to just do what it does more
Exactly,
effectively?
yeah.
And I think Sprite's just sort of in that category as well, where you can splash it with other engines and stuff just to support what it's already doing. But a thing like Merly, I'm not sure if I'm on board with something like that. But it was a cool idea. I mean, it's worth exploring.
Yeah.
Could be good.
Well, we'll have Tom Rose through in a minute for round 5
We
post-match interview.
We can talk plant just for you, mate.
I'm actually so excited.
See you in a minute. Hi guys, welcome back. We're here with the winner of round 5, quite an accomplished player in Tom Rosa, 2-time YCS champion and a UK national champion. How are you feeling so far, mate?
It's been a good day so far. I'm having a lot of fun.
So, talking about your deck, having a lot of fun, let's talk about your prep for the event. What made you choose Rikka?
So, it was back in the summer of 2022.
Way back then.
There was a young lad, Marcus Patel, and friends, playing the Rikka and Avalon deck back at Euros then. I saw a few rounds on stream. It was absolutely crushing. I think I messaged you during the Sunday morning. I said, is this real or is it just a bit of a gimmick? And you gave me a pretty positive response.
I was like, I'm pretty sure it's real.
And I immediately went online, bought the whole deck, and I have played it at every single tournament I've attended since then.
It has felt really unreasonable, the deck, because I've played against it a couple of times, and like even when I think like I get grips of it and I know what's going on, it still just overcomes whatever deck that I play. It just gets frustrating. I remember talking to you about it, and you were just like, "Oh, well, you just brushed it off as sort of whatever." And then like at Euros, you just it won. So I was just thinking, maybe there's more to this than like people are giving it credit for. But yeah, let's talk about the game one. The game one, you didn't even play a card. You just accepted defeat.
Yeah.
What was your logic in that?
So I knew that he had several interactions that I could already see, and there could have been more that I didn't know about as well. My hand was 5 monster cards, and there's just not much that there are only so many extenders that you can have when your hand is all monsters.
Yeah.
I'm relying on having some powerful like mass clearance spells and traps to get back into games where I'm going second. I didn't see any, and given that the card that he revealed with Tip was Discolosseum, that doesn't guarantee that he knows what deck I'm playing.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to conceal all of the information. He might think that maybe it's some machine deck. It just, the less that I can show him at that point in a game that I'm like 95% lost.
Yeah.
I would rather just go to game 2.
Did you also consider that since it is a Runick variant that you just want to stay clear of like the end of match procedures?
Given the deck that I'm playing, if it goes towards the end of match, I'm not as far down as a lot of other people might be. Obviously, I can't gain anywhere near as much life as a red resonator, but there's still stuff that I can do. So if I have any form of negation for his red resonator and we're both even, then I have ways of gaining life points in my main phase. So
that wasn't an immediate concern for you. It was more so just like you just accepted that I'm pretty much done here.
As it was in game 1, it wasn't such a concern. If we'd been in that sort of situation slightly deeper into the round, then I would have been thinking about time. But given the game state as it was purely information, not end of match.
Yeah, for sure. And then game 2 went a bit more straightforward. You went first, you just did your combo, not interrupted at all. Is that the standard way you would sort of do it to respect all the defensive cards in the game?
I don't think I was respecting that much.
I was ready to see blow out the beer or something, but he wasn't.
I'm under the impression that the Sprite deck with the Runick cards doesn't have nearly as much space for hand traps in it.
Right.
So better have it, like.
And I think that's a completely reasonable response to this format, because you're playing around a card like Nibiru, which is like an unsearchable free of that they just literally do have to better have it. And you're making your like plays like significantly worse, and whilst not respecting an engine which can just beat your field, and like if you did respect it, would your field have been like significantly worse?
Yes. So the ways that the deck can play around Nibiru sacrifices having Regulus.
Right.
And if I'm in a position against a deck that is reliant on a lot of spell effects, I would rather risk the Nibiru to end on Regulus plus Rose Whip, which is probably going to invalidate at least 2/3 of his hand. And if he has it, he has it. If he doesn't, then I've just given him back as good as I got in game 1.
And that soft lock that you made, well, it was a pretty hard lock with the Rose Whip and Regulus. That's the next win condition, right?
Certainly post side against any deck that you think is going to have more than just a couple of spells and traps. I'll generally very happily try and get to that board. There are a few different ways into it, but that was about the best option because I didn't even have to start with the normal summon.
No.
Yeah. So game 1, do you not do that?
Well, there's the Rose Whip in the main deck.
Oh, sure.
The Rose Whip's in the side deck,
Okay.
so it's slightly more balanced. The list that I was playing today is a bit experimental. I'm trying to have some really big blowout cards if I lose the die roll game 1, but slightly less of the commitment to turn 1 locks if I go fast.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and then that was straightforward. He also just didn't even bother playing a card. He just accepted that Wars with Regulus, which I didn't know didn't negate the activation.
Yeah.
That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it means if he did try to activate a spell, you just couldn't activate another one. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
And then game 3, I don't think you could have picked a better hand.
Yeah.
It was just everything. Yeah. Like, but while you were letting him play, you looked at your hand. Like, what were you thinking?
Well, I think it was the Impermanence was the card that I drew for turn.
Yeah. Nice.
So going into it, I was sat there thinking, well, I'm probably going to have to.
Because his first action was carrot, right? So
Yeah. So I knew I had the Raigeki and the evenly matched, and I was thinking before I saw the Vanity's Fiend, I was thinking, well, the Raigeki can force through this evenly matched. And then once I saw the Vanity's Fiend, I was worried, okay, maybe now the evenly needs to bait so that I can Raigeki to get rid of the Vanity's Fiend, and I'm still stuck playing through the background. But the Impermanence off the top.
Just the cherry, yes. So you were already feeling like you were in a pretty decent position because you could get rid of the Vanity's Fiend, but then the Imper made it so much easier.
At that point, all I had to do was put him in a position where he felt like keeping hold of the Vanity's Fiend was his best option. So don't do anything clever, don't do anything tricky. Turn off the carrot, because that's the card I'm scared of. Get the evenly down, and then Raigeki for the last piece.
And if it made sense from his perspective to keep the Vanity's Fiend, in my opinion, as well. And even if he did keep, like, maybe he could have had a potential floodgate in his back row. He had a Cosmic anyway. So I think your hand just covered up all the bases there. And so just final question to leave you then is, are you going to win?
Yeah, of course.
Good stuff. That's the first one that's just said yes with utter confidence. Well, thanks a lot, Tom. Good luck for the rest of the round. And cheers, guys. See you for round 6. 6. Hey guys, welcome back to round 6 of the UK Open 5. Today we're featuring Branded again, but this time it's got a new challenge. It'll be playing against ABC, something I wasn't sure would be competitively viable. But you never know at this format. The meta is quite diverse, and you know it's doing well right now. It's X1. Both of these players are X1, so they can finish fairly strongly in the top 8 areas to get the good prizes for the regional mats and regional deck boxes.
Exactly. So heading straight into the match, Oliver Newton piloting the ABC deck. He's very well known, I'd say, for his ABC shenanigans. I think he made...
he loves ABC.
I think he reached top 4, I believe, of UK Nationals with ABC last year.
Yeah, I think he went quite far with ABC, didn't he?
And then I think he also made top cut of Euros as well. I might, or maybe he just missed out. I remember he was quite high up in the standings.
He does perform well at events with, I guess,
more fringe
it's
decks,
obscure
the
decks. Yeah, like the nationals that he won with Satellite, which at the time
blew everyone by storm. I
yeah,
remember.
like at the time the clear cut best deck was Necros, and people's counter people thought was like Bane Shadol, and Satellite was more of like a very out there sort of pick. So he's, as far as his technical play is concerned, it's fairly on point.
That's a Starlight.
That is a Sprinkle Sparkle deck.
Let's go, Luke.
I mean, if you're going to play a Branded, you've got a Sparkle.
But Luke Tyler, known best for top 4 in UK Nats with Mother Grizzly in his Zodiac deck.
I remember, I remember doing that as well. I played this like a True King Zodiac deck.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really, really fun.
Did you by chance talk to Thomas Watabiki about that deck?
Yes.
Because that's how I ended up playing as well.
It was very fun. I to this day think that Pure Zoo was just so much better than everything else.
Agreed.
But at the time, it was really, really fun, and VFD seemed like a very powerful card. So
Agreed.
Summoning that felt good, but then when people were playing all those board wipes and Rikka and Dark Hole, it just made you cry.
Yeah, it didn't really matter, like the True King of all calamities, even though you essentially stopped the max 50 any monster effects.
It did feel good, yeah, it was fun.
It doesn't matter because if they remove your field,
so I don't think Oliver Newton knows how this interaction. Oh, he does know.
He does know how it works.
Okay, interesting. That is very, very good. So he just wants to cut him off from Branded Fusion. So normally Cartesia is a quick play fusion to play around Infinite Impermanence and Effect Veil on a Luba. But when you have 2, then I guess yikers.
I think even funnier, I think there is in fact the 3rd in the hand. So
it's Oliver playing a good amount of defensive cards. He's got 3 Effect Veiler in the main.
Yeah, 3 evenly, 3 Imperm.
3 evenly.
So that's 12 essentially.
He doesn't. Oh, and he's got 3 Ash Blossom too.
Yeah.
So he's got. So the Lucas pitched. He's got Retribution and Branded Fusion in the graveyard. So he's just. So now it's a case of okay. So he's Effect Veiler in the Lebellion to try and cut him off. Oliver Newton seems really confused though. Like he's not giving off a very confident facial expression.
So
he's just
Free Veiler and the Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs.
Yeah, he's cut him off from a lot here. So he's basically said any form of interaction that he's had, he's just cut him off.
Yeah.
But ABC doesn't really work very well with one card.
Unless that one card is.
What does he need?
Union Hanger.
Ah, I see.
The one card everything, but
he has an A.
You can see he's
I'm not sure
thrashing his head.
Do they have a Link 1 which makes them do anything?
Klarushka does help, however.
Does he play it?
You do normally need a second monster, and there you go, Oliver does just...
Oh, he just accepts it. So that's the problem with decks like this, right? You can play like an abysmal amount of defensive cards, but then if you don't have the blended defensive cards and engine to back it up, then it can just not work. And especially in a deck like this, where I think you do need multiple engine cards to get your stuff going, I don't think it complements the hand traps very well.
A quick query: is Sky Striker Mobilize Engage still at 1?
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yeah, so you're wondering why you played one copy.
Yeah, I was like, is it 1 or was it at 2? I could not remember.
No, that is still at 1. I think if it was at multiple, we'll be seeing a lot of Sky Striker in this event. He is playing one copy of Engage and one copy of Hornet Drones. Makes sense because Hornet Drones is a machine. Complements the engine quite well. It'll probably... Does he play like extra utility Sky Striker cards? No, they're strictly just extended. He doesn't play things like Afterburner and stuff.
I think it's just to make the Link 2 in your combo and just get to that ferocious ABC Dragon Buster.
So Branded take game 1. quite solid about them is, even though they got thrown with a bunch of defensive cards, it did bait them all with each individual.
He used 4
disruption.
cards to stop him.
Yeah, like every card baited a point of interaction.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if he really needed to affect Veil of the Libellion, but maybe he just thought, all right, if I don't let him get the Branded Beast, that's one less defensive card.
Exactly.
And if I draw a good card, then I can just
the Branded
play.
Beast, because the Branded Beast does also just destroy Union Hanger, right?
Cartesia sticking on the field was also quite problematic because it's still a quick play fusion.
Exactly.
So he can have fused it. I don't think anything particularly threatening, but it could have summoned the Gran, which then would have set up some form of follow-up, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And Luke's field did just have a bunch of big monsters on. I don't think one singular A Assault Core is going to deal with that now.
You never know, though. I believe in Oliver Newton to pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, but fair play to Oliver. He just thought, let's just not waste time here, just get to the point.
Exactly.
I wonder if... So I see Nibiru in Luke's deck there, which I think he's keeping in post side.
Definitely would do, I think.
So I wonder if ABC can respect Nibiru. It does play Ferion King Regulus, so if there is a combination which...
He is also playing Cyframe Geared Gamma
as
well, so that does help just a little bit to play through those types of cards.
Does he play the Link 2, which lets you activate Gamma in hand? What's it called?
Lambda.
Yeah. I was going to say Plasma, and I was like, oh no, that's right. That's not right now.
But we're going to see them shuffling up, ready for game 2. Again, looking through Ollie's side deck, what do you think he's going to be siding in? He's probably the Judgments.
We'll be keeping in the Ash Blossom Majora's Springs for sure.
Definite.
Because that is yes, I win the game against Branded.
So
going first, though, I think a lot of his cards there are going second cards, apart from Sullen Judgment, which, it's another card that just says, no, you can't resolve Branded Fusion. There's an argument why you would side in Nibiru, because trying to, play it into your opponent's field, and then they have a Nibiru, that can just be too much. So there's an argument why you would side in Nibiru. You would definitely take out the evenly matches in its main deck, which seems to be a common trend I've noticed. Everybody seems to be I generally don't like doing things like that because a card that just has no value going first whatsoever. I just can't.
The 4-card opening hand, right? It's a bit difficult.
Yeah, I know you can argue that going first is already good enough, so you can play with one less card. But with all these people playing defensive cards like Ash and Imperm and stuff, you just want your entire hand to do something.
You want as many live cards. Right?
I'm not a fan of blanks. That's what I'm saying.
I agreed.
So he's going for B, get Union Driver.
He has opened a Solemn Judgment there. Do you think that, similar to how we saw Tom just scoop it up without revealing what kind of cards he was playing, do you think Ollie should have done that?
Definitely.
Yeah.
He definitely should not have normaled A. If he knew it was inevitable, he should, like what the previous players in the features did, just go straight to game 2 without revealing the card.
Agreed.
And I think it would have disrupted Luke's side patterns for sure. Because now that he knows he's playing ABC, Luke can just throw in all his bestials that he has on the side deck, which I don't think he would have done blind.
Agreed.
Because bestials, it's not a very safe thing to play in blind.
It's good to see. I think Luke does have Nibiru in the hand as well.
So we'll see if he can actually respect Nibiru.
Well, he should. I'm not sure if he can or cannot, because at this point he's made 3 summons. He's gonna have to get the A there.
That's number 4 as well.
And if he goes for the ABC Buster Dragon,
that's gonna really suck.
Yeah.
And how do you get Regulus in this deck?
So I think he's playing the Disc Coliseum just to add it, and I think besides that, I think it's just better have it.
Alrighty. It seems like he's going to get blown out here. He summons that this Buster Dragon because this Buster Dragon can't float in your turn.
No, unfortunately not. Otherwise, that'd be phenomenal.
You just wouldn't care about Nibiru.
Exactly.
Then. This is not going to feel very nice.
Nibiru.
He did not enjoy that. No, I mean,
you can see it's a bit sad by that.
I suppose that is the consequence of playing a deck that also loses in Nibiru rather than the meta decks that lose in Nibiru. It's kind of like Salamangreat theory, right?
Exactly.
Sure, your Salamangreat, it's cute and all, but if it's still losing all the same stuff, then what's the advantage? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you see here, Luke has got a variety of cards that starts his turn off.
He's got Cosmic, which can deal with one of the back rows if he really wants to just go for it blind. I'm not sure if he does. He probably, if he gets rid of that Judgment, he can just hit the other one.
Agreed.
If he blinds hit the Judgment, oh baby, it's Branded Fusion time.
So I think you activate this opening, and you see if that trades with a card somewhere.
Because you might not want him to discard a card in his hand, which can generate free advantage.
And
It's definitely reasonable to
see how it goes, and then after this resolves, I think you probably use that Cosmic targeting down the first card.
I'm not sure if I agree with that.
I definitely do not,
but you can argue since he's got Solemn Judgment, he would Solemn Judgment the Branded Fusion. Oh, he's just going for a blind
I think
pick
so,
here.
because he set one card, then went to leave the main phase.
And if he hits
and then he set a second card down, so that is the Judgment. That's going to be.
Oh, if he hits Solemn Judgment, then it's just. Oh, that's not good.
It's not great to see,
no,
is it?
he's gonna wish he held that Ash Blossom of Joy Springs because now he's gonna see if there's any more defensive cards. Oh, what does this do? Oh no, he's just scooping. He's just he's just accepted his what's turning to be a miserable day. He was undefeated when we last checked on him. He's just lost 2 in a row, which can feel quite rough. But it didn't look like his hand was very, very good. Both game 1, his hand was just not very strong, and then game 2, just Nibiru.
Nibiru. If he was able to do that ABC Dragon Buster play in maybe 4 summons, I think it'd be a very different game.
Do you think, is there a universe where you could have done it in 4 summons?
Maybe not with that hand, I'm unsure. I think if he had an extra way to equip, then maybe he did.
Yeah.
But I don't think he did, unfortunately.
I think that was one of those decks where it's been working for you all day, and then as soon as you get put on feature match, you just think, why? I've definitely had those sorts of days where I've entered a YCS, and the only match I lost in Swiss was on feature. It just happens. Well, we'll be right back with the player interview. We'll be interviewing the winner of round, that was 6.
6, Luke Tyler.
We'll see you in a minute.
Give us another couple of minutes and then we'll be back with
Hey Luke, are you okay, mate? Oh, he's just not there. Hi there, guys. Welcome back. We're here with the winner of round 6, Luke Tyler. Sorry, I'm taken aback at how quick it was, to be honest. Like I was just like, that must have been probably the easiest game of the tournament for you.
Unfortunately so, but I feel really bad for Ollie.
Bless him. He did look frustrated, but I guess sometimes it
just
is
a bit animated.
It can just happen.
Yeah.
Like you do get games like that in the tournament, and unfortunately, it was on feature.
Yeah.
But other than that, how are you feeling so far?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. Me and Owen built this deck a lot, who was on feature match earlier today. And it's been feeling pretty nice. We were recently on like a build playing more board breakers, and yesterday we chose to put in more hand traps into the deck. It's been going pretty good so far, both in testing and today.
Personally, I really like deciphering gear gammas that are in your list, and I think that's quite, I want to say, unique. I haven't seen that across these branded strategies. Same with the prosperities. But yeah, so game one.
Game one. Like I wasn't expecting 2 Veiler, and made a third one, and then he ashed me.
And he still had Ash. Yeah.
Was your reaction when he Vex Veilered the Aluba? Did you just think, is he silly? Is he a silly Billy?
Like, I think I assumed that he had either like a Veiler and Emperor at that point.
Sure.
Didn't see the third one coming though.
That one, that one kind of caught us off guard. I was pretty surprised he did that.
Yeah.
I guess maybe getting access to branded lost or regains might have been a bit much, but
yeah, because at that point it would otherwise be dead anyway because of lost.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Makes sense.
So how has Cypher and Gear Gamma been throughout the entire tournament?
It's been pretty good so far because either acts as like a hand trap, which also removes the monster, where something like Veiler wouldn't.
Yeah.
But at the same time, sometimes your weaker hands, or not weaker hands, but sometimes if you have branded fusion and like prosper something, you can prosper into Gamma if you really want to, or just you can have just Gamma and branded fusion, and they ash for branded fusion, and then, as no branded player has ever said before, you want them to ash you, because then you can just Gamma them, and then that works really well too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's never gone out to stuff like Naturia. Is it Beast or Bargain?
Beast.
Yeah, because that's a really big issue for the deck. And
That makes
Gamma helps a lot.
Yeah,
as well.
makes sense.
Give you 6 cards.
So I was going to ask, is the removal not significant, or there's something that's like effect failure? But those points are quite good when you are playing against something like Naturia Beast. That can be
against Kashtira too, taking a monster off the field makes a big difference. Whereas Veiler would leave it on the field.
Yeah.
But Gamma taking it off the board makes quite a big difference.
And playing into a Kashtira Fenrir can be a little bit difficult, I guess.
Yeah.
I quite like Ashy versus Kashtira, because especially as we're seeing them go for just a Rise Heart, you just activate any one of your power spells, right?
Yep.
Any one of your engine cards. And then afterwards, it triggers. And then Gamma just gets rid of the problem.
One thing that you can do, they go a Rise Heart pass, is if you have Prosperity, you can add Gamma, and then Rise Heart has to activate, and then you can Gamma them. There, which hasn't come up yet, but in theory it can.
Yeah.
And another key card in your deck as well that Owen was also playing is Pot of Prosperity, which seems like a really interesting choice, but really effective. How's that been for the tournament as well?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. So if I'm not playing hand traps, I prefer playing Allure. But Prosper, I think, works a lot better with hand traps, because you don't want to allure and then draw into a hand trap if you're going second. It doesn't feel very good. But Prosper is really nice because you can, most of the time you can banish 6 if you need to. Or just banishing 3 normally hits you something. At least Cartesia probably, or deployment, which is really good.
Yeah. We were talking about this earlier, and we were just quite surprised where we initially thought about it. It's like, you can't banish cards here. What do you want to banish? And then,
you really can.
And then we thought about it, like, you can banish 3 quite easily, and even 6. That's not that bad. So
it's like Owen even said you're forced to play multiples because of
exactly.
Because of the Kashtira engines.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just a matter of just getting rid of those.
Yeah, the extra deck in branded is tight currently, but it's only tight because of Kashtira. Very much so.
Yeah, exactly. And at that point, you're not taking away any sort of utility at all. You're just getting rid of the fluff that you're forced to play.
Exactly. So then game 2. Again,
straightforward.
Quite straightforward.
Game 2, he opened up playable this time. But I think Nib went pretty hard.
Yeah, Nib just secured the game.
I think without Nib, the hand could have probably played through the Buster Banish, but like that on top of having like Cosmic and then Alaba and Brand of Fusion that had in my hand as well was just a bit too much, unfortunately.
Nibiru is an interesting card choice for me because it's difficult to see its place in the format with how differently people are playing Kashtira. So what made you decide that it was worth playing it?
It's just like another good hand trap to have going second into the Runick Naturia deck, or like some other Runick Sprite decks, into Kashtira too, because normally you'd mostly lose to the Zone Lock board.
Yeah.
I feel like Kashtira players often feel kind of obligated to go for the Zone Lock board against branded if they have the option to, because of how like not so great a rise up pass can be.
Yeah. So you're
Yeah.
under the mindset where it's just like, if they go rise hard pass and I have Nibiru in my hand, that's fine. I can beat it with 5 engine cards. And if they go for the blowout play, I can blow them out.
Yeah, exactly. So far, Nib's been like kind of alright, and Owen hasn't been like it's been too great.
Yeah.
So
it's one of those
see what
things
goes,
that
yeah.
pairs really well with other hand traps as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're playing like a bunch of hand traps like you are, you're playing like Ash, Gamma, you're playing Imperm as well, it does make sense to play Nibiru.
Yeah.
I imagine the expulsion line has been pretty ridiculous for you as well.
I've not done it once yet.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, and it's already been going well for you so far.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, like, when Owen won the roll on air feature, that like that's like step 1 for branded, right?
Yeah, expulsion into Puppet is such a crazy kind of
Yes.
thing that the deck has access to, because you only have to commit like a couple cards in your side deck to do it, and it completely makes all board breakers become,
Irrelevant.
invalidated. Yeah.
In this diverse format as well, what made you decide to go with branded?
I've been playing the deck for quite a while. I was testing it initially for Leon, and ended up not playing it for Leon. So I felt kind of comfortable playing it already going into this format.
Yeah.
And I think it seems very strong right now. I think between the best decks, it's either this or Kashtira currently, at least the obvious best decks.
That's fair enough.
I know Gabe is playing something crazy today. But yeah, it feels like a very strong deck right now. And I think compared to other decks, like Kashtira, it has a lot more kind of breathing room for what you can do with deck building.
I think so, yeah.
Whereas Kashtira doesn't have quite as many flex spots or different ways that you can go about building it.
Yeah, in a previous interview we were saying how the Kashtira deck sort of builds itself with limited flex spots, whereas like branded, you have your set engine and maybe there's things you can do to catch your opponent out with by surprise, like for example like the Cypher and Gamma stuff, and then it's more unfair turn 1 board post side of expulsion. So going into the YCS 250th, are you quite likely to play this deck, would you say?
Very likely, but no, Alex wants me to play plants.
I do.
He wants everyone to play plant.
I want everyone to play plant, but no, I think this is a really solid pick. Obviously, it's got the Ash issue, which you're building your deck towards anyway. So
Definitely.
I quite like how your take on that, I'd say. And then there's the other issue of the side deck cards, like Dimensional Barrier, which again you're trying to slide towards because you're playing Crossout Designator in the side deck. Has that come up at all today? Or?
It hasn't yet. It came up once against Kashtira, where if I put it in, then it might have helped it against Game 3.
Yeah.
In Game 3, sorry. But otherwise, not really. It's mainly in there for Labyrinth, because that deck goes for D barrier.
Oh yeah.
Through more ways than like just opening up D
Exactly,
barrier.
yeah.
Like D barrier, there's just no backup plan at all.
No.
So you do need a card like that.
Yeah.
And also, I asked on this too about fusion deployment. Are you also not a fan of the Aquadolphin line?
Not personally, no. I feel like a lot of the time you can kind of make plays through Ash even without having access to Branded Fusion, with just like Rangu doing stuff. And if you do the Aquadolphin, you look at the hand and there's no an Ash. You get hand knowledge, but you have to discard a card for it, so it's not really doesn't feel worth it.
And I have found that when you're playing the Brandon engine, you do have to like get rid of a lot of cards out of your hand, and
exactly.
that can feel really awkward.
You just want to get value from every single card you have, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
So you're currently X1. It looks like it's going well so far for you. Do you reckon you'll finish well?
I hope so. Yeah.
That's all we need.
Get that man deck box. Yes. Cheers for that, mate. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We'll see you for next for round 7. Hi guys, we're back. It's round 7. We're approaching the tail end of the tournament where it's looking like who's going to win, who's going to get top 8 and get those play mats and deck boxes. And we've got like a good treat for you here in terms of what decks we've picked. One of which is an XO1, someone who could still win the tournament with their 1 draw, is Harrison Moore playing Marincess. Ooh, and we thought that was good enough for you, but his opponent is also playing something cool. Darwin is playing Tier Branded, which that was a nice surprise. Yeah. I wasn't sure how well a Tier Limit deck would do in this tournament.
Marincess, and blessing in disguise, as you said.
We could be staying for Tier. So the records are, so Darwin is X1, so he'll be trying to play to have a good finish in the tournament.
Yep.
And Harrison is still in a position where he could still win.
Yep, so Harry is going first, I believe. And yeah, if you don't know what the Marincess cards do, Cyburst, it's like Salamangreat.
It was in the anime.
But you know what?
I've watched Friends.
Water type, it's great.
Did Marincess, is this the deck where the main protagonist didn't win a single game on I'm pretty sure there's a female protagonist that didn't win a single game.
That's brilliant.
It might have been the Altergeist woman instead, but I can't remember. It might one of the protagonists didn't win a single game on TV. Yeah, and it was.
You know what? That's crazy.
It's quite ridiculous. It might have been the Marincess last. So this is where you can just dig for your engine.
Yeah.
And
so
all the Marincess cards are just the same. Where like the Link 1 just needs any Cyber, so that like that makes that engine like really strong.
Yeah. So Marincess Blue Tang came out. I can't remember the name of the set.
It was Chim or Rira, right?
I think it was Chim. It was the same set as IP.
That's Chim.
And when that came out, I almost played it for a YCS.
Oh, really?
I almost played it for the first YCS. It was legal.
I remember Blue Tank coming out, and I was just like, "Wow, Marincess just kind of suck, right?" And then a couple of years later, they get support, and it says, "Oh, hello, here comes the Rock."
So Nibiru here is quite rough because he hasn't been able to start establishing.
Does Marincess have any form of extenders at all? Which
so the one he did just get is called Dive.
That's a new card in Legendary Duelist 9,
so which
was the support for Marincess, which made them good.
Yes, I'd say so. I know there are a few players like Herman Hansen that were very much invested in playing this deck.
Paolo as well. I'm pretty sure he's played Marincess.
You know what?
He loves his decks that can like play 1 billion hand traps.
Yes. That's the good thing about this deck. It's 1 engine combo, and then after that, Wild Royster. Let's see how it goes.
It could also, in the format that it was being played in last year, it could also play a bunch of like floodgates like Rivalry and Gozen, which were quite good into the meta, because it doesn't really care about those, because everything's Cyburst Water.
Yeah, so you do see on the side he is playing Gozen match, and you can do the Stealth Kraken lock. So you have Kraken, Gozen match, they can only summon water monsters.
I think I might have saw that when I was walking past just to have a look and see what was in top tables. And I think I thought at first glance, he was playing Sharks. Because I saw the Kraken and I was like, he's playing Sharks. Like, oh no, it's Marines. But he's still going here. It looks like I think the thing is, you don't know which point it is effective to Nibiru.
Yeah.
So
do you want to do it early? Do you want to do it late? It depends.
When is the best time?
At
the end, right? You can do it at the end.
So it depends, because sometimes they try and force a Bahamut Shark into Totally Awesome.
I see, yeah.
Which obviously...
Does he play Totally Awesome?
I believe... Oh, he does not!
He doesn't know.
That's impressive.
Darwin's not to know that, though, right?
Exactly. So if there's 2 level 4s on board, he goes for the Bahamut Shark. You probably have to Nibiru there if you're able to.
You throw down the rock there.
But otherwise, I think you can just be quite somewhat ignorant and hold it till
you can be quite passive with it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's nothing stopping you from just doing it at the end.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the field spell along with one of the link monsters in the extra deck. Basically, make your monster unaffected. So that's like the one thing that you need to watch out for. That's
a link 4 that's unaffected, right? So maybe if he doesn't understand how Marincess work, he must have saw 4 monsters on the field and thought, I have to do it here, or he might have been like, oh, is Appaloosa a thing?
Exactly.
I don't know if you're locked into Cyburst with Marincess.
I think you normally get water locks instead of Cyburst locks.
Right, I see.
So he is locked into white water, which is why you see his entire deck is water monsters.
Nice. Splashy, splashy. Going for a swim.
Exactly. So I think he's just...
He has passed turn. He has a Radiant in his hand, so the Kaijus will hit hard counters the Marincess deck. He can activate Wave from his hand if he controls the field spell or something.
It's if you control the link 3 or higher.
Right, so
unfortunately he cannot now. But
hopefully he just set the Wave to play around the Kaijus, because
unfortunately I think the Wave you actually need to have a Marincess monster on board no matter what to activate it. So
yeah, so what I'm saying is like full stop.
Yeah, full stop. So
right,
because
so
there's no
either
Marincess.
way he's just checked that. Okay, so like I'll be curious to see how the tier engine comes into effect here, because so far we're just seeing branded.
Yeah.
He's main decking the Kaijus. How many Kaijus does he play?
Looks like 2.
2 Radiant, so not completely unreasonable to see it in his opening hand. I wonder why he chose Radiant in particular.
I guess this is dark and he's playing Allure of Darkness.
Yeah, that makes sense. It couples well with Allure of Darkness. I guess I meant more so why is he playing Kaijus in general?
I guess because of how his deck is built, he's playing tier 2 monster cards. He just wants more outs to a Rise Heart, I guess.
What attribute is Radiant?
Dark, right?
Sorry, type.
Oh, it's a...
Does it complement any of the fusions?
I think it's a Fiend.
Right, so
at
the very least it can be used to make Mud Dragon, I guess.
So, safe to assume that...
Brand New Fusion does resolve here, so he's going to be doing good combos, He's going
now?
He's going Albion effect, I guess Lebellion. Lebellion will then make another big boy in an attempt to try and OTK him. I think he doesn't want to discard that Macoria because he wants to respect a Nibiru, which Harrison is playing. So I think at this point, if you're playing against Marincess, you assume every single hand drop in the game's in there.
Well, I'd assume that there's no Veiler, there's no Ash Blossom, there's no Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, so far he's doing those checks to see what could be in his hand. So I think logically speaking, the other 2 cards in his hand will be non-engine, which will be Nibiru. He is playing like an excessive amount of hand drops, which is what you would expect in Marincess. So he's playing free Ash, free Effect Veiler, free Mana, free Nibiru, and free Infinite Impermanence.
So it's 15 hand traps plus an additional free Book of Eclipse. For 18
he really doesn't like Kashtira, huh? Yeah. It's not unreasonable to go down that approach. Like I've considered this sort of approach in Kashtira itself. And this is why I sort of struggle to justify playing decks like Marincess, because you can probably just get away with doing this in Kashtira as well.
For definite.
But not to this extent. Like this is a lot of hand traps.
Maybe around the 12 mark, right?
Yeah, you can probably get to that. Yeah, I think I've definitely played 9 in there before, and can probably concede to 12 if you remove things like enemy controller or Forbidden Lance. If you just don't play any of those sorts of spells and you just play strictly hand traps, it's not unreasonable.
I guess it's an argument, right? It depends how the format progresses. See if you need Lance or not as well.
Is this an over 8k, sorry? It's like 8-5 on the field. Right?
Unless he had to attack over one of them.
That
was cool by the grave.
I imagine he mirror jaded the...
I guess, he had... I think he mirror jaded the Kaiju, not the...
Okay.
So
I would assume he had to attack over something.
Yeah. So I guess now, well, the thing is, right, he doesn't have any interrupts.
He certainly doesn't know. Since he had to use the mirror jade to get rid of the card on his field, he probably assumed that he could have went for game. And he thought that his backup plan in Albion. He has Hazardous in his hand, though.
He does have this in his hand.
That could be interesting. He also has Macoria, so he actually does have a decent amount of interrupts, I would say. Macoria is a decent point of interaction. Harvest could also just be complete and utter variant. The number of T-Element cards that he can play, though, is really, really low. So his hitbox for cards is not that great. He can hit Sharon. Rhino Heart's not really a good hit. There's a Merly in there. And in terms of branded cards, he can hit Tragedy, but that doesn't really help him in terms of disrupting his opponent. So I'm not really sure where this Harvest really gets him. It's probably not really a card that you play as a defensive card. You would use it as just
something to mill.
Yeah, just to extend your combos if you want to go down that line. Maybe the T-Elements just make it easier to go for the Expulsion combo with the Puppet.
Maybe actually, yeah.
Because the dark that you have to send.
Maybe it's just more ways to guarantee you almost get there, right?
Yeah, it does give it a higher ceiling. Definitely. Yes, it allows you to do more stuff.
I've always liked the argument of playing at least one T-Elements card within branded, just to give more argument to, or more power from your branded fusion, right? Instead of being one fusion, it's 2 now. So
I don't think it's completely unreasonable.
No.
Yeah. That's right. I think just strictly like since you're already fusion with your graveyard and banished anyway, then you don't really have the resources to do that.
We can see he's not activating this Havness yet though. I'm trying to decide if he's waiting for something maybe, or maybe he simply just doesn't know what he's gonna hit from it.
Yeah, and he's also holding this Mercuria as well.
No, the Mercuria was used on the.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, it's in the graveyard.
Let me just double check the name of it. I think it was a Coral Triangle, which is insane graveyard effects, by the way. So it's you remove from play from the graveyard, and then you can summon up to link 3 Marincess. So you can summon a link 2 and link 1 back from the graveyard for free.
I'm surprised that Harrison's been allowed to actually get this far.
Agreed. And now he's activating it.
Yeah, here comes the Havness. So we'll see what sort of casino we can have here. And
Nothing there.
Nothing. Very disappointing to see.
Yeah. You're so used to seeing this Havness resolve and it hits like 3 power cards. And now it's just...
Yeah, you could have played a cheeky Kelbeck or a Guido, which would have been fun, but... What's that, Zealantis?
Zealantis. So this is really powerful as well because it removes...
It's going to get rid of the entire board!
Yeah, and his opponent can only summon water monsters. Because Harry can only summon water monsters, none of his opponent's monsters will be summoned back.
Oh, is that how the interaction
that's how
works?
It works. I think that's what Harry is explaining to his opponent right now.
Oh, is it because is Harrison summoning the monsters? But
Yes,
he can only summon...
exactly, yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what he's explaining to his opponent.
Oh, that's cute. Mary Jade is going to trigger to destroy the field. So he's putting him on, okay, you have to get rid of his...
Better have it, right?
He doesn't really have much else going for him from the looks of things. So that this is probably going to be enough regardless of like whether he attacks the game and the Mirror Jade blows up the field anyway. He could talk like Branded Fusion. That would be something. With Branded and Lost Branded Fusion, it'll do a lot. It does look like Harrison has ended up in a commanding position. Again, I'm baffled as to how. I would have thought that like the Branded deck wouldn't have been able to push enough to get rid of Harrison's remaining engine and attack for game.
Yeah.
Maybe I was missing something.
Now we just have to see what Harrison's able to...
Can he get 8k out, do you reckon?
8k, maybe not, but I think he can get to a monster.
Zealandis is quite big, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's Splash Mage.
Splash
Is
Mage
that the OTK enabler? Or is that just a combo enabler?
I think it's more of a combo enabler, especially after cost like Nibiru, you just need to get 2 water monsters, or 2 Cyberburst monsters even, right?
Yeah.
And yeah. Here he goes. So I think he's aiming to summon the Crystal Heart, and so this Crystal Heart is what's going to make his Link 4
he hit Blue
monster.
Tang. Is that significant?
It's basically, your opponent takes a little bit of life points damage.
Burn.
I think it's 200 or something.
Take that.
But you can see Harry has only got 4 monsters left in his extra deck now.
Well, he saw that 2 of the kaijus are gone, so he might feel safer to go for this.
Which is even crazier because there's only 2 kaijus in his deck.
Yeah. I mean, even if he drew the third, he knows his last card in hand is Cartesia.
Exactly.
So what's he going to do? Radiant him, then normal Cartesia and do nothing. So and then I guess he's thinking, well, my field's going to get destroyed anyway, so I might as well make it so that I'm going to play it as something that can't be destroyed.
So this is not going to get destroyed in the end phase because it's currently unaffected by card effects, which is...
It's unaffected because of the field spell, right?
Yeah, the field spell, because it was... The field spell is on the field, the field spell makes it unaffected because it was someone using that Crystal Heart. It's quite a weird mechanic.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's quite a vulnerable... what is it called? We call it towers.
Yeah.
Just because you get rid of the field spell, the monster's no longer a towers. Yeah.
We always make the joke of just Cosmic Cyclone outs the towers.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he drew Super Poly for turn.
Yeah.
So he's only plays in his hand Arcartesia and the Super Poly. The Super Poly doesn't really have anything to use. He's recognised that, so it looks like Harrison has took game 1 with his Marincess strategy. After getting Nibiru'd in the face, his backup plan was like reasonable, which kept him in the game. Marincess can like generate a lot of resources and advantage, which means that he does have a play next turn, so it meant that he could actually do something. He didn't care about the Mirror Jade blow up as well. He had a backup plan for that.
So it's very lucky he just, Darwin just missed out on the extra 2,000 life points on his first turn, otherwise.
I wonder if there was a line that he could have done.
Maybe. I'm not the most well versed with these.
I think Darwin. It's worth for Darwin to like watch it back just to see if there was a way to to deal the 8,000 damage, because in the branded engine, I'd be very surprised if you can't, considering how high the ceiling is. So this is game 2. They're going to side. I think Darwin was keen to take out the Nibiru's. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think he might have just seen.
He might have thought, "Oh, I didn't really do anything then," but it actually did.
It did a lot. Yeah.
It stopped him from doing his standard line, which is what you would be afraid of. I hope to see the tiers do something, because that'll get me excited. Like seeing the elements again.
Too. So
outside of like the regular branded deck, though, there's not an awful difference other than a few tier cards. So the side deck strategy, it's just branded expulsion, right? Like,
every time, yeah.
Like you'll go for the typical puppet combo, but I guess the real question is, what can Harrison do to combat that? So what's in his side?
So he's playing.
Goes in match, you can argue the side going second.
I think I would.
Yeah.
I would, because again, as we talk about the grave of the super ancient organism, very similar in how it just picks part of the board.
Yeah.
If they can't wipe out your life points,
exactly,
then you're fine for next turn.
The only awkward thing about goes in match is if your gimmick puppet stays on the field, you are also locked under your own gimmick puppet. So you would have to hope there's a way for you to get rid of that as well. He also has Call by the Grave, which kind of stops expulsion too, depending on how they play.
Does it? Because it doesn't activate. So would it?
No, so I think how expulsion works is it targets the cards in the graveyard to summon, and if it's in the graveyard and you call by it and it's now banished, it doesn't summon it anymore. But the abysmal amount of hand traps, the outrageous amount of hand traps that Harrison has can stop him from getting to that point.
Well, he has opened expulsion.
He's opened, so any effect negation here doesn't matter because he has Cartesian.
Yeah, I think Harry did get the Ash Blossom in his opening hand, but I don't think I can see another hand trap there, unfortunately.
Sometimes Ash Blossom's just enough.
Exactly, yeah. So...
I honestly think it is going to be enough here. Yeah.
And now we get to see, what does the branded deck do?
What's the plan B here?
Yeah.
He plays King of the Swamp and Polymerization. He's unfortunately opened both of them. Does he play multiple copies of Poly? He does not, so he can't discard the King of the Swamp.
On the flip side, that King of the Swamp...
He's hard to expulsion too.
The King of the Swamp does act as Fall of Albaz.
Oh.
Right, so you could do something.
Oh wow, it really does. Yeah, so that... so
it's quite unique there.
Yeah, King of the Swamp actually does a lot more than I thought.
Yeah.
I see.
Maybe not. Well, maybe still.
I think he attempted to activate Cartesia there and he got effect veilered. So now,
in between two
the
zones.
most logical play here, I think the most logical play here is Lebellion, right?
Yeah.
Can you get expulsion live in an unfair way, or?
I don't know the deck well enough.
No, because now if he makes Lebellion, he's forced to discard the expulsion in his hand. And he doesn't want to do that because that's his win condition. But maybe he just has to accept that he's not doing anything unfair and he has to go Mirror Jade pass. There's no way you fuse them two. You just can't.
Well, you can do... Let's see what his combo line.
Yeah, let's see if he sees something that we don't. I'm not seeing a line that's okay. I guess but this way you just kind of don't end on a Mirror Jade.
Yeah, you could always do Poly into Albion with the.
Maybe he's hoping Chimera gets him there.
Yeah.
Because this is. Yeah, maybe he's just recognised that the Mirror Jade I feel like Mirror Jade would have just done the same thing. You can go Mirror Jade pass, and when they normal summon, you can just banish that, and then Marincess' extenders.
I mean, to be fair, you could do Brandon and Red to add back the Aluba, right? And then you could use the King of the Swamp in the hand and the Gran to make Mirror Jade, right?
No, you could, but
it's I agree. It's not the best.
You get to draw two cards as well, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just, but here it's just a lot of the time if they go normal and Marincess and you banish it off Mirror Jade, they just can't do anything else.
Yeah, I think it's very important to see if he
and here now it's just sort of all right, okay, he's just letting them.
Okay, yeah. So I think you
can't let him do this though.
No, you have to. Yeah, because I think if this blue tang hits. I think if it just hits any of the Marincess extender cards. Yeah, I think there's now 6 in the deck.
But he didn't. Oh,
that's
3 more. That's a cringe moment.
Yeah.
So Darwin's not getting punished here. Maybe it's just a lack of understanding as to how Marincess work.
Maybe, yeah.
If you cut them off from the engine early, they really don't have a lot going for them. And now, he's thinking of whether to remove the card on the field. You have to just get it off there. Like,
get it out of there.
It's going to get to a point where it's going to be too difficult to deal with. So this line's also fine. It does the same thing where you're going to have a Chimera on the field which can't be targeted because there's a poly engraved, so that's kind of cute. Okay, now you've lost me. I think now he's just did a obscure way of getting the Mirror Jade, whereas he could have just saved his resources if he just made Mirror Jade.
I think if you're going to do this line for the Mirror Jade, I think you need to hold it a little bit longer because right now there's so many cards that Harry can have.
I think since he did this line, Chimera made more sense because he was going to draw two cards.
And he could have drawn it's like Ash Blossom.
He could have drew like more defensive cards, and if he kept in Nibiru, if he plays Nibiru.
He does play it, I think,
Yeah,
of course he plays it. He did it game one.
Yeah, of course. The Chimera line made more sense since he already committed to this line of play.
So the Sea
and now
Angel
he's got
is
hit by the extender.
And Harry's just going to have a little bit more free reign to start.
Well, now he
creating his field that he wants.
Now he can just do what he wants.
Exactly,
Because the Mirror Jade is, been respected because he had the extender.
The only query I have is just how does he get rid of the Mirror Jade now without it destroying his entire field?
Make a big, massive towers again. It's just a.
I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if he'll have access to the field spell. That's the only issue. Because he added dive off of the Sea Angel, so it might make it.
Can Marincess interact with a Chimera that you can't target?
I think it can attack over it.
Right.
So, but again, I think you need a field spell for that.
Right.
So.
Okay. I suppose this way it means that he has a follow up, but as mentioned, he could have just made this rather than last turn.
There is a world where he might end up leaving the what's it called on field? He might leave the Mirror Jade on field for next turn because the Mirror Jade can't use this effect anyway. Correct.
Yeah.
So
it's a bit spooky though. It's a big guy.
That was spooky.
It's pretty K, and if it passes back to Harrison's turn again, it's just another live disruption that you have to get rid of.
I agree.
And if you have to get rid of it off the field, then it's just going to blow up. It's just going to activate the blow up. But
every monster you control. The Great Bubble Reef. So I think when a card is banished, it gains an additional 600 attack. So that makes it.
So he's had to leave the Mirror Jade there. The Albion is going to fetch him something.
Yep.
Probably set a Brandon in red, right? Branded Fusion.
Yeah.
Let's not be silly.
I think you get Branded Fusion here, and then you try and go for that Branded Lost with your.
And hope that gets you there. You can just add it in the hand. You don't have to set it. All right, jolly good. I thought Labyrinth was the only one that did that, but no, Labyrinth can add cards with fusion in its name as well, so it can add instant fusion. I remember
which
that.
Was crazy.
So cool. Labyrinth is my boy. Oh, is that like a heat soul? You can just draw a card?
So during the standoff phase, it can remove from play a Marincess from the graveyard to draw a card.
Oh,
so
it's pretty cool.
Combos with his extensive lineup of hand traps.
Outrageous. Since he went second, it'll be frustrating if he drew Infinite Impermanence.
Yes,
which isn't particularly useful here.
I think that's one of those arguments with Infinite Impermanence, isn't it, as always?
You need it turn one, right? In the grind, it can be really frustrating.
Yeah.
But it's so good that you just want to play it.
I think you have to use
so you can activate Wave from hand. Is that a negate? It's
a negate, and then it makes all of his monsters unaffected for the turn. So he's now got a 3600 monster. It's unaffected. So that's pretty good for Harrison here.
Unaffected by anything, right?
Yes, anything, yeah.
Right.
And then he's got Ash for that as well.
He has the Ash Blossom. Yeah. He's looking very good. He's very happy.
A little smirk there, wasn't it?
I think when you Ash Branded Fusion, it does put a smile on my face.
Yeah, definitely.
He has had Libertum, which would be solid if he has a means of fusing with it, because then he can get a lot of monsters on field. But I don't think he has anything.
No,
he doesn't have access to a Tragedy either to set the Brandon in red from his graveyard. Oh, he's just had to pass. So we're in a game state now where this Mirror Jade's live. So now he has to play for the Mirror Jade all over again.
Yeah, so yes, that is true.
I think he's just going straight for it. He's putting Bryn Brim in the graveyard, which is a disruption if he has Fallen Barbars in there. It bounces a card in the field, right?
Yeah, I'm just double checking. I think it's a weird. Oh, he just got rid of it in the snap. I think that was wrong because now he can use that crazy link 3 effects in the graveyard to remove himself from play, summon 2 guys back, and that's.
Is it in the graveyard though?
I believe so. If it got banished, I might be missing it. But,
he kept that in post sideboard of Eclipse. That's interesting.
yeah, I think maybe it was just if he was creating this massive field of monsters, it might just help him crack through it.
I guess it's just like it doesn't really help against the Gimmick Puppet, right? But I guess he must have just thought, well, if Gimmick Puppet happens, then so be it.
But then again, he's got 15 hand traps if he gets Gimmick Puppets.
Big of Eclipse is just a scary card as well, just because like that means now you have to get rid of those 2 monsters on the field, otherwise he's going to draw more card advantage. But I would assume, since there's no point of interaction anymore, that he doesn't mind. He's going to get rid of these cards.
Yep. So yeah, he's going to keep on doing his plays, and we'll see if what Harrison can look to end on now.
You reckon there's a universe where you can get game here?
I think so. I mean, he can do the Zealantis play again, correct? And then he can look to see what he wants after that. I think he's going to add back the wave here, and then he's just going to... Oh, yeah, so he gets dive and wave back, I think. Which is pretty good. He sided Lancia in as well. What do you think about that?
Lancia, it can stop you from getting Gimmick Puppeted, right? Maybe.
Oh, yes, that's true. Especially with this plethora of hand traps as well.
Yeah, just why
it's
not?
just never ending.
Add more, yeah. Just make it so no, you can't win, please.
Yeah. So now he's going to add the field spell, and yeah, this is where it gets a little bit crazier. So what's the defense of Mirror Jade? I think 2,000.
2,500, right?
If it's 2,500, that's a bit of a struggle because the marbled rock is only.
Can nothing attack? Oh, he's just going for the Zealandis play. It's just like smash them all.
Yeah, and then they don't come back because they're waterlocked.
That is a very cute interaction with.
Especially as the Zealantis water itself. It's pretty cute.
Does it also interact with cards on the field as well? He popped the expulsion there.
Yeah, he did.
That was a really solid link 4.
You know what? Maybe it's one you should pick up at home.
Yeah. Be sure you get your copies of Zealandis. Card is mental. Like I remember when I first read it, I was just thinking, what? So you can just go on Appaloosa, then once you're done with your Appaloosa, you can just go on Zealand.
Yeah. I think that was like the unanimous decision, right? Everyone's like, once you're done with Appaloosa, you just get a free card.
Yeah, I'm just going to hang on to a copy of Zealandis in case this card's unreasonable. It's looking pretty unreasonable here.
So I think he's going to go ahead, equip some guys. I think he's going to look to set that wave, maybe.
This is a little bit unorthodox, just a different sort of... they don't typically end on this
I forgot about this. Dive has a bonus text as well. If you have to field spell up, it summons a guy from deck.
Oh, okay.
So it's not just Monster Reborn, it's also E-Telly.
No,
and then,
naturally.
Yeah, naturally. It's pretty good. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Dive is a good card.
So he's going to summon the Mandarin back if you control 2 or more Marincess monsters. It does get removed from play when it leaves the field. I think he's going to go for the Aqua Argonaut now, which is a spell negate. So that kind of cuts off the Branded Fusion.
I don't like Branded Fusion.
Yeah.
No, I don't want you to use Branded Fusion.
So he's got
that does make sense. Is it also, it's unaffected because it's
Yes, exactly, yeah. It was made with the other one.
So it's played around the Mirror Jade as well, and it's also playing around a Branded Fusion top deck, which is very, very smart.
So he's going to add
whilst
that
also
back.
getting follow-up.
So yeah, he's got Extender for next turn, he's got the Wave in hand, a Spell Negate as well. It's looking pretty good for Harry right now.
And does he frustratingly top the Branded Fusion? No, that looks like a Aluba. If he still has Fallen of Arbaz in the graveyard, he can special the
that'd be really good if he does have it.
The normal Aluba, which will respect any sort of effect
I don't think he ever had it there, because I think he used the King of the Swamp, right?
He did, yeah. Well, just pretend.
Well, we pretend.
Yeah, he's like, it's Fallen of Arbaz. Honorary Fallen of Arbaz.
Yeah, I'll be really surprised if he's able to make a comeback. But you know what?
I
want to see it. I want to see if he does it.
He can go normal Aluba.
I was really hoping to see one of these tier element cards do its thing, you know?
Yeah, me too. It's such a shame. The best we got was having us miss.
It tried though. It tried its best.
Yeah.
The King of the Swamp is cool. I really do like the Frightful package that used to be in the branded decks.
Yeah, it did generate a lot of card advantage. You just can't fit it anymore.
No. Because now it's just too many good cards to play, right?
Yikes.
Jeepers.
So Cartesia just got stopped, which I assumed was normal summoned, and he's just passed turn. He had a Nibiru in his hand as well, so even if he did get the play, he was gonna rock him.
Again, the only thing here is, right, you've got to try and get back that wave, otherwise he's just gonna try and do it again on your turn.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a done deal now, right? Like, I think Harrison just needs to set up a means of just like getting some more big monsters on the board. Oh no, he is letting the Cartesia resolve.
Yeah, he doesn't have a way to disrupt it.
Does the wave not stop it?
He doesn't have one in hand, unfortunately.
Why is there a wave in the graveyard?
I used it on Darwin's turn. So now he's passed back to Harrison.
Oh, I could have sworn he activated.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm
me.
quite.
It's me being a silly Billy then. We use Mourner on the Quaritus. Okay, it's interesting. Oh, okay. This is getting like a little bit.
It's a little bit spicier now.
Yeah, this is things are happening
things
now.
are in fact happening.
Yeah, I thought like this was a done deal.
Done and over, yeah. So.
Oh, I know what's happened. He did wave in Darwin's turn, but now it's Harrison's turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now I'm up to speed. So he Cartesia'd immediately, which has got him in this predicament. But now he needs to get rid of. Okay, so since that's left the field,
and now he does.
Mourner is going to deal for 2,500 life points to Darwin because it left the field.
Yep.
That turn. Okay.
So that's getting a bit closer.
Chipping away, and he still has a spell in the gate, and that
Noble Man of
is a normal crossout, which really he's thinking, just let me resolve this Aluba, please.
Let me get this brand of fusion out there.
Can you cross out Designator, that Link Marincess?
He can try. He can try his best.
It's just like, okie dokie.
Yep. Here we are.
Big sad.
Do you think he crashes the Aluba for points?
Just like, I'm going to take myself out.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's just, I think now he's accepting his defeat.
Yep, and then he just attacks for that damage.
And that's it. Marincess, 2 O's, the spicy Chielma branded list, but unfortunately the spice was mild for this matchup, which is a shame. It would have been interesting to see the T elements just pop off and see what sort of things it can do. But the Marincess deck just doing what it does best and just like a fairly simple stuff.
Well, it's
but effective,
see, right? With these cyber decks, they're often nice little engine.
Yeah.
Jam through with hand traps.
Yeah, it's quite common of all the cyber decks just to have like a very linear, straightforward engine with one card combos, and then just have a sea of hand traps.
Oh, I like that.
But the card like the VIP there was for me was definitely that World Sea Dragon Zealandess. That was so cool to see it in action. That's the first time I've actually seen it played before.
I wasn't quite convinced on it in its place in this deck. I was talking to a friend of mine. I was like, I'm not sold. I don't think you need it. Now, it's definitely on the list. It's definitely made the cut.
In terms of removal, like like you just have to, especially with that cute interaction with the Warlock.
Yeah, especially that.
Really good. I'm looking forward to having a chat with Harrison about that and Zealandess and
the rest of his day.
By the wall, We'll see you in a minute. Hey guys, welcome back to the player interview. We're here with the winner of round 7, Harrison Moore. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, not bad. It was a decent game. I dashed for Brand Fusion, that do.
What more could you ask when you play against Branded? Did you have it both games?
I did in game 1.
Ooh, rough.
Yeah, it was fine.
So you picked quite an interesting deck for this event with the meta being so diverse. So why did you pick Marincess?
Partly because everyone has to read the cards and no one knows
True.
where to interrupt you. Like, you can get interrupted somewhere you don't necessarily care about and then continue the full combo anyway.
Yeah.
Towers monsters are pretty good right now. Not ending on anything that can be Lava Golem or anything that's important in the meta.
Yeah.
And Wave is a really good card.
Wave is really good.
And game 1, we think that occasion that you just mentioned there might have just came up where you were in Nibiru at seemingly not an optimal time. Would you agree?
Yeah, so I was Nibiru super early when I haven't used any of the extensions, so I'm able to get back to a Link 3 relatively easily. And it just puts the wave pressure on having a Link 3 on board.
Yeah. Where would have been the rough point for you if you did get Nibiru?
I guess further towards the end.
Yeah,
right?
you can wait basically till the end.
Yeah.
As long as you just
tend to be playing quite reserved now, so I'm ending on 1 Link 3. And if you Nibiru me, I have the follow-up in hand to make another Link 3.
Sure, okay.
That makes sense. I like
So
that.
you are respecting it to some extent, because I was discussing with Alex there, I was just thinking like you could just hold it until the end, right, and then just mirror
Basically, so I end on a 1500 monster that looks non-threatening. The intention is to get you to waste your battle phase every time.
Yeah.
And then the hand traps take charge from there. If you Nibiru me there, I most of the time have the extension via the Splash Mage to get back to the other Link 3, which is a little bit more sticky.
And both games you did have a sea of hand traps, but game 1 did look a little bit shaky. It did look like he was going to beat you then, but then he just passed turn. Were you surprised at that?
A little bit, yeah. I thought surely there's going to be the Cartesia or something coming down and finish me off, but rode my luck a little bit, it was fine.
Yeah, and then when it came to like the follow-up, you also couldn't end the game then, and Mirror Jade was quite problematic. So what was your game plan then?
Game plan is to stick big monster, hope it's good enough.
And it was.
It was. Z Atlantis clears any board, no problems.
So let's talk about Z Atlantis now. Both games, that card has been mental.
Yeah, we were quite taken aback. I wasn't convinced on the card. And now, you've done it.
Yeah, it's so good, man, so good.
Yeah, you've done it.
So talk us through the Z Atlantis.
So Z Atlantis will banish all monsters on the field, then summon them all back in face-up or defense. But if you use most of your Marincess cards, you're locked into water. And since you're the one summoning back, only the waters will come back. The rest will stay banished.
That's a really cute interaction that I did not
cute.
know was a thing. So it means that Z Atlantis is just at its best in a deck like Marincess.
Yeah, exactly.
So it means that you just get all the benefits and none of the
Disadvantages, right?
drawbacks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
so good. And we saw it again, game 2. Game 2 looked a bit more straightforward, let's say.
It was a bit more to the game plan. I opened the 2 good hand traps against Branded. You Ash the Branded Fusion, you Veil of the follow-up, win the Cartesia. And then there's not a lot going on, really.
Yeah.
The polymerization caught me off guard.
Yeah.
We thought it was quite funny, actually.
His hand was a little bit awkward. He
Very
had,
awkward,
He had a dead expulsion in his hand with King of the Swamp and a poly, so he couldn't really get anywhere. Like once we saw the Ash hit Branded Fusion, we just thought it was just inevitable from there.
Yeah, exactly.
But he did keep going. Like he did something, and the Cartesia could like play in his turn, and it looked like he was just hanging on. But did you feel like there was any doubt post game turn 1?
So once that pass turn happened, I knew based on the hand that I had, I was going to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
It was just going to be a case of I need to stick the Spell Trap Negate, which is Aqua Argonaut.
Yeah.
She can negate Branded Fusion even under Branded Loss.
Yeah.
Because she negates the effect. So you stick that, unaffected by card effects, have a wave in hand, plain sailing.
Yeah. And yeah, that seemed like a pretty good play just to end the game. And is that a common game plan, would you say? Like, is it quite often when you go second, you can't end the game because the monsters might not be big enough?
Yeah, so ending the game with Marincess is relatively difficult. you don't have the Cyburst good stuff of update jammer access code, goodbye.
Yeah.
But you do have cute options, like I'll play Kraken, you didn't see in that game, but
Yeah.
make a really big nib token and then pop it and burn for half, it's pretty cute.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
It's more, every turn I'm adding so many cards out of the grave,
Yeah.
recycling waves, you can't keep up with me once I get going.
So you're more play a resource management game as opposed to just end the game quickly. Yeah.
That's it.
And were you worried when we saw at the end, when I thought the game was dead and buried, and then suddenly he uses Cartesia in your turn and summons back the Mirror Jade? Did you start getting worried then?
Yeah, so that caught me a little bit. I thought Cartesia was going to go into something non-relevant really, and then all of a sudden
you saw the ad libitum.
Yeah. Which is fine because I got away with sticking the normal summon. Again, Aqua Argonaut, hidden effects, bounce back, return.
Yeah.
I valued the burn on that last turn a bit more, which I probably shouldn't have. Probably could have kept them all now.
I think it was fine.
I thought it was fine as well.
Because you just want to close the game out as quickly.
Yeah, I just want the pressure all on my opponent.
Yeah, the second, he only needs to resolve one branded fusion and then he's just back in the game, right? He's like, the longer it goes on, the more likely that is to happen. And in terms of like a deck choice, then, can you see yourself playing Marincess for the 250th?
So, I don't know. I swapped to the deck 2 days ago.
Oh, I see.
I was trying to play tournaments before this and it just, into the current meta, just wasn't having it. So I went back to something I know, tried and true, and yeah, it's doing really well.
Oh, so this was more of a, all right, I'm going to play what I'm comfortable with for today and then
Very much so, yeah. Sure. It was this or Mathmech, 50-50.
Sure.
But I figured more people would have to read these cards. If no one knows what they're doing, they interact wrong.
So these decks are quite similar, where they're like Cyber's one card engine plays with a bunch of hand traps.
That's me, yeah.
Why this over the Mathmech deck?
I just feel like its end board is a lot more resilient. It's very hard to just stop me doing anything. It's just one card, you Nibiru me at the wrong time, do something like that. I still have all my cards back in hand.
Yeah.
Most of them are hand traps. We'll try again next turn.
Yeah. I can't really think of like an advantage that Mathmech can really have other than circular. You can't really interact with it, I guess.
Yeah.
Circular's a crazy card. Super factorial.
Yeah. Yeah.
My trap's good too.
But as he's mentioned, like ending on like a big towers is like quite problematic for most decks. And let's talk about like the elephant in the room in terms of like your Kashtira matchup. How do you find the Kashtira matchup?
So I will throw as many hand traps as humanly possible. If I open just the imperm, it's just sitting for the Arise Heart.
Right, I see.
Once the Arise Heart's out of my
right?
way, yeah, I can. It's fine. But you main the Eclipse and stuff to deal with that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Is it difficult when you are having your cards banished?
It can be, yeah. If you go first and you establish your board, it's not so bad to get played into. But playing into the full board, it's not fun. If you don't open non-engine, it's a bit of a rough matchup.
Yeah. Well, you got the draw earlier on, but it hasn't mattered so far. You're in a good position. XO won 2 rounds to go. Are you going to win?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, good attitude, yes. Cheers to that, mate. Good luck for the rest of the rounds.
Good luck.
You'll see you later for round 8. Hello everyone, welcome to round 8. We're in the closing stages. We're getting so close to find out who's going to be the winner of the UK Open 8. Round 8. We haven't featured this yet. It's a Kashtira mirror match.
Yep, so Kashtira might be the most representative deck throughout the stream at least.
I'd be very surprised if it's not.
Yeah.
It's probably what's considered to be the best deck, I'd say, so it makes sense that it would be the most represented.
It's the clear-cut, most defined, playable deck, let's say. It's the one that most people are going to gravitate
The conceded
towards.
best deck, I'd say. So it was only a matter of time that we would get to this late stage where we would feature 2 Kashtira matches. Kashtira decks fighting each other now.
Exactly.
And this is, both players are XO,
So it's
both
7-0,
undefeated.
2 more rounds to go.
The current state of the tournament is these 2 players are the only undefeateds without a draw. So Joe White and Alicio are the only 2 XOs. The Marincess player, however, is XO1, but he would have been pared down to an X1. So we could potentially have a final where the winner of this versus the winner of the Marincess matchup. So if Marincess player wins, he will remain undefeated with a draw versus the winner of this. But that can be really weird. So if the Marincess player loses, then the winner of this could be paired down to an X1, and it could be quite open-ended to see who could win the tournament. If the XO loses the last round, it could mean that an X1 could win the tournament, depending on tiebreakers. So that'll be really, really interesting. So Alicio's won the die roll here, which I'm not sure is even beneficial in the Kashtira mirror match.
Especially, I'd assume they know they're playing a mirror match. They've been set up at the top tables.
At this stage of the tournament, you've probably saw what your neighbours are playing.
Exactly.
So his game plan can probably be very, tailored towards what you would do in the mirror match. But what do you think the game plan is in the mirror? Like, what are you likely to do?
I think if you know it's, do you just, maybe I'm wrong, but do you not just try and aim for a Rise Heart pass? Or do you go for a 5 monsters overlock?
I think you always go for the 5 monsters overlock regardless, depending on no matter what the matchup. I always found that a Rise Heart pass against the mirror is awful. Like
I can believe that.
It's just
you just trade with 1 Fenrir.
Because the lingering effect of a Rise Heart to banish all your opponent's cards is just not an effect. It doesn't matter because you don't care about your graveyard anyway. So all it is just 1 disruption, which again isn't even that great against the Kashtira engine. Because if you special Fenrir, you're forced to do it then, and then after that you special Unicorn, and then your whole engine just gets going. So I think he might have recognised that. I don't know if this has just been his game plan all tournament, but if it hasn't been, then he's doing this because he recognises that a Rise Heart pass against the mirror is just not great.
It's not enough, right?
Is Joe White playing the Beer in the main?
Not that I can see.
So nothing to worry about in that regard. Here. So this isn't the Lock Zone 5 combo. He needs the field spell for that. So he's going to just go for a regular lock 3, which is still a little bit oppressive. So it's not like, it's fine.
Yeah.
So it's more or less the standard stuff. Like the stuff that you would see like at the start of the format. The stuff it was doing when tier was a thing, like early on. Yeah. This was like the sort of combo that was done.
So yeah, the combo starts, the Big Bang, going to summon back one of the materials underneath the Shangri-La. Here. Joe White giving the thumbs up.
And when you pick between one or the other, so he's going for the monster zone.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
If you can only lock 3, the monster zone does make sense. You're right.
Yeah.
Which one do you pick here when you special up Big Bang? Do you generally go for the Unicorn or the Fenrir?
I
think it does matter.
I think it does matter, but I can't say which is better.
Yeah.
So I think.
I guess. What's he doing here? He's playing. Oh, that's cool. So he's using. He went into a Rise Heart earlier, so he can add back the Big Bang and then attach the Capiosis off the Scareclaw. That is really, really cool. So he's likely to go for the Mind Hacker here. Have a little peep of his extra deck just to confirm, yes, I am playing Kashtira. And let's have a look at his Joe's extra deck because this is important in the Kashtira matchup.
So when I click a quick glance, there are some one-offs in here. So there's a one-off Big Eye.
You 100% take Big Eye.
Yeah, definitely.
Big Eye is really, really good in the Kashtira mirror match, and which is why I often would want to play 2 because it's just very important. Taking their Rise Hawk can be a bit of a blowout.
And as we can see in Alicio's deck, he is playing with 2 copies.
Yeah, so he recognises, he really, really values Big Eye. So we didn't see what he did take there. But I'd be very surprised if it wasn't Big Eye. There's an argument that he could have took a Rise Heart because Joe is only playing 2 as opposed to the 3, which I'm very preference to. But I think your grind is just significantly more favoured if you just get rid of that Big Eye, for sure.
Let's see. I think he's going to attach one of Joe's cards, wanting to leave that Fenrir.
Oh, so he did banish the big
Which
eye.
makes sense. I think
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense there.
that does make sense. Yeah. So now he's using Shingira to lock the third and I think final zone in his turn.
For this turn, yeah.
So now I think it's going to come down to what other defensive cards Alessio has to disrupt his Kashtira engine.
If a card gets banished on Joe's field, that's just the rest of the zone's gone. The rest of the monster zone's gone, right?
Mm-hmm. So Shingira, he can decide whether he wants to use Shingira to summon a Fenrir unicorn. I don't think you do though.
No.
Like you 100% don't activate Shingira.
You just don't want to.
Because you don't want to give him an easier means to get the Zeus. Because you can special any Kashtira here. Put a Rise Heart on top. And I don't think a Rise Heart has 3 materials.
No,
so that would,
I think it might do. It might be wrong.
it might. I can't quite see it. Might do now.
I can't see the angle on it.
I know Theosis and Big Eye are underneath there, and Rise Heart at least. So yeah, it should have 3 materials. So it's not completely unreasonable to activate Shingira, but I wouldn't.
No.
I don't think you want to poke the bear.
It does have the impermanence there. I think you just chain it to remove the impermanence, right?
Yeah. Like
And then that'll lock the rest of the zones. Right?
Yes, so that can prove to be a bit of a nightmare. But it does activate Shingira though, so it means
that's true.
So it unintentionally puts his Arise Heart online. So, but it means it triggers Mind Hacker, which will banish. So it does lock all 5 zones actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
it's quite unfortunate for Joe here, where he just.
You had to imperm the Arise. Did you have to imperm the Arise on actually?
I think yes and no, because I think.
Was there an argument to imperm Shingira?
I think maybe there's an argument that if he goes summon Fenrir, say, or Unicorn, Alessio will then attempt to remove it from play, face down. Then I think that's point is when you chain the imperm. Oh, once it's removed, when Shangri-La effect activates to lock a zone, that's when you chain the imperm, right?
I see. You might also just have another imperm from the Shingira, then these zone lockers don't matter. Oh, that
Book of Moon.
That also just as good. Does he have Forbidden Lance? Then this is going to be quite problematic. It's not. So these X marks the spot here, and then off they go.
So now Joe White's got quite a, I don't want to say easy way to victory, but he just has to work towards that Zeus, doesn't he?
And this is why I mentioned that is going second in the mirror just better, because you have instances like this where your cards are just so good at going second into a Kashtira game state, which you just naturally would play anyway, i.e. Book of Moon and Imperm. And now it's just like this Unicorn can put in so much work. He can clear his entire field.
Exactly.
He can just go into a Rise Heart, attack anything, then go into Zeus and get rid of his entire field. And if he can get Birth and he also has a follow-up here, he can do everything.
Yeah.
It's just...
So you can clear the field and then just do your combo back. And what's Alessio going to do with that?
It went from looking really good for Alessio to looking really bad in one fell swoop.
Yeah. Although we have to also acknowledge that Joe has lost a good portion of his deck.
Yes,
that
can cause some variance as well, right? I don't know what you could use that'll be stressful, but the one-offs that you could play are Big Bang, and he's playing 2 Rise Heart, so that can be quite problematic. Yeah. If he loses his Rise Hearts, that could be quite annoying.
Is it common to play 3 Birth now? I feel like it might have been at 2, or is it always at 3?
I think there might have been a scenario where people played less, but I think with the Lock 5 combo now,
I think that makes sense. You just want to draw.
You would max out on Birth. Birth's also just probably the best extender and probably the best card to open. So just because of it's just the best push.
I'm not sure I agree on this here. Summoning the Fenrir. I think, do you not just want to activate that Zeus first?
I guess it depends on the rest of his hand. Like if he doesn't have another monster, then he can't do the Birth line.
Yeah, that's true.
So he might have to just remove his cards and buy another means. Also, if he goes for the Zeus line and he has infinite impermanence, he'll want to cry.
Exactly.
So maybe he just has to do these regular checks, and I think you have to generate as much card advantage as you can, and then go for the Zeus line.
See, maybe this is just my perspective, but I think just generating card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't matter as where you're getting in the game. I think just generally generating more advantage just gets you in that net positive spot.
Yeah.
That it should be a lot harder for you to lose this game.
Well, here he might not even need to go for a Zeus line because he's lost his Big Eye. See, I think the Big Eye would be a different. A Big Eye would have been a sound player here. Let's have a look at his extra deck to see what sort of lines he can go down.
So he has Draco Sack still, and then it's just the standards.
His extra deck doesn't have that much utility because he plays Linkuribo to respect Ibli.
What do you think about that?
I just think
I think
ignore
now
it.
you just
Yeah,
ignore it,
I think
right?
you just ignore it. Like your cards naturally
If it happens, it happens.
beat Ibli anyway with Econ, Book of Moon, and Book of Eclipse. Like at that point, you just don't care. So what's happening? Oh, so he's just went in a flare metal and he's just attacked Shingiri.
Yep.
So I guess he's going for the Zeus line.
Yeah. The only issue is again if there isn't infinite impermanence per se.
Yeah, that would suck a lot. But I think this is probably the most obvious play, and let's see if it does get rid of everything. Yeah, as expected, there is infinite impermanence there. Oh, Forbidden Lance.
That's pretty powerful.
That's sick, because now he can clear his entire board, special summon the Scareclaw, and make his own Arise Heart.
Yep. And he's just sailing.
Ooh, he is. He's good. Yeah. I don't know if the other effective Zeus. He has Rise Heart. Oh, you can do much more
can
here.
do so much
you
more
can normal
now.
Rise Heart and just like put himself in a position where. I think I see it.
This is the kind of dynamic about the cash deck I do actually really like.
Yeah.
So you can just do these cool plays with the Rise Heart to start generating these free cards that just appear out of nowhere. And once you got Birth,
This is sick.
Amazing.
He's just going. He's going to banish the Theosis to add back the Birth, and then if Alicio top decks a spell extender, the Birth's just going to banish his resources face down because they're all in the graveyard now because of Zeus. It's just this is.
So
really
where
good.
do you think he commits to a Shangri-La? No, there's no way. There's no way.
No, I don't think so. Like I think a Rise Heart is probably like still ideal.
Do you think he goes for straight into a Rise Heart, or do you think maybe he makes something like a Mind Hacker or something along those lines as well?
Mind Hacker won't be the most unreasonable thing in the world, so you can try and get rid of his resources in his extra deck. He does play 3 Arise Heart, and he does play 2 Big Eye as well, so the impact that would have would be very minimal.
So far, he's only used 3 cards from his extra deck, right? He used the Shangri-La.
He didn't Prosperity either, so I think Mind Hacker just, in terms of taking away extra deck resources, it's probably not the most viable thing. But to just get rid of resources in the deck, it might be reasonable.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you can use Birth to bring this back. Maybe he wants to go for a Rise Heart with 3 materials, so then he has a form of disruption. I think that's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he can just have any monster that can just crash into the Xyz and like just do some back. Yeah, he is going for this.
I was curious if you made the Mind Hacker, would that put and then made a Rise Heart? Would that put 3 materials on the Rise Heart? Because then you get 1 from the Mind Hacker initial.
I think it would have. Yeah.
But
yeah, that probably would have been better just to get rid of cards in his deck.
Yeah.
And I think he probably should have put these monsters in attack mode, so
it just
they had to crash into them rather than just attacking them for free.
I think that's a lot. That's really important to note as well, especially because if he crashes into not the Zeus gets a material, right? So.
Yeah, I think it's not quite natural to put them in defense mode,
definitely,
right?
definite.
But,
especially main phase 2.
But I think that would have been better in attack mode unless I'm missing something. And his only form of disruption is Arise Heart, which isn't very strong against Kashtira. And this is how you get into these like weird sort of back and forth. It may look like it's good that Zeus cleared all his resources.
You see, he does have his Prosperity in hand as well to follow up into this.
Yeah, and then the Mind Hacker play actually would have been quite good here because then Prosperity would have been worse.
So yeah, he had used 1, 2, 3 cards from his extra deck. Another one gone. That's 4.
Because you could have arguably took away his last Arise Heart. Sorry, his second Arise Heart, which would have made his grind like a bit more awkward.
Yes, exactly. So let's just see
in this position, when I played mirrors like this and somebody prosperities, I just try and snipe one of the extra monsters to see if I hit a Goliath. I don't think my opponent would ever be silly enough to banish a Goliath.
I think
they just might. So it's just like I was going to take it. Oh, he's going to birth.
The more I think about this birth as well, this like.
I think they resolved the birth incorrectly. I think it has to be on resolution.
Of
the spell.
That's true.
Rather than an activation of the spell.
Impermanence there. The impermanence does a lot there as well, actually.
If he already has engine, then yeah. Imagine not taking the field spell.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. Not where he's going.
Yeah, don't need it.
Don't need it. So let's see where Alicios goes with this.
Oh, so he's just. Oh,
and then he gets.
That can attach though.
Yeah.
But the game state is just kind of. It needs to attach twice.
Yeah.
That's how the game. Yeah, it needs to. Well, I guess if we just say that.
So what do you think?
And the game state's kind of fixed now. Okay, it's not activated. Okay, this is where stuff can get really crazy. Because that can just deal with this entire field.
Exactly, yeah.
Because Fenrir is just a really ridiculous card.
It's absurd, yeah.
Then where do you go from here?
When you think about it, like when you think about Fenrir, you always think, oh, it's that card that decks can play just as an extra bit of utility, and it's a body.
Yeah,
however,
it's a big guy that you can just summon for free.
Exactly. Whereas now in this deck, it does everything. It's a starter. It's a one-card starter.
By itself, I don't think it does a whole lot in terms of engine, but in terms of removal, it's quite decent. If he already has Birth, then this is going to do a decent chunk of stuff because you can banish like the Ogre off the Rise Heart. So that means you can summon back the Ogre and just control Joe's top deck, which is a play that I like to do.
That's really cool. I didn't think about that as well. Yeah. That's really nice.
But you can just see what your opponent's going to get, and so you can control the top deck. He needs to remove. He's not going for that play though.
I don't think either of these players are on Ogre. I might be wrong.
They're not.
That's Joe White. No, that's Alicio's deck. He is playing the Ogre. He isn't playing the preparations.
Oh, they're both Ogre lovers, but they just don't play the preparation, which I guess is fine. I would still value Ogre.
It's just
outside
another name within your deck, right?
Well, yeah, it's just like he's big. He's a big fella, and he has that utility of controlling the opponent's top decks, which is it matters. Comes up enough.
So we're gonna see. I'm not sure really, because it feels like Alicio's is taking control, but it could just be another draw from Joe where it's just.
Well, the thing is, like,
flips it back in his favor.
These decks feel really powerful against other decks, but when they're against each other, they just feel really underwhelming. Like I feel really underwhelmed right now with the plays that are happening because I know that like on the clapback, it's just not going to matter. But Alicio still having a copy of Big Eye is not underwhelming at all. Now I feel very, very whelmed indeed. So rightly so, he takes all three of the materials, so he doesn't have like a free disruption. But yeah, this is still going to be very oppressive because he's just took a Rise Heart, and Joe only has one extra one. So if he has a way of like going to Mind Hacker to take his last one, then like
it's a bit
things are going to get really awkward for him. He can also banish his last Zeus as well.
So we'll have to see what happens next because there's not much left.
I guess this goes to show how important a card like Big Eye is. Cause
definitely.
If Joe had an extra copy in his deck, I think his end field would have just been significantly better.
You see Joe tilting now, like, what's going on? So he's going to resolve the Theosis, and there we go, the Ogre. Yeah, in defense position, sadly.
You can get Big Bang as another form of disruption if he didn't banish it face down.
Yeah, I think it's already gone, unfortunately.
No, he did it. He did it at the start, right? So,
we can put this as a attack.
This is quite interesting. Then I saw maybe he's just using it as a. I don't know why he used it then. Actually, if he's not going to extend with it.
Yeah, maybe in the main phase too.
He just kind of put it on the board for no.
I think he's going to. I think he's going to use the Fenrir to clear the Birth here, right? That seems like the most obvious play.
Zeus is just stuck there.
Yeah.
Not that that's like terrible. And I guess leaving the Zeus on the field means that he actually can't play.
Yeah.
Because the Birth's the one that's keeping him in the game.
Yeah,
you just get rid of that. And then if he tries to activate Monster Effect, you just take more things away from him. And of course, right? He just normal summons another Fenrir. So he could arguably Big Eye again, right? It's not once per turn. You can just take the Zeus.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah. Oh no, it's just no way. Oh, he's gonna clean up with the. I understand now. He's gonna summon the Dark Armed XYZ surely, and then destroy the Birth.
And I think it might also just be roughly around the game, right?
It's a lot. Oh, is it exact game? No. Oh yeah, it's 7-8, right? Am I wrong? Am I dumb?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I've just got like a dumb brain. Yeah, I just feel like the obvious play here. You just pop that with the Dark Armed XCs.
Yeah. Or he makes his own Arise Heart, right? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean that's also fine, but I'd kind of feel like the Dark Armed XCs was also just fine. Because you want to get rid of Birth, right? Like, you can't leave that. You can't.
I guess you just want to try and minimalise the your opponent's draw for turn, right?
I don't know, like leaving that birth there, not for me. Not for me at all. Especially like the Zeus was fine, but playing another Arise Heart, like wasting another resource.
Oh no, he's still got one, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't really get it. You could have had like Zeus Arise Heart, which eventually would have got free materials because of just natural gameplay, and the Darkon would have got rid of the birth. And if you just leave the Zeus on the field as well, like he can't actually play. Like it doesn't matter what his top pick is.
Exactly.
Like so you can book a moon like this to try and force it. You don't care, but you do kind of care now because birth's still there.
Joe White giving a think there. So he's gonna. I assume the birth is to follow here, and then maybe.
Like it's fine because he can just do it when he activates it. It just didn't play around like him just normal summoning something.
Yeah.
Maybe you wanted to play around him activating another birth because the Arise Heart wouldn't have had free materials. So I guess that's reasonable. Like that's fair enough. Yeah.
So we're gonna see Alicios take game 1.
Yeah, quite. I wouldn't say convincingly. It was quite back and forth. Alicio was in like a commanding position game 1, suddenly wasn't, and then just gotten back on the clap back.
I like to see
Big Eye really shining there.
Yeah,
I think.
definitely. I like to see how the match would have differed if Joe did the Mind Hacker play. Yeah. Because I think that would have removed a lot of cards from.
Yeah, that would have changed his top deck, of course, as well. And you're right in saying that like the Arise Heart would have gained enough materials to be a disruptor. Yeah. I don't know how many times he summoned, maybe respecting the Nibiru, but I think he definitely did summon more than 5 times. Yeah, because he had Zeus on the field as well. Yeah, I think you're right. The Mind Hacker play probably was better. Just to get rid of some stuff and just to add that extra variance in, and whilst also fueling up the Arise Heart at the same time. So Poe's side, this is something I'm still not massively sure on. Like, do you make the mirror go first?
It depends. I think there's a lot of things to think about here. You're 7 rounds deep into a tournament, playing the 8th match now. Have you sat next to this player? Have you witnessed what they're doing? Have you seen if they're making their...
You might have had a peek of their side patterns,
You might have had a little peek at that sort of stuff. You get a little feel for what they're doing, and then that gives you more insight. Especially looking at how they played game 1. Yeah. Realistically, you can't just go Arise Heart past.
No.
You can't just do that. So you have to make more of a concerted effort. So
you would assume they would go for the lock 5 if they can.
For definite.
Or like a sub combo like Alicio did. Because if he went for a Rise Heart pass, he definitely would have just lost.
For definite.
But since he went a bit wider on his field and he had more, he just generated more resources. That meant that he could have a good follow up. His side pattern, I would assume he'd put the Gamma and the Dark Holes and Lightning Storms in, because
Lightning Storm for definite.
Lightning Storms not for definite. I guess you got to weigh up what you think Joe's going to do. Like you think he's going to do an Arise Heart pass, so. Yeah. You would probably assume that. Maybe Lightning Storm kind of just sucks. Yeah. But definitely the Dark Holes and the Gammas.
See, I actually think Joe White might be greedy. He might see if he can go second.
I think it's completely fine to be greedy.
And I think if he is,
what's his side pattern?
He's got Lava Golems, Book of Eclipses. That's 5 cards that you can side in. That with Pot of Prosperity as well. There's lots to go there.
Yeah, but Lock 5 is also extremely powerful, so it's a really difficult decision, and I don't think either or one or the other is wrong. He has chose to start valuing the Lock 5 is.
Gamma the Fenrir at the beginning. What do you think about
that? I don't think that's completely unreasonable either. It means that you're guaranteed to not get Lock 5'd.
Joe ashed it.
Ash? He really valued this Fenrir resolving. That's interesting. Because the Gamma stays in his hand, so he can Gamma again.
Yeah, although I will admit, I've ashed a Gamma in my time. But I'm not sold on it in this specific scenario.
Yeah, I guess it depends what the rest of his hand is. Like, if he really, really needs this Fenrir to resolve, that makes sense. And this can banish for cost as well, so the Gamma interaction on here is not great. Yet, I'm still not seeing it yet.
I'm not seeing it either, Darren. I won't lie to you.
Because, sure. He mustn't have had another monster in his hand.
Yeah.
So now it makes more sense.
Yeah.
If his Fenrir got Gammed here, his Theosis would have been a blank.
That's true.
And then he would have just had to pass. Yeah, he definitely had to ash that gamma there, otherwise he wouldn't be in this game
it.
state.
It just feels very.
He would have had to pass. He would have.
It feels very rough though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not great, but like he's in a significantly better position in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
that bit I'll give you. Yeah.
Like he would have been in a worse position if he didn't ash it.
So he could still use the Rise Hearts room from play a Kashtira card from deck.
Yeah, and if he has the birth. Which again, I don't think he wouldn't have. If he had Birth, I don't think he would have ashed the Fenrir because he would use Birth, bring back Fenrir, then activate Theosis.
So he's then going to remove another 3 cards from play.
Is his last 2 cards in hand Scarecrow, Kashtira, and Theosis? Because that'd be pretty sick.
That'd be amazing if he has at least the Scarecrow, Kashtira. But no, if he had the Scarecrow,
Kashtira, he banished the Gamma face down. Probably would have banished the Driver face down. So sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he just likes looking
feeling
at
a bit
driver.
frisky. Yeah, might just want the driver out.
It's a tuner. You don't trust those tuners.
So
I'm not sure what he's going with this other than Shangiri Pass.
But there's no that just can't be the right.
I mean, there's nowhere else you can really go. Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah.
Right, calling the set cards. Solemn Judgment, Book of Moon.
Sure.
Let's go. I believe. I'm optimistic here.
It could just be for well.
He is summoning in the standby phase as well, so he has
no
fear.
You have to.
Yeah,
I think you have to. You're in a position where it's looking really rough.
But it's a rough position, especially just because if he does get that one Tearlament monster.
And this is why it feels so weird to start with. Oh, he did put in the Lightning Storm.
He's gonna flip the Judgment.
Oh yes, he had to.
Right.
He had to.
I'm halfway there. This last remaining set card. Book of Moon.
So I wasn't massively convinced on Lightning Storm, but I think it does make sense with the amount of back row that you can play.
Even for cards like Forbidden Lance and even those types of cards, it can just be the difference
Force them,
in getting attacked through, right?
So now he effectively has to. He knows what he has to play through because Joe doesn't have any more cards in hand.
Exactly.
So he just has to respect Fenrir and a set card.
Yeah.
Because the Shangiri is not doing an awful lot. If anything, it's helping him play.
For definite, you can see there's a lot of cards that Joe could have. He could have Impermanence, Book of Moon. I think those are the only 2 cards I would say.
Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse here would, I think, would
Book of Eclipse
really
maybe
strong.
as well, actually, yeah.
But Eliseo has Engine here. Like he's either getting the Field Spell or Unicorn. That's for sure.
Just depends which one he wants to take.
Yeah, it's probably the Field Spell.
Yeah, he just wants to start with Fenrir.
Unless
instead,
he really just want to lose the Cosmic.
Yeah.
Which does Joe play Cosmic?
I don't think. Oh, he does in the side deck.
Interesting.
Do you think maybe?
I don't think it's completely unreasonable for him to side in Cosmic. And if he's probably thinking, yes, you take it. I've got Cosmic. Yeah, I mean, like.
Always going to zone lock. Go on, Joe.
Yeah, not unreasonable.
Yep. So we can get 2 zone locks.
If that's a Cosmic, though, I'll scream. Like, that could be crazy. Like,
especially if he has taken it, instead of something else.
It's not an unreasonable thing to put in, but I'm not sure if there's anything I would take out for it. So I'm not really expecting it
maybe
at all.
Maybe if you want to take Gammas out, maybe.
Not unreasonable either.
Because he has put the room for the Judgments in, so it could either be Eclipse or Cosmic, maybe.
It'll probably be Book of Eclipse and Judgment you put in before Cosmic, to be honest. So. Yeah, and we know he hasn't took out Ash, so it's not likely a Cosmic.
So
he's
already nodded.
I'll hold the screen. You have a look at it there.
Who's like, oh, did I miss it?
It has to be Book of Eclipse or Book of Moon here, or he's gonna get.
Yeah, because I don't.
It's gonna suck.
I don't know. Would you pay 4,000 life points for an Infinite Impermanence? I'm not sure because I don't think the Infinite Impermanence does enough.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I would definitely play a 4K to keep a Book of Moon or a Book of Eclipse.
That I agree with. But
like the second he specials one of his Kashtira monsters, you
just flip that.
You make him read a book. Get him down. Yeah, he's just like, okay, no, okay.
Infinite Impermanence. It has to be now.
I'm not sure if I'd pay 4K for an Infinite Impermanence.
Neither am I. But
maybe he just thinks his game state's just so bad he just had to.
The only thing that could be interesting.
I guess he doesn't have to activate it right this second. Oh, it is Imperm. Okay, sure. Well, it doesn't look like he's really getting anywhere with this either.
Then do you activate your Fenrir on the new chain to remove it from play? So I think you have to, right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I think Joe just realised what happened.
Did he or he didn't already activate it, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So he's gonna
Yeah, I
get
think you.
attachment.
Problem is, if you remove it, then he just specials the unicorn, and you want to cry. But he can't have free materials on this, so he's still in it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a.
And the Shengira sticking there really helps.
So yeah.
Eliseo, if he can banish another card to put free materials on, I think in draw phase he can just go. Or he can just go Zeus actually. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just put him on 0 cards. That's completely reasonable.
He gets an additional draw from the Garura as well, and the field.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I like that. That's really good. He has to get rid of that the field spell as well. Bear in mind.
Yep.
So yeah, just assume that field spell's not there. That is in fact in the graveyard. His draw for turn has to be unicorn or bust. Oh, it's a set card. Okay.
Not looking the best for Joe now.
No, but Eliseo also needs a follow up. But he can just.
But even then,
it's a 3K. It's 1K.
Or
you can put another Zeus on top. yeah. I think that's game set match, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not looking.
Okay, they've recognised that planet should not be there, which is fine. It wasn't impacting the game state at all, so nothing to worry about.
Just 100 less damage, closer to the game.
Yeah, it's just 1K to go. That has to be unicorn, and even if it's unicorn, it's just going to get Zeused, and I hope that sets an imperm. Oh, it's just pass.
I think it's fine to pass here. I think even if you do have a play, I think give it another turn and see what happens.
Oh no, it's just skip.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, and Eliseo convincingly taking a 2-0 win against Joe White in this Kashtira mirror, and we saw how intricate those mirrors can really be, and how weird it can be with Zeus being a card, things like Big Eye. But I think what gave Eliseo the edge there was the fact that he played 2 copies of Big Eye.
Yeah, for definite. If Joe was able to remove one of those copies, I think that would have changed a lot of things in that game 1.
It would have made things significantly more difficult. And I think the Mind Hacker play would have had a bigger impact if he did go for it, if he was playing one Big Eye.
Agreed.
But I think maybe assuming no variance occurred from the Mind Hacker, Eliseo's play would have been the same.
Yeah.
Where you would just Big Eye, get the Arise Heart, and then just go from there.
Yeah.
So I think game 1 wouldn't have been too different even if you made that play. And then game 2, again, it just makes me so worried to start in the mirror match because you get scenarios like that where it's just they have access to Zeus and you don't, and Big Eye, which are the 2 cards that I'd be personally scared of in the mirror match.
Well, we can ask Eliseo that in a minute in our post-match interview.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what his take is on the mirror match, so we'll see you in a minute with the post-match interview. Hello guys, welcome back to the post-match interview. We're here with Alicio, the player that won round 8. How are you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling good, I think. 8-0 is a great record, so I'm pretty happy.
That's good. So you're playing Kashtira, a deck which we think is quite typical for this event. There's a lot of representation. How much prep did you put in for the event?
Yeah, I prepared so much for this event, I think, with my team. And I'm very confident with the deck, I think, because also I top tier with it at Lyon. Okay. So I know all the interactions, and also I'm very confident in the mirror match. So I think
that was going to be my next question in terms of like the mirror match can be quite intricate, and it looked like you were quite confident in the mirror match. What do you think is like? We will notice some of your deck choices that I think might be tailored towards the mirror match. So can you explain to us some key choices that you made for the mirror?
I made some strange choices, like one bell in the main, because there are side patterns, motivations. But I think the rest is pretty standard, but not for the. It's an entrap deck, but without lands, and that seems standard in Kashtira right now. Okay. But I didn't like it. And
you weren't a fan of Forbidden Lands? How come?
No, I don't play it. Okay. Yeah.
So I get that. I kind of get it.
Yeah, I can understand why. You valued more defensive cards, like real defensive cards.
All the flex spots, I think, are pretty useful. And 15 flex spot for me is...
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's stable right now because you face so many decks. There are, in the meta, so many decks. I think I figured out only 2 sprites with the same deck, and all was different. So
we've pretty much featured like a different deck every round, just naturally, just because the meta is so diverse. So let's talk about Game 1. So Game 1, you went first. You did the standard lock 3. I imagine you're not a fan of a Rise Heart Pass. I'm assuming you knew you were playing the mirror, and a Rise Heart Pass is very suboptimal in the mirror.
Yeah, I think Game 1 I don't play around Nibiru because I think only Naturia plays Nibiru in the main right now. So I just go to the to the best combo I can. I know it was a mirror match, so I didn't activate Shangri-La in the standby phase. But when you activate a card, I can lock 5, then activate Shangri-La. But surprisingly, didn't know that he can summon a Rise when I activate Shangri-La.
Oh, he didn't know that?
No. He didn't know
that.
Yikes. So it remains like when I do that in game 3.
We were questioning his line of play after he Zeused you, he overlaid 3 monsters, where we think is a better play might have been Mind Hacker than a Rise Heart, because then you would have had 3 materials on a Rise Heart. But I don't think that would have mattered because you made a deck choice in playing 2 Big Eye. And you think that's very important in the mirror match?
I think it's pretty important. For example, him plays only 1 Big Eye, immediately banish the
we know it. So he's just gone. And then game 1, before those plays happened, you got Zeused for your life when he had the winning. Were you worried at that point?
Not so much, because I would in the second turn I do the second Zeus. Then I'm pretty confident because
you think
I also have had the Book of Eclipse sets, so I'm pretty
Are you saying it's quite typical in a Kashtira mirror match just to Zeus each other, and that's just like a common thing that just happens? Fair. Moving on to Game 2. So we didn't get your take on this because it was a 2-0, but post side, are you a fan of going second in the mirror match, or would you much rather go first?
I go blind second in the mirror match.
So that makes sense.
And were you surprised for him to start, or do you think that was just typical?
No, I think it's not typical to go second in the mirror match, but I think it's better. So I decided to go second. Because I think the standard players go first. So me personally go second both side, but I think depends on which cards you have in the side.
Yeah, for sure.
For example, he had Judgment, a very good card.
Yeah, because we were saying how like the most powerful cards in the mirror match are like Zeus and Big Eye, which you only have access to really when you go second, and they really shined in your game too, man.
Also, if activate Shangri-La and Arise.
Exactly.
Which you did, and it was you're out.
And I thought he did that because he felt like he had no choice because his game state was really poor.
Yeah, because Gamma, I think, was pretty good. Because,
he was forced to Ash it there.
He forced Ashed, and he passed with Shangri-La.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't do much. Yeah.
How has
it's
Gamma
like
been for you
minus
throughout the
10.
whole tournament? How has Gamma been throughout the full tournament for you?
It's pretty good.
Really?
all the day was the best card, I think, in my side.
Yeah. We've been talking about this a lot, where Gamma just seems like it's going to overperform at the moment.
Yeah.
Especially into these Arise Heart boards.
Yeah, it also just straight up just stops the lock 5 combo. Was the lock 5 combo something that you've done often this tournament?
I didn't do one time,
No,
but it happens because it's like a 3-card combo. And game 1, if I have the hand to do this, I will do this.
Yeah,
but doesn't happen.
Yeah. So in terms of like a deck choice, then, do you think like this is just like just the best deck for the 250th, or do you think there might be something else?
I don't know yet. I have to test because it's a pretty wild format.
But if the YCS was tomorrow...
For this event specifically, I think it's the best deck.
Yeah, for sure. But if the YCS was tomorrow, would you still feel quite comfortable entering with Kashtira?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thanks for that interview, mate. One last question though. You're going to the final round. Are you going to win?
I think, yeah.
Yes, good attitude. Well, we're ready. The final round is approaching. We're going to crown a winner. We'll see you then for round 9. Hey there guys, welcome back for the final round of this UK Open 5. So this is not kind of the finals. This isn't 2 undefeated players. It's gotten pretty awkward. So the previous winner of the previous round is the only undefeated. So he's been paired down to an X1 who can cause a lot of drama. This X1 player is called Leon. Is that how you pronounce his name? Leon?
Yeah.
And he's playing Mathmech, which we haven't seen yet. We've seen different sort of variants of Mathmech in, I guess, Marincess and other decks similar to that. And this is the first time we're featuring the Mathmech strategy.
Yeah, so similar to the Marincess deck we saw earlier, it's just good Cyburst engine plus hand traps.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite predictable in terms of like what would expect, a sea of hand traps. And it'll be interesting to see how Alessio will combat these defensive cards. He seems quite experienced with the Kashtira deck since he's played it since Leon when the deck first came out. So he'll probably know the sort of scenarios why you would have to play through each defensive card.
Shifter in hand.
He does main deck Dimension Shifter,
which
is an interesting choice. I didn't notice that in the previous game.
It's pretty strong into this Mathmech deck.
But Mathmech does start, and it has open circular, which is what the deck kind of needs to play.
Going,
I think that what makes the Mathmech deck unique is it is circular robust. It needs circular specifically to actually play, whereas Marincess can kind of just vibe with any Marincess card to get to its link one. Obviously, there's more preferable ones like Blue Tang and stuff, but it can play with most Marincess cards. Oh, but he has Shifter. So that is the best card into circular.
Yeah.
Most hand traps can't interact with circular whatsoever, but Shifter makes things really awkward for the Mathmech player. Yeah. I'm not sure what the game plan here is now, because you do rely on your graveyard to have linked to devotee players.
It turns off so many of Leon's, not only plays, but it also turns off interrupts like Effect Veiler, which I believe I saw in his hand.
That is also quite problematic, yeah. Shifter, in a sense, also acting as like a call by the grave as well. So what's the game plan here? What can he do under Dimension Shifter? I would imagine he does have a plan.
He does have a little bit to do. He got Parallel Exceed, that does help a little bit.
That's good, that's at least rank 4 utility.
Exactly.
What rank 4s does he play?
So he plays Albertian and Laplation. Alembertian being the cards that adds a Mathmech card from next to hand. So here
So does that at least get the Superfactorial?
Well, the issue is with Superfactorial, you need those 3 Mathmech cards in the graveyard.
Right.
So
I see.
That's a little bit difficult here.
Oh, he has Infinite Impermanence for Parallel Exceed, but Leon does have Lingeribo.
Yeah.
And Lingeribo can negate the effect of Infinite Impermanence.
I'd consider it, to be honest.
Oh, why not, right? I don't think you would assume he knows he's playing Kashtira, right?
Yeah.
Lingeribo's not really offering an awful lot here, so it does make sense.
Yep, so the Parallel Exceed is going to resolve.
So Lingeribo putting in work here, probably like indirectly.
Yeah, for definite.
So it's going to leave him on not an awful lot though. He's not locked into anything, right?
No, he's not Cyber locked yet.
He doesn't play Baguska, which I thought might have been something that you would play, right?
Yeah, Baguska's, well, I guess it's a Cyber deck, right? So it's a bit.
Maybe there's not enough scenarios where Baguska would come up, but except this specific scenario where it could. What's the other defensive rank 4 that he could summon?
So it's Laplation, but that requires 3 monsters, I believe.
Right.
So Alembertian at least gets a add.
Right.
A Mathmech card here.
And does that help him extend in any way, shape,
I think
or
it
form?
sets him up well for next turn. I think his original play, if that Infinite Impermanence did not occur, would be trying to make a Deco Talker Heat Soul.
So removing Lingeribo from the field was
yes, I think
actually problematic.
Quite a lot, yeah.
Right. So he's just getting circular just so he can play next turn and hope that gets him there.
So yeah, I think we're just going to see Leon pass here, unfortunately.
So Shifter's putting in more work than I expected. I wasn't massively keen on main decking
Shifter
it.
is almost the god card here.
Yeah, against Mathmech, he couldn't have asked for a better card because most hand traps, in fact, I don't think any of them interact with Mathmech at all, except Shifter. Maybe it is looking like it's Alessio's day, I think, because he's got engine going for him, and the only defensive card that I think that card can be is Infinite Impermanence, because I don't think he could have Book of Eclipse though, and that could cause.
Book of Eclipse would be really powerful.
Book of Eclipse is probably the best card that Leon could probably ask for.
So we're going to see him resolve the planet here.
And as mentioned in the player match interview as well, Licio doesn't play Forbidden Lance, so his game plan against cards like Book of Eclipse will be quite difficult.
For definite. So we're going to see just how he navigates this turn. The Alan version is only 2,000 attack points, I believe.
Okay, so in terms of any sort of pressure, monster-wise, there's nothing going on except that setback, bro.
Yeah.
And you said you might have saw Effect Failure in his hand, which he can't actually activate.
I believe so.
Because that needs to be discarded to the graveyard.
See if Eagle Eyes have defeated me here.
He's got 2 cards in hand, right? So it's Circular and another card?
Yeah, Circular, 1 more card. I think it might be a Super Factorial set. We'll see as the turn comes out.
So it's nothing then?
Yeah.
Because the Super Factorial actually doesn't do anything?
No, exactly.
Right, I see.
Yeah. But if he does get to play next turn, then that Super Factorial will do an awful lot to keep Leon extended.
Yeah, but if it is a Super Factorial, I can't see there being another turn, right? Like,
yeah.
Because he's got Unicorn, which pretty much gets you to everything. It doesn't get you to game, but then the Circular can't do anything under a Rise Heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're just back to Shifter again.
Yeah,
and
Shifter
then,
2, let's say.
Yeah, and then it's just like, I'm still in this really awkward, awful position. So what do you think Alicio's trying to respect here?
I think he's just trying to respect the type of cards, like Book of Eclipse, maybe even Book of Moon, those types of cards, and he doesn't want to commit unless he's got the ability to just keep pushing. So I think that's why he's getting the Fenrir out of deck here with the Rise Heart, just so he's got an additional play. Maybe I'm just wrong. So we're going to see him summon back the Fenrir here, and if Leon does have the Book of Eclipse, this could be a really key place to go.
Yeah, Book of Eclipse could be insane here, in fact. It can be quite awkward because if he does the play that I think he's going to play, get Ogre and normal Ogre and attempt to go for game, then Book of Eclipse on here, he's drawn 4 cards. Like, that's kind of rough.
That's
as well.
quite a lot,
He can also banish, he can't. I was going to say Birth could banish the cards in his grave face down, but he needs to have
3 one on resolution, yeah.
So this could also just get him, if things just go pear-shaped, then he can... Oh, no, he's just going straight to the battle phase. Oh, no, I don't think he has Book of Eclipse.
It's not, no.
Oh, no, so it probably was a Super Factorial, which you predicted. So a pretty swift game on for Alicio. Looking like, it is looking like he is going to be the UK Open 5 champion so far, but you never know. This is a best of 3.
Best of 3, there's 2 more games left.
Going first for Leon did not prove great.
Yeah, unfortunately,
the
Dimension
Shifter
just
too
carried
much.
its weight.
And we're really seeing the value of being able to main deck a hand trap that is that powerful.
Let's see. So Leon looks like he's siding in the Cyphering Gear Gamma and
going first,
and the Call by the River. I think it might be. He's accepted that. Yeah.
Shifter's
there.
Shifter hurts,
and Shifter could be the end of the game.
Well, when you activate Circular, is it one of those cards that sends card?
So it does send for cost, yeah.
Right.
So that's why you can't do it under Shifter, for say.
Okie dokie. So if Alicio would have to Shifter
preemptively, right?
Preemptively, right? So that's when the Gamma would come in, so because you just can't allow Shifter to resolve, because you get in situations like that where you just don't have any sort of action plan whatsoever. Yeah, so that does make sense. Yeah, he probably just has to side Gamma.
I think he's going to side in the anti-spells as well, perhaps, because that seems like it would do a lot, in my opinion.
I don't think it's super great, but I think it would help.
Yeah,
like it cuts him off from the Field Spell, Prosperity, and Birth and Theosis.
So overextension, really.
Yeah, so it'll slow the deck down a little bit, but it's the same as like Barrier. Like you've still got a bunch of big monsters that just
for definite.
But if you can do a full combo with Math Mech and have an anti-spell, that will be enough, I'd say. Even if the Kashtira deck can do something, it's still too much, I would think. Especially if you've got Super Factorial. Because like any cards that you try to set into the anti-spell are just going to get absolutely yeeted by the Super Factorial,
So I can see them just shuffling up Leon, thinking about what cards he might want to sign.
I guess Pot of Greed sleeves.
I really do like it.
Yeah.
I want to know what mat he has now, because his main deck sleeves are quite snazzy.
Yeah,
and he's got the World Championship sleeves on his extra deck as well. It's quite quite pretty, isn't it?
Pretty kitted out, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. I want to know. I want to know what mat he uses to
I'm a
finish
very
up.
vanilla sort of guy. I just use the do you know the Yu-Gi-Oh sleeves that have like the card backgrounds on them? I just use those. I'm very vanilla. I don't like to be distracted.
I found these peach sleeves. Once I found them, can't go back.
Yeah.
I think they grant me special powers, to be honest.
I think once you find the sleeves that work for you, like, that's just it. Isn't it?
It's almost like superstitious. You just have to use those sleeves.
I absolutely agree. I won't change sleeves now. I double sleeve too, just because like it feels nicer just to hand shuffle with like cards that are like thicker.
Yeah.
So you can just really braid them.
I think I need to try double sleeving again. But then if I ever end up on a deck
for me.
above 40 cards, my small little hands aren't gonna handle it.
You're cursed to never go above 45 cards. It gets too big. But I've accepted that I just will never play a 60 card deck. I don't think.
You know what?
Very
I respect that. The issue is I don't have that willpower. So
reasonable. So we're going into game 2. It's fair to assume the Math Mech players it will start because that's where the deck thrives.
So, yeah.
And you would assume as well that hopefully you just draw circular. Otherwise, we're in for a pretty boring final round.
Yeah. So we can see that Alessio has drawn the Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring. So let's
How does
see.
that interact with Math Mech? You can stop them from adding super factorial. Is that the
kind of. You can stop them adding it off of the circular, but then they can just make the Allen version and add it anyway.
Right.
So,
so circular can just add super factorial at that point, but you're not likely to do that though.
Yeah.
Right?
So you would tend to add it off the super factorial as add off the circular because
would you add equation?
If you need the extension, maybe.
Yeah.
Generally, you just want to do it. Does not look like he's got to it, unfortunately.
Is there a means of getting to circular through this line, or is this Sigma?
He has got another copy of.
Okay. This will go somewhere then.
Yeah, for definite.
Is that Sigma engraved?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does Sigma offer anything for it?
So if there's no monster in H Monster Zone, it's an extender. Sums itself in the graveyard.
Okay,
so it's
quite
nice.
He can remove Almirage wherever he wants, right? So
yeah, if he needs to, yeah.
Yeah, he can just...
So, yeah, I think he's going to go for an Allen version here and then try and add that elusive copy of Circular. So let's see how he reacts to this.
Ooh, yeah, so he recognises that super factorial hurts, but Leon does have Book of Eclipse in his hand, and... in the previous game, that was probably the scariest card that he could have had.
For definite. So we're going to see, depends what Alessio decides to do, right? Does he want to push for that OTK? Or does he want to push for maybe just controlling the board a little bit more?
I think like it's not unreasonable for him to go for a similar line. Because he's in a similar sort of position where he hasn't really got his engine going.
The only difference is
he's going to have significantly more cards. Yeah, you can basically pot of greeding here.
Yeah, we're going to see he could also randomly just draw the circular here.
And does he just keep going?
We'll see. Let's see.
I don't know. So can circular just summon itself if you have no monsters in the?
Yeah, I think circular can just summon itself at any point. Throughout the turn. But because normally it's then Sigma and Sigma's the extender that triggers the circular.
Yeah,
it's a little bit different.
Right, I see. So it wouldn't be so clear cut because Sigma's engraved, but it would be stumping still. Oh, it did. I think he did it circular.
No, he's already. He drew diameter, I believe.
I see. Okay, so he's gonna draw again. It looks like he does have a hand trap in his hand as well, and the set Book of Eclipse is going to put in work.
For definite.
So post side, Alessio does main the Hotme Servitor, so I'm not sure if he would have kept that in. But he has cards like Cosmic, Dark Hole, and Lightning Song.
I think Dark Hole I'd consider. The issue is normally the Math Mech end board ends on cards like IP Masquerena.
I guess it depends what you're scared of. Oh, he must have drew the Gamma for turn. He's going to Gamma the Heat Soul.
That's a perfect draw, really, isn't it? Let's say.
Rough, yeah. And does he play anything that complements the Gamma?
I don't believe so.
No, he doesn't. No.
The only issue,
he can't Link and Donna either because they're both psychics.
Yep.
So they're just kind of there. But it does help to push for damage because he is on 6k and this is already a lot.
It's already 35. That's basically the halfway there.
But then he can't extend with his Kashtira, so that's the problem. So they're just kind of like...
He can perform a tribute summon, however.
But certainly can, yeah.
We'll see what's next on the equation.
Was that a pun?
Just a little bit.
No pun intended, I promise.
Oh, no, I cannot promise that. So we're going to see what Alessio decides to do here, how he decides to navigate the rest of this turn.
I don't think there's any means to stop the inevitable.
No.
Book of Eclipse is going to make him pass turn for sure.
For definite.
It just depends on how Alessio is going to put himself in the best possible position to not make it so it's going to suck.
Yeah.
So Birth is already a solid start, just so that means he isn't cut off from his Kashtira engine. There's an argument for Book of Eclipse here.
I think so. I think I would. Because even though his opponent is drawing 3,
you don't want him to have more cards on the field because he's going to draw a lot. And I think at this point here, like,
do the Gammon Driver get banished now? Will they remove the field?
Yeah, so they'll flip up and then they'll get banished. I think, because I think that it's still a card effect.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
But he is going to draw 3 cards.
Yeah. That's why I was a bit like, I was wondering if.
But the positive of that is that depending on how his side patterns go, you could just draw cards that just don't interact with his engine at all.
Yeah, for definite.
Infinite Impermanence isn't a card that you can draw that'll really help him. But he could still have
Ash.
Shifter doesn't really work.
Doesn't do anything now.
So he can have Mono, Bell, and Ash if he's kept those in.
Yep. That's not that many, but Bell is quite strong as well here. I won't lie.
And this is a good idea for him to attempt to dig for something, but I'm not sure what that something can be.
I think you must go for 6 here. You just want to see what that additional card can be.
If he kept Book of Eclipse, then that could be something that could help him.
Yeah, sure.
Would Book of Eclipse on a circle that he summoned?
Yeah, I think you just wait until they've got 2 monsters committed to the field, right?
You're whacking both face down?
Yeah. So let's see. There's an Ash, the Shifter, another Ash.
Well, he's normal summoned, so that Rise Heart won't really do anything. And there's nothing really here that's helping him, because he already has Ash Blossom, right? So
yeah, I think
you probably just take Theosis here.
You would take Theosis or an Ash Blossom, maybe.
Harpies isn't the most unreasonable thing either.
Yeah, it depends how you want to navigate your... or Leon navigates this turn.
I guess it does depend how you predict your next turn, because you can argue you're gonna draw engine off your 3 cards. So it might be not the most unreasonable thing in the world to take the Harpy Sevaduster, because then it'll just reassure that if you survive a turn in your clapback, it's just going to be significantly easier.
For definite. But he does have the Fenrir available as well, and he is drawing...
and that's a good defensive card as well.
I think. I'm not sure what I'd take there. I think I'd consider taking the Ash, just because I want that extra defensive card.
Oh,
right?
he doesn't already have an Ash.
No, it says 1 in the graveyard, and then there's the 2 there.
I'm hoping with him taking a Rise Heart, he doesn't know that he knows that you can't normal summon that.
Yeah, for definite.
Planet will get him even more engine. Just get cards out of his deck, just to give him better draws off this Book of Eclipse.
Oh, this is fancy.
There we go. Now he actually has
Scareclaw can only remove from play from hand and graveyard.
It can, yes. Yeah. And so this also means that Birth is still an extender, because now he can.
That's true. That is very true.
Because Birth can just special back a card. He's in a. It's
a
still a little
bit of a pickle,
awkward,
right?
Yeah, but he can put himself in still a good spot here, though.
Well, the thing is, it's very weird.
He can attack for a decent chunk. He can then overlay into Shangiri, and then once those get flipped up, he's going to draw 3 cards, and Shangiri just like summons Unicorn, and then
that's still a
Fenrir,
lot of
Unicorn,
cards.
Shangiri. Yeah, it's a lot of cards.
Yeah, that is.
And also going to get a 200 attack boost from the field spell. So this is a much better position than I predicted.
You know what? It is.
Yeah,
I'm pretty surprised now. I'm unsure.
Yeah, the Scareclaw Kashtira really helping in this scenario.
Agreed.
And the fact that he hadn't already special summoned off Birth yet meant that you can do a lot more. I still think it was correct.
I think so as well, because otherwise he does
just drawing more cards. Yeah. If you let him put all his cards on the field and then go to battle phase.
I honestly think Alicia would just go battle phase there. He's got the Gamma Driver, that's 3,500.
Yeah, for sure.
The what's it called? The Fenrir is another 2,400. It's only 100 off game. He could have even activated the field spell early just so it was that game, right?
Yeah.
But then he just wants to force out that set card.
Yeah, I think this is probably the best case scenario.
Yeah.
So, with considering Alicia's position as
well.
Like,
considering.
You would Leon's probably would rather not take have the extra rank 7 there. Other than Shangira, I don't see anything else he could potentially do. He could have maybe overlaid an attacker and make Zeus if he really wanted to.
Yeah, I think there's also an argument. He might mind Tacker here. Just because Leon's already used 1 Alan Bershon. It depends how well versed he is in the math mech matchup.
Yeah.
But I think they only tend to play 2 Alan Bershon.
If you take away the Alan Bershon, what can they do?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's much more he can really push through the following turn.
Right, I see. So their engine sort of crumbles without Alan Bershon.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, we'll see if he recognises that. And I think for me, with not being well versed against math mech, I think I would definitely go straight into Shangiri here.
I don't think that's a bad play either, in all honesty.
Unicorn sort of does the same
Unicorn
thing.
does the exact same thing, yeah.
The second he activates a monster effect, you get rid of it. And it's
that's true, that is true.
More cards in the field. And plus, it gives you an extra pop as well. Yeah. I think even with what you said in mind,
I think this is great play. I think I agree with you now. Completely forgetting that Unicorn has a
Unicorn also just gets rid of things.
Yeah.
The only sort of variance here would be if he just draws all his unicorns off this Book of Eclipse.
Or Leon top decks a Book of Eclipse himself.
Yaggers. Oh, that'd be kind of wild, yeah.
That would be crazy to watch.
So I think they're just working out how to sort of... Did he not draw 3 cards?
Oh, because of Prosperity.
Oh, so you can't, yeah. But the side frames are still gone.
That's
right?
a Gamma off the top. For,
the Gamma? Oh, nice. Oh, he drew Driver as well.
Yeah.
That is kind of crazy. So yeah, we've put him in like an awkward position here where he's just summoned Driver and the Gamma. The Driver from his hand, kind of awkward. You always see Driver in your hand. And Shangiri just like, I still thought this was the most optimal play. Got bested by a Gamma off the top.
So I'm just wondering what Leon might try and push with now. If he's got a different play in mind now that those two are camping the rest on the board.
Well, he still has Fenrir on the field, so there's an option for him to do that. But does he knows he has Circle as a follow-up, right?
Sorry, it's Diameter,
Diameter, or whatever it is called these days. Math mech, good card.
I think there could be an argument. You just attack with the Driver over the Fenrir.
You can't. It's got 2/6 defense.
It's got 2/6 defense. Oh, okay.
You cannot.
That is unfortunate. Okay. That is unfortunate.
Shangiri also just kind of sticks there because it just protects its destruction, which is kind of ignorant.
Yeah.
The field spell, I think, does it still work, or does it negate the activation? Yeah, I think if you negate the activation, the field spell doesn't trigger. I'm wondering why the side frames are still on the field though. Are they just is the ruling that they don't get banished?
That's the ruling.
Okay, sure. That's interesting to know. I thought since that.
It depends if it remembers how it was summoned, right? I was curious to think. In my head, I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to assume. This is still quite a decent lock though, because the second he activates anything, you can just Fenrir. So if he activates Circular here, you can just Fenrir, banish something face down, then Planet will pop a card in the field, and it just puts him in an awkward spot as well. Yeah, you always Fenrir, go.
So
you can just remove 2 cards in the field.
He cannot use Transcode Talker because he's on Gamma, and that's weirdly not a Cybers monster.
Yeah, so he's going to use Fenrir here. Shangiri will trigger.
Yeah. I think maybe something from Leon's part. He could have tried using that copy of...
yes, so he did exactly what I thought he did, just to clean up his field, just to put him in a position where it's just like, yeah mate, you don't have any cards. And since the Shangiri stuck there, because it protected itself, it means his follow-up's going to be nuts. He still has Birth as well, he still has Fenrir effect. It's looking really bleak. But you can link to IP, but he doesn't have a card on the field. So like this set card has to be good.
And I think if it was Book of Eclipse, we would have already seen it.
Because he top decked the Gamma, right? So that defensive card would have been something that he would have had the previous turn.
Yeah, I think so. What could it be in my head? Maybe something not Silent Mining, not Small World.
Yeah, I don't.
Nothing I can think of right now.
I can think of that could cause some drama. I mean, he's getting popped anyway, so yeah, it was just a blank. I definitely would have just kept that. Yeah. I mean, I guess he's just assuming that there's just not going to be another turn.
Yep.
But yeah, it's over.
It's
over. I mean, he's got 3,750, and that's it. And that's it. And we've got our UK Open 5 winner, Elisio, with his Kashtira deck. Besting the mirror in the previous round and then besting Mathmech this round. Clear-cut winner. A bit worried that it might have caused some drama with the X1. But no, straightforward. And we have our UK Open 5 winner with his Kashtira matchup.
Going 9-0.
Yeah, 9-0. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Kashtira was going to win just because of how uncertain.
Exactly.
The engine can be quite unreliable, but I guess the way that he has it built is untraditionally not having Forbidden Lance. Which is quite cool. Like main decking Dimension Shifter as well. Yeah. He must have fought for this specific tournament with more Rogue than it just had.
I think I agree with the Dimension Shifter in the main deck. maybe not for larger events where you're predominantly expecting Kashtira.
Yeah.
But I think with these events where you're not going to see 9 Kashtira,
Yeah, for
8
sure.
Kashtira, you've got all of these other decks in the middle.
He probably didn't expect that many mirror matches, so that's why he did go for a more hand trap sort of approach to have a nice blend.
Yeah.
He did main deck Book of Eclipse as well, so like that's probably like the best card for the mirror as well.
Because the mirror and a bunch of other matchups as well.
He also main deck a cheeky Harvey Servaduster as well, which I guess also isn't that bad either.
No, again, it's just covering your losses, right?
Yeah.
You just want to cover every basis.
And I think it hits everything as well. I don't think because it even hits the Brandon matchup if they go Brandon and Red Mirror Jade because it just gets rid of Brandon and Red. And even if in the mirror, if they are playing those Rise, Heart Pass, Forbidden Lance decks, just it just sweeps
just
those
less
up.
cards to deal with, right?
Yeah, the back row removal coverage is really, really strong.
No, I like it.
Yeah, well built deck, good pick. I did say at the start that I expected Kashtira to win just purely on representation alone.
Yeah, I think so.
And it did. And
you're right. Good job.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Are you upset because Rikka didn't win?
Just a little bit. Maybe it's because I was here and not playing, but yeah, we'll see. No, I'm not against the Kashtira deck winning. Again, I think it's for these types of events. I think Kashtira is a really solid pick. Yeah. And as that showed with Alessio's deck. I know.
It's definitely not tier level good.
Yeah.
But it is good to say the least.
Yes,
and it's definitely, in my opinion, engine-wise, slightly better than everything.
For definite.
Probably not the most reliable thing in the world, but yeah, sometimes if it's just your day, you can just go down and do the whole thing.
Exactly.
But yeah, it was good commentating with you, Alex. It was great commentating for you guys again. UK Open 5. Hope to see you at the next one. We're about to go to the award ceremony in a second. See you guys at the next one.
Thanks.
Do a little dance before we go.
Well, there you go. I just sat there.